Chapter 1. The Monterrey Exodus. The humid Monterrey air hung heavy, thick with the scent of exhaust fumes and impending rain. Luis, or La Sombra as he was known in the city's shadowy underbelly, crouched low behind a rusted dumpster, the metallic tang of blood still clinging to the air. He'd just witnessed the brutal efficiency of the cartel's enforcers, two men reduced to crimson stains on the cracked pavement, their silent testimony to the price of betrayal. His fingers, slick with a mixture of sweat and adrenaline, tightened around the worn leather strap of his backpack, its contents, the digital key to the cartel's empire, his only salvation. He'd gambled everything. His audacious heist, a feat of technological prowess that would make even the most seasoned hackers envious, had netted him a trove of sensitive data, financial records, compromising photographs, encrypted communications detailing years of illicit operations, information powerful enough to cripple the cartel, information that could make him fabulously wealthy. Or get him killed. He'd chosen the former, and now he was paying the price. The cartel's pursuit was relentless. He'd heard the guttural shouts, the screech of tires, even felt the tremor of the earth as their heavily armed SUVs roared through the narrow streets. He had to move, and quickly. He wasn't just any hacker. He was a master of digital camouflage, a ghost in the machine. But even his skills couldn't erase his physical presence, the reality of his body panting in the sweltering heat, a stark contrast to the cool, efficient world of code he inhabited. His escape plan was a meticulously crafted algorithm of calculated risks and improvised solutions. He'd mapped every possible route, anticipating the cartel's moves with a chilling accuracy. He knew their tactics, their strengths, their weaknesses, knowledge gained through months of painstaking surveillance, a game of digital chess played in the dark alleys of the internet. His first move was to ditch the stolen laptop, a customized beast of a machine capable of cracking virtually any encryption. He tossed it into the churning waters of the Rio Santa Catarina, watching as it sank beneath the murky surface, carrying with it a digital ghost of his audacious heist. The loss stung, but it was a necessary sacrifice. The laptop was a fingerprint, a tangible link to his crime, a beacon guiding the cartel towards him. His next move was more intricate, relying on his mastery of urban camouflage and his uncanny ability to blend into any crowd. He navigated the labyrinthine streets of Monterrey, his movements fluid and instinctual, a shadow slipping through the bustling city. He used the city's infrastructure to his advantage, weaving through back alleys, jumping across rooftops, and disappearing into the throngs of people, utilizing his knowledge of the city's blind spots and secret passages. The pursuit was like a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, each move carefully calculated, each risk weighed against the potential rewards. The city itself became a battlefield, its chaotic streets a canvas of his desperate escape. He used his knowledge of the city's social networks, his understanding of the unwritten rules, his ability to manipulate those around him, using the city's underbelly to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. He leveraged his knowledge of the local gang dynamics, momentarily aligning himself with a rival gang to create a diversion, using their established networks to mask his movements, trading information for a temporary sanctuary, exploiting the chaos that would inevitably ensue. This was more than a physical escape. It was a symphony of deception and strategy played out in the heart of Monterrey. As dusk bled into night, the city's neon lights casting long shadows, he finally reached the prearranged rendezvous point, a dilapidated bus station on the outskirts of town, shrouded in shadows and neglect. The bus, bound for Laredo, Texas, was already waiting, its engine humming impatiently. He boarded the bus, melting anonymously into the sea of passengers. The tension that had gnawed at him for hours finally eased slightly, replaced by a weary exhaustion. He had done it. He had escaped the cartel's clutches, leaving behind the life he once knew, a life filled with danger and moral compromises. He'd traded one world for another, a world of technological innovation and urban sprawl, a world he now had to learn to navigate. The bus rumbled down the highway, carrying him towards the border, towards a new life in Austin, Texas. The journey was long and arduous, marked by moments of intense fear and quiet reflection. He thought of his mother, Carmen, her unwavering faith, a stark contrast to the morally grey world he had created for himself. He had left her behind, leaving her to grapple with his actions, with the uncertainty of his future, her prayers a constant anchor in his absence. As he looked out the window, watching the landscape transform from the arid plains of Mexico to the rolling hills of Texas, he knew this was only the beginning. His escape was a victory, but it was also a turning point, a crossroads where his path diverged, separating the life he left behind from the future he now faced in a land of opportunity and uncertainty. He was La Sombra, a ghost, a shadow, an enigma. But in Austin, he would become something else entirely, something new, something unknown. The game, however, was far from over. The digital battlefield had merely shifted its location. His escape from Monterrey was only the first chapter in a much larger and far more dangerous story. The vastness of Texas stretched before him, a promise and a threat. He was in a new game now, and the stakes were higher than ever before. The quiet hum of the bus engine was the soundtrack to his new beginning, a prelude to the symphony of digital chaos he was about to unleash. The escape was a success, but the real battle was yet to come. The bus shuddered to a halt, the jarring stop jolting Luis from a restless doze. He'd spent the entire journey replaying the events in Monterrey, the adrenaline still simmering beneath the surface of his exhaustion. Laredo had been a blur, a quick change of buses, a calculated risk in the crowded border crossing. Now, Austin. The air conditioning blasted a cold, artificial wind, a stark contrast to the humid cling of his homeland. Stepping onto the cracked pavement, he felt the shift, a change not just in geography, but in atmosphere. Monterrey, with its chaotic energy and tangible danger, felt a million miles away. Austin was different. It hummed with a different kind of energy, a vibrant, almost manic pulse driven by ambition and innovation. The air smelled of ozone and possibility, a scent that both thrilled and unsettled him. The city sprawled before him, a tapestry of gleaming glass skyscrapers and quirky, independent shops, a blend of cutting-edge technology and laid-back Texan charm. But beneath the surface, Luis sensed a current of suspicion, a subtle undercurrent of prejudice. He was an outsider, a Mexican immigrant in a city that prized its own brand of technological prowess. He was La Sombra, a ghost from a different world, and he knew that his past would follow him, even across the border. His prearranged contact, a cryptic individual known only as Coyote, had provided minimal details, a small, sparsely furnished apartment in a less desirable part of town. It was a temporary haven, a digital safe house, a launching pad for his new life. Luis found the place easily enough, its anonymity as carefully constructed as the digital fortresses he was accustomed to building. Inside, there was little more than a bed, a small table, and a powerful custom-built computer. This was his new command center. The computer was his solace, his familiar tool of creation and destruction. He spent hours unpacking his digital arsenal, a collection of encrypted files and software tools meticulously preserved on external hard drives and memory sticks. This wasn't just data, it was his power, his lifeline. He used his knowledge of secure networks and encrypted communication channels to establish a secure link to his encrypted email accounts, checking for any messages, any signs of pursuit. Silence. For now, he explored the city, moving like a phantom through its streets, studying its rhythm, its pulse, the flow of its digital veins. He observed the bustling tech scene, the vibrant energy of entrepreneurship, the cutthroat competition. He visited the numerous tech companies headquartered in the city, each a digital fortress with its own defenses, each a potential target. He studied their security protocols, their vulnerabilities. He was a predator, patiently circling his prey. The prejudice he encountered was subtle, insidious. It wasn't overt racism, but a pervasive sense of being seen as an outsider, a threat, an unknown quantity. In meetings, his ideas were dismissed, his expertise questioned, his accent mocked. He was frequently mistaken for a janitor or a delivery man. His talent was obvious, but his heritage, a visible reminder of his origins, was a barrier. The initial charm and opportunity were quickly overshadowed by a sense of exclusion. He experienced moments of isolation, feeling a distance despite being surrounded by people. This didn't deter him. He had survived far worse than subtle slights. The cartel's pursuit had been a brutal lesson in survival, and he was a master of adaptation. He started small, offering his services as a freelance consultant, using pseudonyms and encrypted communication channels to avoid leaving a digital trail. He targeted smaller companies, companies with lax security, companies with vulnerabilities he could exploit. He used his skills for his own means, building a network of loyal contacts in the city's underbelly, individuals with their own grievances and axes to grind, perfect allies for his growing ambitions. His initial projects were straightforward: fixing bugs, improving security, optimizing performance. He gained trust, establishing a reputation as a reliable, though enigmatic, figure. He began to build a reputation. He was discreet. He was effective, but he was also planning something much bigger. This was a strategic approach. He needed to gather resources, establish his foothold, and build a solid foundation before he made his next move. He wasn't just escaping Monterrey, he was building a new empire. His work was meticulous. Each line of code was a carefully laid brick in the foundation of his new empire. He observed the city's elite, their extravagant lifestyles, their digital vulnerabilities. He began to gather information, not just through his work, but through his own network of informants. He started small. He focused on individuals. He discovered their secrets, their weaknesses, their anxieties. These secrets became his leverage. He began to extort them. Carefully, strategically, small sums of money. Initially, enough to make them fearful, but not enough to prompt them to alert the authorities. He wanted a slow burn, a slow but steady escalation. He wanted to control the narrative. The money flowed into his encrypted accounts, and his plans intensified. His apartment became a digital fortress, a hub for his clandestine activities. He refined his methods, enhancing his skills. He developed new tools, new strategies, always one step ahead of the game. He was not just a hacker, he was a digital architect, building a system of power, a network of control. He was mastering the dark art of digital influence. This was a game of power, and he was playing to win. He studied the city's churches, a fascinating counterpoint to the technological landscape he was navigating. He saw the unwavering faith of the people, their quiet strength, their reliance on something beyond the tangible world. It was a world he had distanced himself from, but he saw the power in their steadfast faith. His mother's devout Catholicism was a stark contrast to his own cynical worldview, yet, it was a powerful force that held him in his current path. The memory of his mother, Carmen, fueled him. Her unwavering faith was a constant in his chaotic life, a reminder of the humanity he was losing as he embraced the shadows. He knew that she was unaware of the depth of his criminal activities. This thought weighed heavily on his conscience, the distance between them a physical manifestation of the gulf separating their worlds. The weight of his actions pressed down on him, increasing his resolve and his sense of urgency. He knew his current life was a dangerous game with high stakes, and his future was an uncertain gamble. But the memories of the blood on the Monterrey streets fueled him. The pursuit, the constant fear, the relentless pressure were catalysts for his ambition. He couldn't afford to be caught. Not now. He had to succeed, for himself, for his mother. His escape from Monterrey was merely the prologue to a much larger, more perilous narrative. His digital empire was growing, his influence spreading. But with power comes danger, and in the dark world of digital crime, betrayal is always lurking just around the corner. The city of Austin, with its promise of innovation and opportunity, had also revealed its dark underbelly, a breeding ground for ambition, deception, and the ruthless pursuit of power. The game had begun. His first target wasn't some faceless corporation, but rather, a man named Harrison Hayes, CEO of a burgeoning AI startup called Synapse. Hayes, with his impeccably tailored suits and self-congratulatory pronouncements on the future of technology, was a walking embodiment of Austin's tech bro culture. Luis had spent weeks studying Hayes, meticulously piecing together his digital life. He'd infiltrated Synapse's network, a surprisingly lax security system for a company dealing with sensitive data, discovering a trove of personal information, including details about Hayes's offshore accounts, his extramarital affairs, and an embarrassing incident involving a high-profile tech conference in Las Vegas. The information was a potent weapon, but Luis wasn't interested in public exposure. Scandal was messy, unpredictable. He preferred a more surgical approach, a quiet, efficient extraction. He crafted an anonymous email, meticulously encrypted, its subject line simply stating, "Discreet resolution." The email contained a single, stark sentence: "We know your secrets, Mr. Hayes, cooperate, and your privacy remains intact. Refuse, and they will be shared with everyone who matters. Attached was a small sample of the compromising information, a blurry photograph from the Las Vegas incident, just enough to illustrate the point without revealing the full extent of his knowledge. Lewis waited, the silence stretched, punctuated only by the hum of his computer and the occasional chime of a new encrypted message. He felt a familiar thrill, the anticipation of a high-stakes gamble. He knew that Hayes had options. He could report it to the authorities, launch an internal investigation, or simply ignore the threat. But Luis had chosen his target carefully. Hayes was ambitious, ruthless, and above all, terrified of losing his carefully constructed image. Pride and reputation were far more valuable assets than money to many of his kind. 3 days later, the response arrived, another encrypted message, brief and to the point. Hayes agreed to a meeting, a clandestine exchange in a secluded part of Zilker Park under the cloak of darkness. Luis arrived precisely on time, dressed in plain clothes, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his baseball cap. He'd chosen the location carefully, a place with minimal surveillance and a high degree of anonymity. He'd already mapped out escape routes, contingencies for unexpected encounters. The exchange was swift and efficient. Luis presented Hayes with a list of instructions, clear and concise, a sum of $250,000 transferred to a previously established offshore account, no questions asked, no communication beyond this point. Hayes, pale and visibly shaken, handed over a pre-arranged encrypted flash drive containing the proof of transfer. Luis didn't even look at it, not trusting Hayes to completely erase his digital trail. The meeting was brief, tense. A silent negotiation concluded with a simple nod of acknowledgement. Luis disappeared into the night, leaving Hayes to grapple with the consequences of his actions. The process was far more than simply obtaining a large sum of money. It was a test, a demonstration of power. The carefully chosen target, the perfectly executed plan, the lack of violence, all contributed to a meticulously crafted narrative. This wasn't random extortion, it was a calculated move, a demonstration that Luis was in control, that he could reach anyone, anywhere. The money was important, of course, but it was merely a byproduct of a much larger game of power, influence and control. It was a signal sent, a message received by the tech elite in Austin. Luis La Sombra had arrived. The success emboldened him. His second target was more challenging. Amelia Hernandez, a tech visionary known for her innovative work in bioengineering. She wasn't as vulnerable as Hayes, her digital defenses were more robust, her lifestyle less extravagant. But Luis discovered a hidden weakness. Hernandez was fiercely protective of her younger sister, Sophia, who was battling a rare genetic disorder. Luis unearthed a previously undisclosed research collaboration with a pharmaceutical company, a collaboration that had stalled due to funding issues. He knew this was his leverage. His approach this time was slightly different. He didn't use direct threats. Instead, he anonymously leaked information about Hernandez's research to a rival company, subtly planting the seeds of doubt and suspicion within her own organization. Then, he sent her an encrypted message offering to restore her collaboration, to help her secure the funding she desperately needed for Sophia's treatment. The price, a significantly larger sum than the one he'd extracted from Hayes, $1 million. The negotiation was protracted, fraught with suspicion and uncertainty. Hernandez was a shrewd businesswoman, but the desperation surrounding her sister's illness made her more vulnerable than she initially appeared. She couldn't afford to risk public scrutiny or jeopardize her research. Luis played on her fear and compassion, gradually revealing bits of information to maintain pressure, skillfully manipulating the situation, ensuring he remained in control. The deal closed, money transferred, the sister's treatment secured. Luis had won. Again, these early extortions weren't just about the money, they were crucial in establishing his reputation, in building his digital empire. Word spread through Austin's exclusive circles, spreading through whispered conversations and encrypted messages. La Sombra was a myth, a ghost, a master of manipulation, a technological phantom who could extract whatever he wanted from the city's wealthiest residents. His methods were refined and precise, his targets selected strategically, maximizing his impact with minimal risk. He was creating a complex, intricate system of control, a web of fear and dependence woven from digital threads. Each successful extortion became a building block in his ambitious plan. The money flowed into his accounts, fueling his operation, allowing him to expand his network, to recruit new allies, to develop more sophisticated tools, and improve his anonymity further. He moved from small companies to larger corporations, and from individual targets to entire sectors, his reach slowly widening, the scope of his influence rapidly growing. He was building a digital criminal empire. Brick by meticulously coded brick, he started investing the money, carefully, strategically. He was creating shell companies, offshore accounts, and secure communications channels, building a complex financial system designed to withstand scrutiny. He employed a team of highly skilled professionals, lawyers specializing in international finance, crypto experts, and tech specialists. They were all aware that their employer was La Sombra, each complicit in the growing empire. This added to his paranoia, increasing the urgency and intensity of his operations. As his empire grew, so did the pressure. He felt the weight of his actions, the moral ambiguity of his choices. But the memories of Monterrey, the escape, the prejudice he faced, kept fueling his determination, hardening his resolve. The money was important, but it was more than that. It was his independence. It was his life, his survival. He was a ghost haunting the digital landscape of Austin, and he was just getting started. The city's glitzy facade hid its own dark corners, and Luis was adept at navigating those shadows. He was master of his domain, a digital emperor ruling his technologically advanced kingdom. But the shadows were getting longer, and even the ghosts could be hunted. The game, however, was far from over. The chipped paint of the Virgin Mary's statue seemed to mirror the cracks forming in Carmen's heart. Each cryptic, encrypted message from Louise, delivered via an untraceable number, felt like another hammer blow against her faith. She'd always been a woman of simple routines, her days measured in the rhythm of Mass, the scent of freshly baked bread, the comforting weight of her rosary beads. Now, her world was a chaotic symphony of fear and uncertainty, punctuated by the jarring beeps of her antiquated cell phone. The messages were sparse, almost devoid of emotion. A single sentence here, a cryptic reference there. Successful acquisition. One read. Another simply stated, the city sleeps. They offered no details, no explanations, only a chilling sense of her son's escalating involvement in a world she couldn't comprehend. A world so far removed from the quiet streets of Monterrey, from the warmth of their family home, from the unwavering presence of God in her life. Carmen tried to decipher these digital whispers, to find some solace in their brevity. She'd even attempted to learn the basics of encryption, following clumsy tutorials on her granddaughter's ancient laptop, her arthritic fingers struggling with the unfamiliar keys. But the cryptic language remained a wall, an impenetrable barrier between her and her son. The messages were not intended for her understanding. They were echoes, remnants of a life she could only glimpse from afar. Her priest, Father Miguel, a kind, empathetic man with eyes that held the wisdom of generations, offered little solace. He listened patiently, his face etched with concern as she recounted the fragmented messages, the growing unease in her heart. He spoke of prayer, of faith, of the unwavering love of God, but his words seemed to drift, unable to penetrate the fog of her worry. Even his unwavering faith seemed to falter under the weight of her predicament. The news from Austin was scarce and unreliable. Her contact, a distant cousin who worked as a cleaning lady for a wealthy family in the city, provided only fragmented snippets, whispers of a shadowy figure, a digital phantom, someone with incredible power and influence, rumors of extortions, of immense wealth amassed through clandestine means. None of it confirmed, none of it verifiable, only more fuel for Carmen's growing anxiety. Sleep became a luxury she could ill afford. The nights were filled with unsettling dreams, a cacophony of images, flickering computer screens, shadowy figures lurking in the darkness, the terrified face of her son. She woke each morning feeling depleted, her body heavy with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. Her usually bright eyes were now shadowed with a deep, profound sadness. The vibrant tapestry of her life, once woven with threads of faith, family, and community, was now frayed and unraveling. Her faith, once a comforting anchor, felt like a fragile reed in a raging storm. Doubt, a serpent she'd always kept at bay, now coiled within her heart, whispering insidious questions. Was Luis lost to her forever? Had he traded his soul for the fleeting allure of wealth and power? Was her unwavering faith misplaced, a shield that had failed to protect her son? She found herself spending more time in church, seeking refuge in the familiar comfort of the sanctuary. But even within those hallowed walls, she couldn't escape her worries. The stained glass windows, once a source of spiritual inspiration, now seemed to reflect the turmoil in her soul. The hymns, once a source of comfort, now felt like mournful laments. Even the unwavering faith of the other parishioners seemed to offer only limited comfort. Their problems, while significant, paled in comparison to the agonizing uncertainty she was experiencing. They couldn't grasp the scale of her son's actions, the gravity of the situation. Her days were filled with a relentless cycle of prayer and worry. She lit candles, recited the rosary, and begged for divine intervention. But the answers remained elusive, the silence deafening. The only tangible sign of Luis's existence were those cryptic messages, each one a chilling reminder of the dangerous path he'd chosen. The weight of her son's actions pressed down on her, testing the very foundation of her faith. She grappled with the profound moral questions his choices raised. Was she complicit by her silence? Should she report him, risk betraying her own son to the authorities, or continue praying for his redemption? The conflict ripped her apart, creating an internal battle between her maternal instincts and her unwavering faith. The once simple act of preparing food felt arduous. The familiar comfort of her kitchen, a place where she'd always found solace, now felt cold and empty. The warmth of the tortillas she kneaded, the gentle sizzle of the onions she chopped, all failed to bring her the usual sense of peace. Even the taste of her own cooking seemed bland, reflecting the emptiness she felt within. The vibrant colors of Monterrey, once a source of joy, now seemed muted, reflecting the grayness of her despair. The bustling streets, the laughter of children, the vibrant market, all existed in a muted background, a backdrop to her agonizing internal struggle. The vibrant faith that had sustained her for so long was now being tested to its limits. Carmen's worry wasn't simply about Luis's safety, it was a battle for her soul, a fight to retain her faith in a world that increasingly seemed devoid of mercy and compassion. She clung to her rosary beads, her fingers tracing the worn surface, whispering silent prayers for her son's safety and her own spiritual survival. Her faith was being challenged, but it was far from broken. The fight, however, was far from over. The battle for her son's soul, and her own, had only just begun, and the digital whispers from Austin continued, a constant, chilling reminder of the storm raging within and without. The anonymity of the Austin tech scene was a blessing and a curse. Luis, or La Sombra as he was known in the digital underworld, thrived in the shadows. His stolen cartel data, a digital Pandora's box, was the cornerstone of his operation. It wasn't just raw information, it was a map, a blueprint revealing the vulnerabilities of the city's elite. He started small, carefully selecting targets, wealthy tech CEOs, real estate magnates, and politicians whose carefully constructed public images masked a web of illicit dealings. His first few victims were almost a test, a way to refine his methods, hone his skills in the art of digital extortion. Each successful operation was a step closer to building his empire. His targets weren't just chosen for their wealth, they were also meticulously vetted for their vulnerabilities. Luis delved into their online presence, examining their social media activity, scrutinizing their financial records, and exploiting every crack in their digital armor. He uncovered hidden affairs, undisclosed debts, and secret investments, all carefully documented and ready to be wielded as leverage. His extortions weren't crude or violent. They were surgical, precise strikes that left little trace. He demanded silence and compliance, and his targets, fearing exposure and the inevitable public and legal fallout, obliged. His methods were terrifyingly effective. He wouldn't directly threaten his targets. Instead, he'd subtly leak snippets of their compromising information, a tantalizing preview of the complete exposé he could unleash. This was enough to instill fear and secure his demands. The money flowed in, laundered through a complex network of offshore accounts and cryptocurrency transactions, making it virtually untraceable. His digital footprint remained carefully obscured, a ghost operating in the machine. But Luis wasn't operating alone. He was a master recruiter, adept at identifying and exploiting the frustrations and resentments of other skilled hackers. He found them in the dark corners of online forums, in the anonymous chat rooms where disgruntled programmers and disillusioned tech professionals congregated. He spoke their language, understood their grievances, and offered them a chance to strike back against a system they felt had wronged them. His team was a diverse group, bound together not by loyalty but by mutual self-interest and a shared disdain for the privileged few. There was Anya, a former cybersecurity expert who had been unjustly fired for whistleblowing. Marco, a brilliant but rebellious coder who had been pushed out of his own startup, and David, a data analyst with a deep understanding of financial markets and a knack for manipulating information. Each member brought a unique skill set to the table, complementing Lewis's own expertise. They were a phantom army, operating in the digital shadows, undetected and unstoppable. The structure of Luis's syndicate was as sophisticated as its operations. He employed a decentralized network, ensuring that no single point of failure could bring down the entire operation. Each member had specific roles and responsibilities, communicating through encrypted channels and utilizing multiple layers of security to prevent detection. Luis remained at the apex of this digital pyramid, the silent conductor orchestrating the symphony of chaos and control. He delegated tasks, monitored progress, and ensured the smooth flow of funds. As the syndicate expanded, so did its ambition. Their targets grew bolder, their extortions more audacious. Luis began to leverage his influence, manipulating markets, manipulating information, and influencing elections. He played the system like a maestro conducting an orchestra, pulling strings and orchestrating events from the shadows, all with the chilling precision of a chess grandmaster. The thrill of control was intoxicating. The vast sums of money accumulated were almost secondary to the power he now wielded. The ability to manipulate information, to influence events, to essentially pull the strings of a city, it was a seductive power that tested the limits of even his own carefully constructed moral compass. He rationalized his actions, justifying them as a form of digital Robin Hoodism, taking from the corrupt and rewarding himself and his team. He was a tech-savvy revolutionary in his own mind, but the ethical gray area he inhabited was becoming increasingly stark. The casual cruelty he witnessed within his own syndicate, the callous indifference towards the suffering of his victims, began to erode the fragile justification he had built around his actions. He saw the darkness reflecting back at him in the eyes of his collaborators, a darkness that mirrored his own. The digital walls he'd built to protect himself and his team seemed increasingly fragile. The lines between right and wrong blurred. The intoxicating thrill of power began to show its cracks, leaving Luis increasingly uneasy. The weight of his actions, once easily dismissed, now felt like a crushing burden. The quiet prayers of his mother, echoing across the miles, became a haunting reminder of the man he once was, a man so far removed from the digital ghost he had become. His carefully crafted world of anonymous power was beginning to crumble, threatening to expose not only him but also the innocent lives caught in his web. The whispers of his success were now accompanied by the insidious murmurings of doubt, a dangerous prelude to his impending downfall. The digital empire he'd built so carefully, brick by encrypted brick, was starting to show signs of irreversible decay, and the cracks were far more than just aesthetic, they were structural, threatening to bring the whole edifice crashing down around him. Chapter 2: The Austin Underground. The anonymity of Austin's sprawling tech scene wasn't just a refuge, it was a breeding ground. Luis, La Sombra, understood this better than anyone. He wasn't just building a criminal empire, he was cultivating a digital insurgency, recruiting not from the ranks of hardened criminals, but from the disillusioned, the overlooked, the brilliant minds discarded by a system that valued conformity over innovation. He found them in the shadowy corners of the internet, in forums dedicated to cryptography, in anonymous chat rooms where disgruntled programmers vented their frustrations. He sought those simmering with resentment, those who felt the sting of injustice, those who possessed the skills but lacked the opportunity. His recruitment wasn't brute force, it was a carefully orchestrated seduction. He didn't promise riches, though that was a clear incentive. He offered something far more potent: purpose. He presented himself as a liberator, a digital Robin Hood, striking against the corrupt elite who had turned a blind eye to their suffering. He tapped into their sense of righteousness, their simmering anger, and channeled it into a focused, technologically driven rebellion. His message resonated: the system had failed them, but they could fight back, and he, La Sombra, would lead the charge. His first recruit, Anya Sharma, was a cautionary tale of corporate greed and ethical compromise. A brilliant cybersecurity expert, she had been unceremoniously fired from a prestigious firm after exposing a major security vulnerability that threatened to expose the company's lucrative but illegal practices. Her whistleblowing had been met not with praise, but with retaliation. Blacklisted and shunned by the industry, she was a prime candidate for Luis's recruitment strategy. He found her through a seemingly innocuous online forum dedicated to ethical hacking. He didn't overtly approach her. Instead, he subtly planted information, seemingly innocuous comments praising her past work, suggesting a connection between her dismissal and the larger systemic corruption she had uncovered. He let his words linger, offering a lifeline in the form of a private, encrypted message. Anya, initially hesitant, was swayed by Luis's persuasive arguments. He didn't sugarcoat the illegality of their endeavor. He presented it as a necessary evil, a means of leveling the playing field. He spoke of empowering the marginalized, of taking down those who had exploited the system for their own gain. He appealed to her sense of justice, her deep-seated resentment towards the corporate world that had betrayed her, and he offered a chance at redemption, a way to fight back against the system that had wronged her. The lure of vengeance, combined with the opportunity to use her skills for a greater purpose, proved too strong to resist. Marco Reyes was a different story. A fiercely independent coder, he had been the architect of a revolutionary new technology, only to be ousted from his own startup by ruthless venture capitalists who saw his vision as a threat to their bottom line. His brilliant mind had been stifled, his innovations stolen, and his dreams shattered. He found solace in the anonymity of the internet, pouring his energy into independent projects, his resentment growing with each passing day. Luis found him lurking in the depths of a hacker forum, his posts a mix of technical brilliance and simmering bitterness. His recruitment was less about seduction and more about offering a sense of belonging, a chance to collaborate with others who understood his pain. David Chen, a data analyst with an almost supernatural ability to manipulate financial information, was the most enigmatic of the group. Luis had discovered him through a sophisticated analysis of online financial transactions, recognizing a pattern of unusually precise market manipulation. He was a ghost, a shadow figure, whose anonymity was a testament to his skills. His motivations were unclear, his past shrouded in mystery. Luis simply presented him with an opportunity, a chance to leverage his talents for a purpose that transcended the mundane world of corporate finance. The lack of overt persuasion was intriguing, a testament to Luis's intuition and the allure of power. David, it seemed, needed no seduction. He simply saw an opportunity to play a bigger game. The diverse backgrounds of his recruits reflected the fractured nature of the modern tech landscape. Each member brought unique skills and experiences, creating a potent cocktail of technical expertise and shared resentment. But this diversity also introduced its own set of internal tensions. Anya, the ethical hacker turned vigilante, often clashed with Marco, whose rebellious streak sometimes bordered on recklessness. David, ever the enigma, remained a detached observer, his motivations constantly questioned, even within the group. The friction between them wasn't always overt, it was subtle, lurking beneath the surface, a silent undercurrent threatening to destabilize the group. But it was this tension, this inherent instability, that made the syndicate so unpredictable and, ultimately, so dangerous. Luis, a master manipulator, expertly navigated these internal dynamics, using their differences to his advantage, skillfully leveraging their ambition and their resentments to maintain order and efficiency. He understood that the best way to control a group of brilliant but volatile individuals wasn't through iron-fisted leadership, but through clever manipulation of their individual desires and anxieties. Their communication was as clandestine as their operations. They utilized encrypted channels, employing multiple layers of security, their online interactions a complex dance of codes and protocols, designed to prevent detection. Luis, as the leader, remained elusive, a shadowy figure orchestrating their movements from afar. He didn't micromanage, he delegated tasks based on each member's unique skills, carefully orchestrating the symphony of their collective expertise. He was a digital puppeteer, pulling the strings from the shadows, ensuring the smooth execution of each operation. and maintaining the strict anonymity of his organization. Their targets evolved beyond the small-time extortion of individuals. They targeted corporate giants, manipulating stock prices, revealing hidden scandals, and subtly influencing elections. The power Lewis wielded was both intoxicating and terrifying. He was no longer just a hacker, he was a digital kingpin, manipulating the very fabric of society, all the while remaining cloaked in anonymity. The ethical lines continued to blur, the thrill of power intensified, clouding his judgment and pushing him further into the morally grey area he had always inhabited. Yet, with the expansion of his influence, the seeds of his own downfall were being sown. The very people he had empowered to fight the system he despised were starting to question their allegiance, their loyalty frayed by the ever-increasing risks they took. The hum of servers, the click-clack of keyboards, the almost imperceptible whir of cooling fans, these were the sounds of Lewis's Austin underground. It wasn't housed in some sprawling Hollywood-esque lair, but in a network of disparate locations, rented server spaces scattered across the city, anonymous co-working hubs, and even the occasional abandoned warehouse. Their physical presence was deliberately fragmented, a reflection of their digital existence. Their strength lay not in manpower, but in their technological superiority. Anya, with her background in cybersecurity, was the architect of their defensive infrastructure. She crafted a multi-layered security system that was a nightmare to penetrate. They utilized a mesh network, a decentralized system that made it virtually impossible to trace the source of their attacks. Each node in the network was encrypted and independently managed, acting as a self-contained unit, so that compromising one wouldn't expose the entire operation. They employed VPNs, Tor, and other anonymizing tools, hopping across multiple servers and IP addresses to mask their location and obfuscate their digital footprints. Anya constantly monitored their network, anticipating and deflecting potential attacks, a digital sentinel guarding their digital fortress. Marco, the coding virtuoso, was responsible for developing and deploying their offensive tools. He had a knack for creating custom malware that was both highly effective and exceptionally difficult to detect. He crafted sophisticated phishing campaigns that could target even the most security-conscious individuals. He created self-replicating worms that could infiltrate networks with ease, creating backdoors that allowed the team to gain access to sensitive data. He was a digital alchemist, transforming lines of code into weapons of mass digital disruption. His creations were elegant in their simplicity and devastating in their effectiveness. He wouldn't simply steal data, he would manipulate it, twisting information to their advantage. He could alter financial records, create false narratives, and even subtly influence the flow of information in real time. His creations were works of art, a testament to his coding prowess. David, the silent enigma, provided the analytical muscle. He was a master of data mining, capable of sifting through terabytes of information, identifying patterns and anomalies that others would miss. His skills were invaluable in identifying potential targets, anticipating their reactions, and predicting the ripple effects of their actions. He could track financial transactions, analyze social media trends, and even predict the behavior of individuals with frightening accuracy. He was the brains behind their intelligence gathering, the eyes and ears of the organization, providing crucial insights that allowed Lewis to make informed decisions and stay one step ahead of the game. He worked primarily from his secluded apartment, the glow of multiple monitors casting shadows on his pale face, a digital oracle in a self-imposed exile. Their technological prowess went beyond individual skills. It was a synergistic combination of their talents. They worked collaboratively, each member building upon the contributions of others. Anya's security protocols made their attacks virtually untraceable. Marco's malware allowed them to infiltrate systems undetected, and David's analysis provided the crucial intel to select their targets and execute their operations with precision. It was a perfect storm of digital genius, a force of nature that operated outside the bounds of conventional law enforcement. The ethical implications of their work were rarely discussed, yet always present. They justified their actions by targeting those they considered corrupt or unjust, those who had exploited the system for personal gain. They saw themselves as digital Robin Hoods, righting wrongs in a world where traditional justice had failed. They were modern-day vigilantes, operating in the shadows of the digital world, dispensing their own brand of justice. Yet, The lines between justice and vigilantism, between righteous anger and malicious intent, were becoming increasingly blurred. The thrill of their power was intoxicating. The ease with which they manipulated systems and individuals was both exhilarating and terrifying. Their methods were sophisticated, yet ruthless. They didn't just steal data, they manipulated it, twisting information to fit their narrative. They didn't just disrupt systems, they controlled them, pulling strings from the shadows, influencing events from afar. They were puppeteers in a world of digital marionettes, their control absolute, their power unchecked. The sophistication of their technology extended beyond the software they developed. They utilized cutting-edge hardware, employing high-speed servers and advanced encryption devices. Their communication was secured through quantum-resistant cryptography, making it virtually impossible for law enforcement to intercept their messages. They used dark web marketplaces to acquire sophisticated anonymity tools, their digital footsteps carefully obscured, their movements nearly impossible to track. They were masters of the digital underworld, blending into the shadows with ease, their existence as elusive as their leader, La Sombra. The sheer scale of their operations was astonishing. They had infiltrated networks belonging to multinational corporations, financial institutions, and even government agencies. The amount of data they had accumulated was staggering, a treasure trove of secrets and vulnerabilities. They used this data not just for extortion, but also for blackmail and manipulation, influencing elections, swaying public opinion, and quietly dismantling the careers of their enemies. The power they wielded was immense, capable of causing widespread chaos and destruction, yet they operated with a chilling efficiency, their movements precise and calculated, leaving few traces behind. However, this technological superiority came at a cost. The pressure of maintaining their anonymity and the constant threat of discovery took its toll. The lines between their personal and professional lives blurred. The digital world they inhabited began to seep into their waking lives, creating a constant sense of paranoia and unease. The weight of their secrets, the potential consequences of their actions, weighed heavily on each member of the team. Anya, despite her initial idealism, was growing increasingly disillusioned with the morally gray area they inhabited. Marco's recklessness was becoming a liability, his unpredictable actions threatening to expose their operation. David, ever the enigma, remained a detached observer, his motivations a source of constant speculation. Even Luis, the mastermind, began to question his own methods, his ambition increasingly at odds with the ethical cost of his actions. The cracks in their digital fortress were beginning to show, the weight of their collective power threatening to crush them. Their technological superiority, while providing immense power, was also a source of immense vulnerability. Their sophisticated tools and techniques were a double-edged sword, capable of both incredible feats and catastrophic failures. The illusion of control, so carefully crafted, was beginning to unravel. The air in Anya's apartment crackled with a nervous energy, a stark contrast to the usual calm efficiency that permeated their operations. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of her keyboard usually signified progress, a steady march toward their next objective. Tonight, however, the sound was frantic, punctuated by sharp intakes of breath and muttered curses. A small, almost imperceptible glitch in their latest operation, a delayed transaction, a fraction of a second out of sync, had exposed a vulnerability in their meticulously crafted security system. It was a hairline fracture, a barely perceptible crack in the seemingly impenetrable fortress they had built. The initial panic subsided into a grim determination. This wasn't a simple bug, it was a sign that someone, somewhere, was probing their defenses. The question wasn't if they were compromised, but how deeply. The team convened in the dead of night, their faces illuminated by the harsh glow of computer screens. The usual camaraderie was replaced by a palpable tension, each member acutely aware of the stakes. The slightest misstep could unravel their entire operation, expose their identities, and potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. David, usually the calm, analytical observer, was visibly agitated. His usually pale face was even more gaunt, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion and worry. He had spent the last several hours poring over the logs, tracing the anomaly back to its source. His analysis was methodical, precise, painting a grim picture. The intrusion wasn't a random event. It was targeted, sophisticated, the work of someone who understood their system intimately. They weren't dealing with a script kiddie or a casual hacker. This was a professional, someone with the skills and resources to dismantle their operation piece by piece. It wasn't a random exploit, David finally announced, his voice tight with concern. Someone deliberately triggered the delay. They knew exactly where to strike, when to strike. This wasn't accidental. A palpable silence fell over the room. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, each member processing the implications. Marco, ever the brash one, leaned forward, his fingers drumming a restless rhythm on the desk. "So, we've got a mole? One of us is leaking?" he asked, suspicion lacing his voice. The accusation hung in the air, heavy with unspoken distrust. The suggestion of a traitor within their ranks was a dangerous game, potentially tearing apart the fragile alliances that held their operation together. Anya, though shaken by the vulnerability, quickly dismissed the possibility. "It's too sophisticated for an inside job," she argued. "The attacker knew exactly how our systems interacted. It's more likely someone outside the group managed to breach our defenses." The debate raged on, a furious storm of speculation and counter-arguments. Each member defended their own methods, their own code, their own actions, scrutinizing every line of code, every digital footprint, every interaction. The atmosphere was thick with suspicion, the air crackling with accusations and counter-accusations. Trust, the bedrock of their operation, was eroding rapidly. Luis, observing the escalating tension from his own secure location, intervened. His voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of steely resolve. "Enough," he commanded, his words cutting through the chaos. "We need to focus on damage control. David, what's the extent of the breach?" David, recovering his composure, laid out the facts. The intruder had gained access to a limited amount of data, mostly peripheral information. They hadn't compromised their core systems, not yet, but the breach was a serious warning, a chilling reminder of their vulnerability. The intruder had demonstrated a frightening level of skill, a deep understanding of their infrastructure, a knowledge that bordered on the uncanny. The immediate threat was addressed. Anya, with her expertise in cybersecurity, implemented new countermeasures, tightening the security protocols, strengthening their defenses. They patched the vulnerabilities, refined their encryption, and implemented more rigorous access controls. The entire network underwent a thorough audit, a digital autopsy to determine the extent of the intrusion and identify any lingering weaknesses. However, the anxiety lingered. The near miss with exposure had shaken their confidence, raising doubts about the invulnerability they had previously taken for granted. The pressure was immense, the weight of their secrets heavy on their shoulders. The incident served as a stark reminder that their digital kingdom, built on layers of sophistication and secrecy, was far from invincible. A single crack, however small, could lead to a catastrophic collapse. The incident also brought a chilling realization. Their technological prowess, their mastery of the digital world, had become both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. The sophistication of their operation, the complexity of their tools, created vulnerabilities that were both difficult to detect and extremely dangerous to exploit. The very tools that allowed them to control and manipulate the world around them also made them vulnerable to those with similar, or even greater skills. The implications went beyond their immediate operation. The near miss with law enforcement highlighted the precarious position they occupied, operating in a legal gray area where the boundaries between justice and crime blurred. Their actions, once justified by their noble intentions, now felt increasingly reckless, the potential consequences far outweighing the perceived benefits. The intoxicating thrill of their power was now tinged with a deep sense of unease, a chilling premonition of impending danger. The incident wasn't just a technical setback, it was a moral reckoning. The weight of their actions, the potential for harm, began to gnaw at the conscience of each member. The cracks in their digital fortress were also reflecting cracks in their moral foundation, exposing the vulnerabilities of their chosen path. The lines between right and wrong, between ambition and consequence, were becoming increasingly blurred. The future of their operation, and perhaps their lives, hung precariously in the balance. The Austin Underground, once seemingly invincible, now felt vulnerable, exposed, on the precipice of a fall. The hunt for the person who had almost uncovered their secret operations was now a top priority. But more importantly, a deeper question lingered. How much longer could they maintain the illusion of control? The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the worn wooden floor of Carmen's small apartment. Outside, the vibrant, chaotic energy of Austin pulsed, a stark contrast to the quiet sanctuary she had created within these four walls. The scent of incense, a familiar comfort, hung heavy in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly brewed café de olla. She held the chipped ceramic mug in her hands, the warmth a small solace against the growing chill that settled in her heart. Her son, Luis, was a constant prayer on her lips, a silent plea whispered into the night. Days blurred into weeks, each sunrise bringing with it a renewed wave of anxiety. The news, usually a distant hum, now felt like a constant threat, each headline a potential harbinger of doom. Every unfamiliar car parked down the street, every late-night phone call, sent a jolt of fear through her. She lived with a constant, low-level hum of dread, a persistent undercurrent beneath the surface of her daily routine. The vibrant tapestry of her faith, once a vibrant source of strength and comfort, was now frayed at the edges, tested by the relentless weight of her fear. Her faith, however, remained her anchor, a steadfast beacon in the storm of uncertainty. She had grown up in a small village nestled in the foothills of the Sierra Madre, a place where faith wasn't just a belief, it was the very fabric of life, woven into every aspect of their existence. The church had been the heart of their community, a place of solace, celebration, and strength. The rhythms of the Catholic calendar, the comforting rituals, the unwavering support of her community, these had been her foundation, her bedrock. And now, far from the familiar comfort of her village, it was that same faith that sustained her. She found solace in the simple acts of devotion. The morning prayers whispered as the sun rose, the evening rosaries recited as the stars emerged, the quiet moments spent in contemplation, seeking guidance and strength. The church, a small, unassuming building nestled amongst the bustling modernity of Austin, became her refuge, a sanctuary where she could shed the weight of her worries and find peace. The rhythmic chanting of the Mass, the shared communion, the comforting presence of her fellow parishioners, these rituals were more than just religious practices, they were a lifeline, a connection to something larger than herself, something immutable and enduring. Her prayers, however, were not merely rote repetitions. They were fervent pleas, heartfelt supplications to a God she believed in with unwavering faith. She prayed for Luis, for his safety, for his redemption, for the guidance to steer him away from the darkness that seemed to be consuming him. She prayed for forgiveness for his sins, for the strength to withstand temptation, and for the grace to find his way back to the light. Her prayers were infused with a mother's love, a fierce protectiveness that transcended the boundaries of space and time. But her prayers weren't just focused on Luis. She also prayed for those who were caught in the web of her son's actions, the victims of his schemes, the people whose lives had been affected, directly or indirectly, by Luis's digital empire. She prayed for their healing, for their recovery, for their forgiveness, recognizing that her son's actions had rippled outwards, leaving a trail of pain and suffering in their wake. Her faith taught her compassion, empathy, and the importance of seeking redemption for everyone involved. She didn't seek to justify Luis's actions, but to understand the forces that had led him down this path, to pray for his transformation, and to alleviate the suffering he caused. Sometimes, doubt crept in, like a persistent shadow clinging to the edges of her faith. The enormity of Luis's actions, the potential consequences, the sheer scale of his digital empire, these things threatened to overwhelm her. She wrestled with the questions that gnawed at her conscience. Had she failed as a mother? Had her prayers been insufficient? Had her faith been misplaced? The weight of these doubts pressed down on her, testing the limits of her endurance. But in those moments of doubt, she found strength in the community of her faith. She confided in her priest, Father Miguel, a kind and compassionate man who listened patiently to her fears and offered words of comfort and guidance. He reminded her of the boundless nature of God's love and mercy, the power of redemption, the unwavering strength of faith in the face of adversity. He encouraged her to continue praying, to trust in God's plan, to believe in the power of hope, even in the darkest of times. His words were like balm to her wounded soul, soothing the anxieties and reassuring her that she was not alone in her struggle. She also found solace in the quiet support of her fellow parishioners. The women's group at the church provided a haven, a space where she could share her burdens and find comfort in the shared experiences of others. They listened without judgment, offering words of encouragement and practical assistance. Their shared faith created a bond, a sense of community that strengthened her resolve and reaffirmed her belief in the power of prayer and the unwavering support of faith. The struggles of her daily life didn't diminish her faith, instead, they deepened it. The trials she faced, the uncertainties she navigated, the fears she conquered, these experiences served to strengthen her resolve, to refine her faith, to deepen her understanding of the complexities of both faith and the human condition. Her faith wasn't a passive acceptance of fate, it was an active engagement with life, a constant striving to do good, to seek justice, to offer forgiveness, to spread love and compassion. It was a battle fought on her knees, a constant conversation with God, a relentless pursuit of hope, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Her journey was one of testing, but also one of profound growth. The wavering candle flame in her small apartment mirrored the wavering strength of her faith. Yet just as the flame persisted, so did her unwavering belief in God's love and the eventual redemption of her Son. The unwavering strength of her faith was a testament to the enduring power of spirituality amidst the chaos of the digital age. The clash between the cold, calculating world of her son's cyber empire and her quiet, unwavering faith formed the heart of her struggle, a struggle that would ultimately shape not only her destiny but the fate of her son as well. The prayers continued, a silent, powerful force against the darkness that threatened to consume them both. The hum of servers in Luis's clandestine server room was a constant, almost comforting backdrop to his increasingly complex operations. Extortion had been the initial foray, a relatively straightforward way to leverage his hacking skills for profit. But the thrill of the game, the intoxicating power of manipulating the digital world, had quickly escalated. He'd moved beyond targeting individual fat cats, their petty grievances and inflated egos. Now, his sights were set on something far more ambitious, far more lucrative, and far more dangerous: the manipulation of the stock market. His team, a ragtag bunch of disillusioned programmers and disgruntled techies, were initially hesitant. The risks were exponentially higher, the potential consequences far more severe. But Luis, with his mesmerizing blend of charisma and ruthlessness, had convinced them. He painted a picture of untold riches, of a digital empire that would dwarf anything they had ever imagined. He spoke of disrupting the established order, of leveling the playing field, of seizing control of the very systems that had marginalized them. He played on their resentment, their sense of injustice, their thirst for power. Their first foray into market manipulation was subtle, almost imperceptible. A carefully orchestrated series of coded messages, planted within seemingly innocuous online forums, sent ripples through the financial world. A strategically timed leak of insider information, masked within a torrent of irrelevant data, triggered a minor stock surge. The profits, though modest in the grand scheme of things, were enough to whet their appetites. The taste of power was intoxicating. Success bred confidence, and with confidence came ambition. Their subsequent operations became bolder, more audacious, more complex. They developed sophisticated algorithms capable of predicting market fluctuations with alarming accuracy. They exploited loopholes in security systems, infiltrating databases, manipulating data streams. They moved vast sums of money through a network of offshore accounts, leaving behind a trail of encrypted messages and untraceable transactions. Luis, the maestro, orchestrated it all, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, his mind racing ahead, always several steps ahead of the authorities, always one step ahead of his rivals. Their operations weren't just about financial gain. Luis was building something larger, something more insidious. He was accumulating information, valuable data, secrets whispered behind closed doors, details that held the power to topple empires. He was creating a digital blackmail archive, a treasure trove of sensitive information that gave him leverage over the city's elite, over powerful corporations, even over government officials. This expansion, however, attracted unwanted attention. The whispers in the dark corners of the Austin tech scene grew louder. Rival hackers, sensing a lucrative opportunity, began to investigate, to probe, to sniff out Luis's operations. One particularly skilled and ruthless adversary, calling himself Ghost, emerged as a significant threat. Ghost's methods were just as sophisticated as Luis's. his knowledge of the city's underbelly just as extensive. The game had become a high-stakes chess match, where the stakes were not just money, but freedom, and potentially lives. The competition wasn't limited to just the tech underworld. The cartel from Monterrey, the organization Luis had fled from, hadn't forgotten him. Their long tentacles reached out, subtly probing for any sign of his activities. They weren't interested in his money. They were interested in retrieving the data he'd stolen, data that could expose their entire operation, unravel years of carefully constructed criminal enterprise. The threat was real, immediate, and deadly. The expansion of Luis's influence also had unintended consequences. He had underestimated the ripple effect of his actions. The small-time extortions of the initial phase had caused individual suffering, but the manipulation of the stock market impacted thousands, even tens of thousands of people. The victims of his schemes ranged from blue-collar workers who lost their retirement savings to wealthy investors who saw their portfolios decimated. The ethical considerations, once a blurry line he'd easily crossed, now weighed heavily on him, though he still wouldn't admit it. The pressure mounted, the constant threat of exposure, the relentless pursuit by Ghost, the ever-present shadow of the cartel, all of this took its toll. Luis found himself increasingly isolated, surrounded by a team he barely trusted, burdened by a secret that threatened to consume him. The lines between right and wrong, between friend and foe, blurred further. His nights were filled with restless sleep, his days spent in a frenzy of activity, constantly looking over his shoulder, constantly anticipating the next move. The vibrant nightlife of Austin, once a source of excitement and energy, now seemed like a dangerous facade, concealing a web of intrigue and betrayal. Carmen, unaware of the full extent of Luis's activities, sensed his growing unease through their infrequent phone calls. Her prayers became more fervent, more desperate, her faith stretched to its limits. The comforting rituals of her church, once a refuge, now felt inadequate in the face of the looming threat. She struggled to reconcile her son's actions with the devout Catholic upbringing she had given him, wrestling with the conflict between her unwavering faith and the harsh realities of her son's life. She started receiving cryptic messages, veiled threats that alluded to the danger her son was in, and to her own peril. The quiet sanctuary of her apartment no longer felt safe, the familiar comforts now tinged with an undercurrent of fear. The escalating stakes threatened to pull Luis and Carmen into a maelstrom of violence and betrayal. Their lives, once separate but connected by an unbreakable bond, now intertwined in a dangerous dance with fate. The vibrant backdrop of Austin's tech scene and the serene quietude of its churches were merely a stage for a dramatic confrontation that was building, an explosive climax waiting to unleash its devastating consequences. Luis's carefully constructed digital empire, built on deception and manipulation, was about to face its reckoning, and Carmen's unwavering faith, her only anchor in this storm, would be tested like never before. The clash between technology and faith, between ambition and consequence, was about to reach a breaking point, forcing Luis to confront the very foundations of his life and the choices that had led him to this precipice. The weight of his actions pressed down on him, threatening to crush him beneath the weight of his own making. The city of Austin, with its gleaming towers and bustling streets, was merely a backdrop to a battle for survival, a battle fought not just in the digital realm, but in the very heart of a mother's love and the enduring power of faith. Chapter 3. Shadows of the Past. The flickering cursor on Ghost's screen mirrored the uneasy rhythm of his heart. He wasn't driven by greed, not in the same way as Luis. Ghost, whose real name was Elias Thorne, was a former colleague of Luis's, a man discarded and humiliated by Luis's ruthless ascent. Elias had witnessed Luis's transformation firsthand, the slow, insidious creep of ambition twisting his friend into a ruthless predator. He had once admired Luis's brilliance, his almost supernatural ability to navigate the digital labyrinth. Now, he felt a burning sense of betrayal, a simmering resentment that fueled his every keystroke. Elias wasn't just targeting Luis's financial empire. He aimed to dismantle it brick by digital brick, exposing the man behind the mask, revealing La Sombra's true identity to the world. This wasn't about profit, it was about justice, about retribution, about reclaiming the integrity he believed Luis had stolen. His methods were as sophisticated as Luis's, mirroring his rival's precision but imbued with a cold, calculated fury. Elias spent weeks meticulously tracing the digital footprints Lewis had left behind, patiently piecing together the fragments of a complex puzzle, sifting through layers of encryption and obfuscation, like an archaeologist carefully unearthing ancient artifacts. His investigation led him through a treacherous maze of encrypted messages, hidden servers, and shell corporations. He unearthed evidence of Luis's extortion rackets, the stock market manipulations, the creation of the digital blackmail archive. Every piece of data he uncovered fueled his rage, deepening his resolve to expose Luis. Elias knew that going after Luis directly was a fool's errand. Luis was a ghost in the machine, a phantom operating in the shadows of the digital world. Instead, Elias decided to adopt a more subtle, more insidious approach. He would go after Luis's weakness, the one chink in his seemingly impenetrable armor, his mother, Carmen. Elias knew nothing about Carmen beyond her name, a detail Luis had carelessly dropped during a drunken conversation years ago. But that name, a simple thread, was enough to unravel a larger tapestry. Through painstaking research, Elias uncovered Carmen's address, her church affiliations, her daily routine. He learned about her unwavering faith, her quiet life, the stark contrast to the chaotic world inhabited by her son. He saw in her a vulnerability, a fragility, something Luis cared deeply about. Exploiting that would be far more effective than any direct confrontation. His first move was a subtle one. He planted a series of increasingly menacing anonymous messages on Carmen's social media accounts, cryptic warnings that alluded to Luis's illegal activities without explicitly revealing his identity. These messages were carefully worded, designed to unsettle Carmen without alerting Luis. They hinted at impending danger, at the possibility of dire consequences if Luis continued his reign of terror. The next stage of Elias's plan was more aggressive. He infiltrated the security systems of Carmen's apartment building, subtly manipulating the security cameras to record seemingly innocuous events. He then created a deepfake video of Luis confessing his crimes, skillfully layering the fake footage with snippets of real security footage, creating a realistic but fabricated scene of Luis's activities. This video, designed to be devastatingly convincing, was carefully uploaded to a discreet, encrypted server accessible only to Carmen. The goal was not to blackmail Carmen, but to create a chilling sense of fear, to make her question her son's actions, to plant the seeds of doubt and worry in her heart. Elias wanted Carmen to understand the gravity of Luis's situation, to push her to persuade her son to stop before it was too late. He hoped the threat to her own safety would be enough to force Luis to surrender. He knew he was playing a dangerous game, manipulating people's fears and anxieties, but his sense of righteous indignation justified his actions. He saw himself as a digital vigilante, a guardian angel of the digital world, protecting the innocent from the predatory acts of those like Luis. As he watched the carefully constructed deepfake video, a chilling sense of satisfaction washed over Elias. He knew that if Luis didn't act, this could trigger a chain reaction, leading to a dangerous confrontation between the cartel, the authorities, and Luis himself. He had no illusions about the moral ambiguity of his actions, but he justified it by telling himself that Luis had left him with no other choice. This was his redemption, his opportunity to right the wrongs of the past, to expose the dark underbelly of Luis's digital empire and reclaim the balance, however cruelly. Meanwhile, Luis remained blissfully unaware of the threat lurking in the shadows, his focus consumed by the challenges of his expanding empire and the growing tensions within his team. He was constantly looking over his shoulder, anticipating a confrontation with the cartel or a raid by the authorities, but he had underestimated Elias, the quiet, meticulous hacker, who was patiently weaving a web of deception that threatened to ensnare him and everyone he cared about. The game was far from over, and the stakes were higher than ever before. The shadows of the past were lengthening, casting their menacing pall over Luis's future. The digital world, once his sanctuary, was transforming into a hunting ground, and he was becoming the prey. The subtle changes in Carmen's behavior were the first indicators for Luis that something was amiss. Their phone calls became shorter, fraught with an undercurrent of anxiety. Her usual cheerful voice now carried a note of trepidation, her words hesitant and filled with a growing sense of foreboding. He tried to attribute it to the normal stresses of life, but a nagging unease settled in his gut. He hadn't considered the possibility of a rival hacker targeting his mother. He had only focused on the more immediate threats, the cartel and the authorities. The possibility that someone would use Carmen against him had never crossed his mind, blindsided by his own hubris. The cryptic messages started arriving, delivered in the form of encrypted emails, each more menacing than the last. They contained veiled threats, subtle allusions to his past actions, and vague warnings about the impending danger. He struggled to decipher the meaning. Caught in a web of uncertainty, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him, someone who understood his weaknesses, someone who knew his past. He initially dismissed them as pranks, desperate attempts from disgruntled rivals. But then came the video. The deepfake, flawlessly executed, sent a cold wave of dread through him. He watched as his digital double confessed to crimes he had actually committed, his own words, twisted and manipulated, serving as a damning confession. It was a masterpiece of technological manipulation, a chilling reminder of his own vulnerability. It was a strategic attack directed at the one person he cared for most. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. Elias Thorne was not just a rival hacker, he was a skilled adversary, capable of orchestrating sophisticated attacks that could devastate his life. The weight of his actions crashed down upon him. He was no longer playing a game. He was playing for his mother's life. The digital empire he had painstakingly built, the carefully constructed walls of his anonymity, were crumbling. The city of Austin, once a refuge, now felt like a trap, its bustling streets echoing with the sound of approaching footsteps. The vibrant tech scene, once a source of inspiration and excitement, now seemed like a treacherous labyrinth, full of hidden dangers and lurking enemies. The illusion of control he had carefully cultivated was shattering. He knew he had to act fast, not just to protect himself but to safeguard Carmen. He would have to dismantle his digital empire, sacrificing everything he had worked so hard to achieve. He had to confront not only his rivals but also the consequences of his own actions, the moral compromises he had made. His carefully constructed world, built on lies and deception, was unraveling. The only thing he could hold on to was the fading memory of a simpler life, a life before the digital shadows consumed him. The weight of his past, the relentless pursuit of his enemies, and the fear for his mother's safety pushed him to a breaking point. The game was over, and the final move was his. The scent of copal incense, thick and cloying, still clung to his memory, a phantom smell superimposed on the sterile air of his Austin apartment. He could almost feel the rough texture of the worn wooden pews beneath him, the hushed reverence of the congregation a stark contrast to the cacophony of the digital world he now inhabited. It was in that church, the Iglesia de Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, nestled in the heart of Monterrey, that the first seeds of his rebellion were sown, a rebellion that would ultimately lead him down this dangerous path. He was 10 years old, small for his age, easily lost in the folds of his mother's embroidered shawl. The church, a sanctuary in the chaotic city, was his refuge, a place where he felt safe, protected by the watchful eyes of the saints depicted on the walls. But that sense of security shattered one sweltering afternoon, an afternoon etched into his memory with the searing clarity of a brand. He remembered the heat, the oppressive humidity that clung to the skin like a second layer. He remembered the vibrant colors of the mercado, the cacophony of sounds, the haggling vendors, the braying donkeys, the insistent calls of street hawkers, all fading into a muffled roar as he entered the cool sanctuary of the church. He remembered the whispered prayers, the rhythmic chanting of the litany, the comforting scent of incense. He was engrossed in a worn wooden rosary, tracing the tiny beads with his fingers, when it happened. The sounds of shouting cut through the hushed reverence, a frantic scramble, the terrified cries of women, the shouts of men. It was all a chaotic blur at first. Then he saw them, men in dark suits, their faces obscured by shadows, their movements swift and brutal. They moved with a practiced efficiency, a chilling calm that sent a shiver down his young spine. They weren't there for confession. Their intent was far more sinister. They weren't interested in the holy relics or the sacred objects. Their target was his father, Don Ricardo Duran, a respected architect known for his integrity and his unwavering commitment to social justice. Don Ricardo had made enemies with the wrong people, powerful figures within the cartel, men who ruled Monterrey with an iron fist and an even more ironclad sense of impunity. He saw his father, usually so composed and confident, dragged away, his protests muffled by the rough hands that clamped around his mouth. The sight of his father's face, contorted in fear and desperation, was a terrifying tableau burned into his young mind. His mother's screams echoed in the cavernous space of the church, a desperate, heart-wrenching wail that pierced through the stunned silence. The image of his mother's face, white and drawn, etched with an anguish that transcended pain, haunted him. The men didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their actions spoke volumes, a brutal testament to the raw power they wielded. They vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind a trail of terror and despair, a gaping hole in the fabric of Luis's innocent world. The days that followed were a blur of fear and uncertainty. The police were useless, their investigations stymied by the pervasive influence of the cartel. The church, once a sanctuary, became a symbol of his helplessness. His mother's faith, once a source of comfort, seemed to crumble before his very eyes. Her unwavering devotion, the bedrock of their family, was tested to its breaking point. She clung to her rosary beads, praying for her husband's safe return, her prayers a desperate plea against the vast, indifferent universe. He didn't know what happened to his father. The authorities never officially confirmed his death, but his absence was a constant, aching presence. The whispers followed, filling the void left behind, suggesting a swift and brutal end, an execution carried out by ruthless hands. The silence was deafening, heavier than any explicit confirmation. The fear that consumed his family wasn't just for his father's physical safety, it was a primal fear of the cartel's power, the pervasive reach of their influence, and their ability to destroy lives with impunity. They were not just criminals, they were the architects of fear, the silent puppeteers controlling the very fabric of their society. Luis learned quickly that trust was a luxury they couldn't afford. His mother's grief was a silent, consuming force that permeated their small apartment. The vibrant colors and laughter that had once filled their home were replaced by a palpable sense of loss and the ever-present shadow of fear. Yet, in the midst of despair, his mother's faith, although shaken, remained a powerful force. It became a source of both solace and strength. Her devotion to her faith provided a counterpoint to the despair, a shield against the crushing weight of their situation. But for Luis, the church had lost its innocence. It was a place where he had witnessed the brutal intrusion of violence into the sanctuary of faith. His fascination with computers started innocently, a way to escape the oppressive reality of his life. The digital world was a refuge, a place where he could build and create, where he could exert some semblance of control in a world where everything seemed to be slipping away. He found solace in the intricate algorithms, the clean lines of code, the logical precision that contrasted sharply with the chaos that ruled his real life. It was a world of order, predictability, and power, a stark contrast to the unpredictable violence that had shattered his world. His escape into the digital world wasn't a simple diversion. It was a form of rebellion, a silent act of defiance against the injustice he had witnessed. He saw technology not as a tool for connection, but as a weapon, a means of striking back at the forces that had robbed him of his father, his sense of security, and his innocence. The code became his shield, his weapon, his rebellion. It was a means of reclaiming some control in a world where he felt powerless. His skill with computers grew exponentially, driven not by greed or ambition but by a deep-seated need for retribution, a burning desire to expose the corruption and violence that reigned supreme in Monterrey. His coding became not just a skill but a relentless quest for justice. He saw the digital world as a battleground, and he was determined to fight back. The trauma he had experienced shaped his choices, transforming him from a scared boy into a formidable force. The shadows of his past propelled him forward, fueling his ambition and shaping the man he would become. La Sombra, the digital ghost of Monterrey. The hum of his server rack was a constant, low thrum in the background, a counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. He'd built his empire on stolen data, on exploiting vulnerabilities, on the quiet manipulation of power. But the sleek lines of code, once a source of comfort and control, now felt like shackles, binding him to a life he wasn't sure he wanted anymore. He ran a hand through his hair, the exhaustion etched deep into his features. The adrenaline that usually fueled his late nights had faded, leaving behind a gnawing emptiness. The thrill of the chase, the satisfaction of outsmarting his opponents, had dulled. The victory felt hollow, tasting like ash in his mouth. His apartment, a testament to his newfound wealth, minimalist design, high-end technology, panoramic views of the Austin skyline, felt cold, isolating. It was a far cry from the warmth and chaos of his childhood home in Monterrey, a stark contrast to the comforting scent of copal incense that still clung to his memories. He found himself staring out the window, the glittering city lights blurring into an indistinguishable mass, mirroring the confusion within him. The weight of his actions pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating. He justified his actions, telling himself it was about justice, about retribution for his father's disappearance. He'd painted himself as a digital Robin Hood, stealing from the corrupt elite to redistribute wealth, albeit to himself. But the truth was more complex, far less heroic. He'd become what he'd sworn to destroy: a manipulator, a thief, a criminal. The faces of his victims flickered in his mind's eye: the smug CEO, the arrogant politician, the callous businessman. They were all powerful, influential, and utterly deserving of punishment, he'd convinced himself, but their suffering didn't bring him satisfaction. It only amplified his own guilt. The act of retribution, the initial rush of adrenaline, was fleeting. What remained was a cold, hard reality of his actions. He wasn't a hero, he was a criminal, and his crimes were far-reaching. His mother's unwavering faith, the unshakable bedrock of his childhood, was another weight upon his conscience. He pictured her, her face etched with worry in his memory. He hadn't told her about his life in Austin, about his rise as La Sombra. The lies he told her were a betrayal, compounding his guilt. He knew she would be horrified, her faith shaken even further by her knowledge of his actions, his descent into this morally grey area. The thought of her disappointment cut him deeper than any blade. His success in Austin's tech world came with a different kind of prejudice. He was an outsider, a Mexican in a city that, despite its reputation for diversity, was still deeply divided. He'd encountered subtle racism, the side-eyed glances, the patronizing smiles, the assumption that his success was due to luck rather than skill. He'd initially found ways to use this discrimination to his advantage, leveraging his outsider status to infiltrate and exploit the vulnerabilities of the system. The prejudices he faced amplified his distrust and further fueled his actions. But now, the success felt tainted. The money, the power, the recognition, it all felt hollow, a grotesque parody of a life he'd never truly wanted. He'd envisioned a future where he could use his skills to right wrongs, to fight for justice. Instead, he'd become a tool of injustice. He was haunted not just by the ghosts of his past but by the shadows of his present, the faces of those he had wronged, the fear in his mother's eyes, and the ever-present threat of discovery, weighed heavily on his conscience. His life felt like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. He thought of the church, the Iglesia de Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, the place where his father was taken. He remembered the scent of copal incense, the hushed whispers of prayer, and the brutal silence that followed his father's abduction. The images still haunted him. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd built his empire in the digital world, a world of anonymity and illusion. But in this sterile, technological haven, he felt more exposed than ever before. The walls of his apartment seemed to shrink, closing in on him, mirroring the confinement of his own guilt. His meticulously crafted digital fortress, once a source of strength, now felt like a prison. His skills, honed to a razor's edge, were now a double-edged sword. They had brought him power and wealth but also condemnation and isolation. The mastery of the digital world he'd sought was ultimately a false promise of control. The anonymity of his digital existence had become a cage. Sleep offered no escape. His dreams were a chaotic blend of code and violence, of his father's terrified face and the cold, calculating gaze of his digital adversaries. He woke up drenched in sweat, his heart pounding, his mind racing. The line between reality and nightmare was blurring. His meticulously constructed digital empire, his carefully guarded anonymity, was unraveling. The guilt gnawed at him, a relentless, insidious parasite feeding on his soul. He tried to drown it in work, in the intoxicating rush of hacking, in the satisfaction of manipulating data, but it always returned, more potent, more persistent, and more insistent. His attempts to suppress his feelings only amplified the internal conflict, creating a chasm between the man he was and the man he wanted to be. He knew he couldn't continue like this. The double life was unsustainable. The moral cost was too high. But what could he do? Could he walk away? Could he dismantle his empire, expose himself, and risk facing the consequences of his actions? The weight of his decisions pressed down on him, suffocating him. His thoughts drifted back to his mother. Her unwavering faith, her unwavering love, and her steadfast belief in the power of prayer were now the only anchors holding him back from completely unraveling. Her strengthened belief in the face of immense adversity reminded him of the value of faith and the need to confront his past. He had to find a way to reconcile his past, his actions, and the values instilled in him since childhood. The path forward wasn't clear. The road ahead was paved with uncertainty and danger. Yet, the unwavering faith of his mother and the memories of his father pushed him forward, propelling him toward a reckoning that was long overdue. His internal conflict was a battle for his very soul, a struggle to reconcile the darkness he had embraced with the light that still flickered within him. The question now was, could he find a way to bring light back into his life? The crackling static on the phone line mirrored the storm brewing inside Carmen. Luis's voice, usually crisp and controlled, was strained, almost brittle. She heard the undercurrent of exhaustion, the tremor of fear masked by his usual bravado. He hadn't called in weeks, a silence that had stretched into a chasm of worry, widening with each passing day. She'd prayed ceaselessly, her rosaries worn smooth from the constant turning of her beads, her faith the flickering candle in the encroaching darkness. "Mijo," she said, her voice thick with unshed tears, "please, come home." The silence on the other end was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of what she assumed was his city, a city so far removed from the sun-drenched streets of Monterrey, from the scent of copal and the comforting rhythm of the church bells, a city she knew nothing about, a city that held her son captive in a way that no physical chains ever could. "Mama." Luis's voice finally broke through, laced with a weariness that chilled her to the bone. "I can't." "Can't? Mijo? What is it? What have you gotten yourself into?" Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the backdrop of her quiet prayer room. The scent of copal incense, usually a comfort, felt thin, almost inadequate against the weight of her fear. "It's complicated," he mumbled, his words like pebbles tumbling down a steep incline. "I'm doing things you wouldn't understand." "I understand you, Luis. I understand you better than anyone. I understand the anger, the frustration. But this isn't the way. There are other paths that don't lead to this darkness." "I'm making a difference, Mama," he insisted, his tone hardening. "I'm fighting for justice, for those who can't fight for themselves." The familiar justifications, the carefully constructed arguments, echoed in her ears, but they rang hollow, their false ring unmistakable. "Justice isn't found in stealing, Mijo. Justice isn't found in hurting others." Her voice cracked, the carefully constructed composure breaking under the weight of her desperation. "This isn't the way of God, Luis. This isn't the path he intended for you." His silence was heavy, laden with guilt and uncertainty. She could almost see him, hunched over his computer screens, the glow of the monitors illuminating his haunted features. The image stung her, a painful reminder of the son she'd raised, a son whose future she feared was consumed by shadows. "I'm rich now, Mama. I have everything you ever wanted for me. I don't want riches built on lies, Mijo," she responded with a firmness that surprised even herself. "I want my son. I want you to come home. I want you safe." She recounted the stories of saints, of those who had faced temptation and emerged victorious through faith. She spoke of the power of forgiveness, of redemption, of the boundless love of God. Her words were a lifeline, cast into the turbulent waters of her son's dark world. She pleaded with him to embrace the power of God's grace, to surrender his illicit empire, and to turn his considerable talents toward a life of purpose and faith. He listened, initially defensive, but slowly the hard edges of his voice softened. She could hear the faintest cracks in his armor, the first stirrings of doubt in his carefully constructed facade. She painted vivid pictures of their life in Monterrey, the bustling marketplace, the laughter of children, the comforting presence of family. She painted images of him, a devout young man, actively participating in church, his future shining bright under the compassionate gaze of God. Memories of simpler times, times when faith was the only guiding light, and technology held no sway. "Remember the church, Louis?" she asked, her voice trembling with emotion. "Remember the smell of copal, the songs, the strength we found together in prayer?" He remained silent for a long moment, the silence heavy with unspoken words and long-held regrets. The images stirred in his memory. The majestic church with its intricate carvings and colorful stained glass windows, the devout faces of the congregation, illuminated by the soft candlelight, and his own youthful aspirations, the powerful sermons that resonated within him, promising a world where faith reigned supreme. "I remember," he whispered, the words barely audible above the hum of the city. "Then come back, mijo," she urged, her voice filled with a hope that felt both fragile and powerful. "Come back to us, come back to God." He didn't promise anything concrete, but the steely resolve she'd felt earlier in his voice had softened. The fear in his tone was more apparent, and the familiar bravado was replaced with a vulnerability that pierced her heart. She knew this wouldn't be easy. This would be a long journey of repentance, self-reflection, and unwavering faith. She understood the depths of his descent into this dangerous life, the complex web of deceit he'd woven around himself. It was a web woven with skill and cunning, a web designed to shield him from the consequences of his actions, a web that had become both his prison and his sanctuary. His silence stretched on, then the faint sound of a sob. Carmen held her breath, her own emotions overwhelming her. A wave of relief washed over her, a small beacon of hope in the daunting darkness. She knew he was battling demons, both within and without, but this time, the crack in his armor wasn't a sign of his breaking, but a sign of his beginning. The beginning of his arduous journey back to himself, back to his family, and most importantly, back to God. She continued to pray, her faith as a shield against the uncertainties of the future, her love a lifeline extending across the miles and the chasm of Luis's troubled life. The conversation had ended, but the battle for his soul was far from over. The next few days were agonizing, a period of intense waiting and unwavering prayer. Carmen clung to her faith, the unwavering strength of her devotion providing a lifeline in the face of uncertainty. The stories of saints and martyrs filled her mind, examples of unwavering faith in the face of immense adversity, reminders of God's boundless capacity for forgiveness and redemption. She lit countless candles, each flame a testament to her faith and hope. The scent of copal incense filled her prayer room, a fragrant counterpoint to her mounting anxiety. The memories of her husband, Luis's father, flooded her thoughts, stirring both grief and determination. The violent abduction, the agonizing uncertainty, the void left behind in their lives. But his absence had only strengthened her faith, not broken it. She found solace in prayer, drawing strength from the unwavering belief in divine justice and mercy. The memories were painful, but they fueled her resolve to save her son from a similar fate. The pain of loss had refined her faith, making her prayers all the more fervent and heartfelt. She would not lose another son to the darkness. She received no further calls from Luis, but she held on to a faint spark of hope. The crack in his voice, the soft sobs she'd heard, resonated within her, echoing the silent pleas of her heart. She felt an unspoken promise in the air, a silent pact of a troubled son slowly emerging from the shadows. The burden on her heart remained, a constant prayer for Luis's return, a relentless hope that he'd find his way back to the light, back to his family, and back to God. The battle for his soul was not over, but the first battles in this war had been fought, and won through prayer, unwavering faith, and a mother's unwavering love. The waiting was agonizing, yet she knew that only through faith and prayer could she hope to guide her son back from the darkness that threatened to consume him. The anonymous email arrived at 3 a.m., a digital viper slithering into Louise's inbox. It contained a single, unencrypted image, a grainy photograph of Carmen, taken from a distance, showing her leaving the morning mass at their local church in Monterrey. A chilling detail, a detail only someone intimately familiar with her life would know, was the faint outline of the silver rosary beads clutched in her hand. Luis felt a cold dread seep into his bones, a primal fear that transcended the sophisticated digital defenses he'd erected around his life. His carefully constructed world, his digital empire built on lies and deceit, suddenly felt flimsy, vulnerable. This wasn't the random threat he'd become accustomed to. This was personal, aimed directly at his most vulnerable point, his mother. The email contained no demands, no threats, only the photograph, a silent declaration of war. It was a trap, a perfectly orchestrated snare designed to expose him, to pull him out of the shadows he'd carefully cultivated. He knew instinctively that the sender was the same individual who'd been subtly leaking information about his operations, a ghost in the machine, a rival hacker of extraordinary skill and chilling ruthlessness. His heart hammered against his ribs as he scrolled through the email's metadata. He ran a series of complex scans, tracing the digital footprint back to an encrypted server based in Panama, a known haven for cybercriminals. The anonymity was impeccable, a testament to the hacker's expertise. Yet, there were faint traces, digital breadcrumbs meticulously placed, hinting at a familiarity, an understanding that extended beyond mere professional rivalry. He launched his own counteroffensive, a digital counterstrike that involved a dizzying array of techniques, from sophisticated network mapping and penetration testing to exploiting zero-day vulnerabilities he'd discovered himself. He needed to identify the hacker, to understand their motivations, and to anticipate their next move. The stakes were higher than ever. This wasn't about money or power anymore. It was about survival, about protecting his mother. Days blurred into nights as Luis delved deeper into the digital rabbit hole, the lines between hunter and hunted increasingly blurred. He worked with a manic intensity, fueled by adrenaline and the gnawing fear for his mother's safety. The code, the intricate network architecture, the digital trails, they all spoke of a mind as sharp, as calculating as his own. There was a familiarity in the elegance of the attacker's methods, a subtle elegance that resonated with him on a profound level. The server in Panama proved to be a labyrinthine fortress, protected by multiple layers of encryption and complex firewalls. But Luis, with his exceptional skills, breached the defenses, navigating the digital maze with the skill of a seasoned explorer. He burrowed through terabytes of data, sifting through code and logs, searching for a single clue, a single identifier that would reveal the identity of his nemesis. Then, amidst the torrent of data, he found it. A hidden file, deeply nested within the server's architecture, contained a single line of code. It was a seemingly innocuous piece of code, but it carried a unique digital signature, a subtle mark left behind, almost as if intentionally placed. It was a signature he recognized, a signature he'd encountered years ago, during his time at a prestigious coding competition in Mexico City. The signature belonged to Miguel Reyes, a former prodigy, a fellow hacker with a brilliant mind and an even darker heart. Miguel had vanished from the tech scene years ago, rumored to have fallen in with the wrong crowd, his immense talent lost in the murky underworld of cybercrime. The realization sent a cold shiver down Luis's spine. It added a layer of complexity to the situation, transforming a simple rivalry into a deeply personal conflict. He and Miguel had shared a past, a connection forged in the fires of youthful ambition and a shared passion for coding. But their paths had diverged, their dreams turning into nightmares. The photograph of Carmen became more than just a threat. It was a personal insult, a cruel reminder of the life Luis had left behind, the life he'd betrayed in his pursuit of wealth and power. Miguel knew his weakness, his one vulnerable point, the tether that bound him to his old life. The confrontation became inevitable. Luis decided to set his own trap, a digital ambush that would lure Miguel into a face-to-face encounter. He crafted a deceptive message, a seemingly innocuous email that appeared to contain sensitive information about his operation. He knew Miguel would be too tempted to resist the bait. The trap was sprung in a deserted warehouse on the outskirts of Austin. The air hung heavy with tension as Luis waited, his nerves taut, his mind racing. He knew he was walking into a dangerous game, a deadly dance between two masterminds. Miguel arrived precisely at the scheduled time, a figure shrouded in shadows, his eyes radiating an icy intelligence. The air crackled with animosity as they faced each other, two skilled hackers locked in a deadly battle of wits, their past hanging between them like a dark cloud. So, the prodigal son returns, Miguel sneered, a cruel twist to his lips. You've built quite an empire, La Sombra, but even empires crumble. Luis met his gaze, his own eyes burning with a mixture of anger, fear, and a desperate determination to protect his mother. You know why I'm here, Miguel, Luis responded, his voice low and controlled, betraying none of the turmoil raging within him. "And you know what you'll face if you hurt her." The conversation was a complex dance of accusations and denials, a bitter confrontation between two former friends whose dreams had led them down separate paths. The rivalry, the anger, the resentment, all of it intertwined with their shared history, their shared past in the world of coding. The true extent of Miguel's motivations emerged slowly, layer by layer, through their digital duel. It wasn't just about exposing Luis, it was a deeply personal vendetta, fueled by years of bitterness and resentment over a past injustice, an injustice that Luis was only now fully understanding. The conversation veered into their shared past, the coding competition years ago, the intense rivalries, and the unexpected betrayal that had shattered their friendship. The betrayal wasn't just about their rivalry in the competition, but about a deeper, darker issue related to a corrupt judge and a rigged outcome. Miguel had been cheated out of his rightful place, robbed of his dreams, and Luis, unknowingly, had played a part in it. This revelation added a new, unexpected layer of complexity to their conflict. This wasn't simply a battle between rival hackers, it was a clash of ideals, a fight for justice, a long overdue reckoning. The lines of morality were blurred, the identities of the heroes and villains intertwined in a web of deceit and betrayal. The confrontation moved beyond the digital realm, penetrating the depths of their past, bringing their shared history and their personal failures to the surface. The final outcome of their confrontation hung precariously in the balance, a high-stakes game of deception and skill, where the ultimate victor was uncertain, but the consequences were undeniable. The shadows of the past hung heavy in the air, and the future of Louis and Carmen remained uncertain, shrouded in a mixture of hope and fear. The fate of their lives depended on the outcome of this fateful clash. The game was far from over. Chapter 4. The Unveiling. The warehouse echoed with the silence broken only by the rhythmic tick of a distant clock, a counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of Luis's heart. Miguel's revelation about the rigged coding competition, the corrupt judge, and Luis's unwitting complicity, hung heavy in the air, a chilling truth that reshaped their conflict. It wasn't just a battle for supremacy in the digital world, it was a reckoning for past sins, a desperate attempt to right a long-forgotten wrong. Luis felt the weight of his actions, the consequences of his choices echoing in the cavernous space. He'd built his empire on deceit, on exploiting the vulnerabilities of others, yet here he was, vulnerable himself, exposed and hunted. The anonymous email wasn't just a threat, it was a catalyst, a trigger that had set in motion a chain of events leading to this desperate confrontation. The silence was broken by the screech of tires outside, the sudden intrusion of reality shattering the tense calm. The cartel, they'd arrived. Before Luis could react, the warehouse doors burst open, revealing a swarm of heavily armed men, their faces obscured by shadows, their eyes gleaming with ruthless determination. The air filled with the metallic scent of fear and the acrid tang of gunfire. Miguel, momentarily taken aback, reacted instinctively, his movements fluid and precise, a deadly ballet of calculated violence. The ensuing chaos was a maelstrom of gunfire, shouts, and the shattering of glass. Luis, caught in the crossfire, found himself fighting for survival, his advanced tech skills proving unexpectedly inadequate against the brutal efficiency of the cartel's firepower. He fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, his knowledge of the warehouse's layout giving him a momentary advantage, but the sheer number of his attackers threatened to overwhelm him. He managed to disable several of them with expertly placed EMP bursts from a hidden device, temporarily disrupting their communication and weapon systems, but the respite was short-lived. The cartel's leader, a hulking figure known only as El Serpente, emerged from the shadows, his eyes cold and calculating, a predator assessing its prey. He was a man who understood the language of power, and he saw Luis not as a formidable opponent, but as a valuable commodity, a prize to be captured and interrogated. Luis, realizing he couldn't win this fight, made a desperate decision. He activated a hidden escape route, a secret passage he'd engineered during the construction of his digital empire, a contingency plan he'd never truly believed he'd need. He needed to escape, to protect his mother, but he knew that escape wouldn't come without a price. He bolted through the maze of corridors, the sound of pursuing footsteps echoing behind him. He was running not only for his life but for his mother's, a relentless chase fueled by desperation and the unwavering bond between mother and son. He reached the escape route just as the cartel's men closed in, and he plunged into the darkness, leaving behind the chaos and the carnage. He emerged in a hidden alleyway, miles from the warehouse, his breath ragged, his body aching. He had escaped the cartel, but his problems were far from over. His identity, once shrouded in anonymity, was now public knowledge, leaked to both the authorities and the cartel. The city of Austin, once his refuge, had become a hunting ground. The anonymous email, the confrontation with Miguel, the subsequent attack, they were all pieces of a larger puzzle, a carefully orchestrated campaign designed to expose him and bring him down. The realization was both terrifying and liberating. The weight of his carefully constructed lie, the burden of his digital empire, suddenly felt lighter, replaced by a desperate need for redemption. He knew that running wasn't a solution. It was only delaying the inevitable. He needed a plan, a way to protect his mother and face the consequences of his actions. He reached out to Father Michael, the priest from the small church his mother attended, a man known for his quiet wisdom and surprising technological savvy. The priest, aware of Luis's life as La Sombra, had always offered a silent support, a beacon of faith in a world of shadows. Father Michael, without hesitation, helped Luis plan his next move. They devised a strategy that involved a delicate dance between revealing Luis's digital philanthropy, the many anonymous acts of kindness and support he had carried out through his network, and subtly deflecting attention from his criminal activities. They hoped to sway public opinion, to create a narrative that would lessen the severity of the charges and potentially spare his mother. The ensuing weeks were a blur of high-stakes negotiations, clandestine meetings, and carefully orchestrated digital maneuvers. Luis, using his skills, began to dismantle his empire, deleting servers, anonymizing data, and leaving behind only the faintest digital trails. It was a slow, painstaking process, a digital suicide, erasing the evidence of his crime to spare his mother's life. The authorities, initially overwhelmed by the sheer scale of his operation, found themselves bewildered by his sudden change of tactics. His digital acts of charity, previously hidden beneath layers of anonymity, began to surface, creating a wave of public support. Simultaneously, he uncovered evidence that the cartel's leadership was not as monolithic as it appeared, riddled with internal power struggles and betrayals. He used this information to orchestrate a carefully crafted leak, turning rival cartel factions against each other, creating chaos and diverting their attention from his mother. The climax came during a tense standoff at his mother's home in Monterrey. Luis, surrounded by police and cartel hitmen, made a public confession, exposing the corrupt judge and detailing the years of injustices that had fueled his actions. He accepted responsibility for his crimes, but pleaded for leniency, highlighting his motivations and the sacrifices he'd made to protect his mother. The scene ended not with gunfire, but with a quiet surrender, a moment of profound humility. His fate remained uncertain, but his mother was safe, the culmination of a high-stakes gamble fueled by love, faith, and a desire for redemption. The clash between technology and faith, between the digital world and the tangible reality of his actions, had reached its resolution, a bittersweet victory etched in the clash of codes and conscience. His story served as a cautionary tale, a testament to the complexities of faith, technology, and the enduring power of family. The unveiled truth brought a sense of closure, but also a profound understanding of the precarious balance between ambition and atonement, leaving the reader pondering the intricacies of redemption and the lasting impact of choices made in the digital age. The phone call came at dawn, a jarring intrusion into the quiet solitude of Carmen's small Monterrey home. The voice on the other end, rough and gravelly, spoke in clipped Spanish, the words sharp as shards of glass. It was a threat, veiled in ominous pronouncements and punctuated by chilling silences. They knew about Luis, they knew about her, and they intended to make her pay for his transgressions. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Carmen's devout faith. She'd prayed for her son's safety, for his guidance, for his redemption. She'd clung to her rosary beads, murmuring prayers in the hushed darkness of her small chapel, a sanctuary built within the confines of her modest home. But now, the weight of her son's actions pressed down on her, a crushing burden that threatened to extinguish the flickering flame of her hope. The threat was not abstract, it was immediate, tangible. She could practically feel the cartel's shadow stretching across the border, reaching into her life, intending to consume her. She knew, instinctively, that this wasn't a mere warning, it was a prelude to violence. Carmen, a woman of unwavering faith, wasn't easily intimidated. She'd faced adversity before, weathered storms of hardship with the steadfast strength born from her deep religious convictions. But this was different. This was a threat against her very existence, a direct consequence of her son's actions in a world she barely understood, a world of digital empires and shadowy figures operating beyond the reach of her simple, devout life. She contacted Father Michael, the same priest who had become an unexpected ally to Louis. His calm voice, a reassuring counterpoint to the rising panic within her, offered a lifeline in the swirling storm of fear. He listened patiently, his understanding born not only from years of pastoral work, but also from a surprising understanding of the digital world, a knowledge he'd subtly gained from his interactions with Louis. He advised her to remain calm, to avoid drawing undue attention to herself, to remain in her home unless absolutely necessary. He knew the cartel's methods, their ruthless efficiency, their disregard for human life. He understood that Carmen's faith was her strength, her shield against the darkness, but he also knew that faith alone wasn't enough in the face of such brutal determination. Father Michael had already begun working behind the scenes, using his network of contacts, some within the church, others in unexpected corners of the digital world, to try and locate Louis and assess the situation. He was aware of the precarious position Louis was in, the relentless pursuit by the cartel, the complex web of deceit and betrayal that threatened to consume them both. The following days were a blur of anxiety and uncertainty. Carmen stayed within the confines of her home, a prisoner of fear despite the comfort of her faith. She spent her time praying, the rhythmic repetition of the rosary beads a soothing counterpoint to the growing unease that gnawed at her. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside her window, sent shivers down her spine. The cartel's tactics were subtle at first, a series of seemingly innocuous incidents designed to unsettle and intimidate. Anonymous phone calls, threatening messages left on her doorstep, the occasional glimpse of shadowy figures lurking at the edge of her property, all carefully orchestrated to erode her sense of security, to plant the seeds of fear that would eventually blossom into panic. Then, the attacks became more brazen. A window was smashed, a small fire started near her garden shed, a chilling reminder of the cartel's growing audacity. Carmen began to fear for her safety, not just for her own life, but also for the safety of her neighbors, her community. She felt a sense of helplessness, a gnawing awareness that the cartel's reach extended far beyond her small home. Meanwhile, Louis, though miles away in Austin, remained constantly aware of his mother's peril. He monitored her movements remotely, using his considerable tech skills to create a sophisticated surveillance network. Every update intensified his determination to protect her, to dismantle the digital empire he'd built before it consumed everything he held dear. He'd traded his anonymity for a chance at redemption, a desperate gamble to save the one person who still truly believed in him. His efforts to expose the corruption within the cartel yielded unexpected results. He discovered a deep-seated power struggle within the organization, a conflict between different factions vying for control. This revelation provided an unexpected opportunity. He could use this internal conflict to his advantage, to divert the cartel's attention away from his mother. Working with Father Michael, Louis carefully leaked information to different factions within the cartel, meticulously crafted to sow seeds of distrust and discord. It was a risky strategy, a dangerous game of deception, but it was his only hope of deflecting the cartel's attention from his vulnerable mother. The ensuing chaos within the cartel was palpable. Louis watched, almost with a detached fascination, as the organization he once manipulated from the shadows began to implode, torn apart by internal feuds and betrayals. His digital actions had become a weapon, a tool to achieve redemption, a means to save the woman who had instilled in him both a love for technology and an unwavering faith. In the midst of this digital warfare, Louis's efforts to dismantle his own empire continued. He meticulously wiped servers, deleted files, and anonymized data, leaving behind only the faintest digital traces. It was a painful process, akin to self-immolation, a digital suicide designed to sever his ties to the past and shield his mother from further harm. The climax arrived not in a blaze of digital fire, but in a quiet, almost anticlimactic surrender. Surrounded by police and cartel hitmen, Luis publicly confessed to his crimes. He acknowledged his role in the corruption, exposing the crooked judge and other key figures. He didn't seek to absolve himself. Instead, he accepted full responsibility for his actions, but pleaded for leniency, not for himself, but for his mother's safety. His confession wasn't merely a legal strategy, it was a testament to the enduring strength of faith and family. He revealed the years of injustice that had fueled his actions, exposing a system that had driven him to the edge. His words, carefully chosen, created a narrative that resonated with the public, painting a picture of a son desperately trying to protect his mother, a victim of circumstance. Carmen, watching from afar, felt a surge of relief wash over her. Her faith, tested to its limits, had not wavered. Her unwavering belief in her son, her steadfast prayer, had provided a shield against the darkness. The clash between technology and faith, between the digital world and the world of simple, devout belief, had reached a resolution. Her son's life hung in the balance, but she knew, deep within her heart, that they would survive. They were survivors. The unveiling of the truth brought a bittersweet sense of closure. Luis's future remained uncertain, but his mother was safe, a victory achieved not through violence but through a delicate dance between faith, technology, and the enduring power of family. The story's ending, however, wasn't a triumphal declaration but a quiet acceptance, a testament to the enduring resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. The echo of the clash between codes and conscience lingered, a reminder of the perilous tightrope walk between ambition and atonement, leaving the reader pondering the lasting impact of choices in a world defined by both digital technology and the enduring strength of faith. The weight of his mother's potential demise pressed down on Luis like a physical burden. The cartel's threats weren't empty pronouncements, they were the cold, hard reality of his actions. He'd built his digital empire on a foundation of stolen data and extortion, a testament to his brilliance but also a monument to his recklessness. Now, that empire threatened to crush the one person he loved most. His initial instinct had been to fight fire with fire, to unleash the full force of his digital arsenal against the cartel. But a sober assessment of the situation revealed a grim truth. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. The cartel possessed resources far exceeding his own, an intricate network of informants and enforcers capable of inflicting devastating damage. He needed a different approach, a strategy that leveraged his cunning and exploited the weaknesses within the cartel itself. His investigation into the cartel's internal workings had revealed a deep-seated power struggle, a simmering conflict between two rival factions led by ruthless men with equally ruthless methods. Don Ricardo, the aging patriarch, clung to his power with a vice-like grip, but his authority was increasingly challenged by his ambitious nephew, Alejandro, a younger, more technologically savvy leader eager to modernize the cartel's operations and consolidate his power. This internal friction was a crack in the cartel's seemingly impenetrable facade, an opening Luis could exploit. His first move was to subtly contact Alejandro's closest advisor, a former military intelligence officer named Javier, a man whose loyalty was as fluid as the currents in the Rio Grande. Javier was a pragmatist, a man who recognized the shifting sands of power, and he understood the value of information, particularly information that could cripple his rivals. Luis offered him a deal: access to sensitive data that could significantly weaken Don Ricardo's position, in exchange for Javier's protection of his mother. It was a gamble, a dangerous dance on the razor's edge, but it was a necessary one. The meeting took place in a secluded cantina in a forgotten corner of Austin, a location chosen for its anonymity and the relative ease of surveillance. Javier, a man whose face seemed etched with the shadows of countless clandestine operations, arrived promptly, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Luis, using a voice modulator to disguise his accent, laid out his proposition, his words dripping with calculated precision. He offered Javier the keys to the kingdom, a treasure trove of information that could turn the tide of the cartel's internal war. The negotiation was tense, a silent battle of wills played out in the dimly lit confines of the cantina. Javier, despite his initial skepticism, was intrigued by Luis's offer. The data Luis presented was far more valuable than Javier could have anticipated, containing enough explosive information to unravel the cartel's entire operation. Ultimately, the pragmatic nature of Javier prevailed over any lingering loyalty to his current boss. He struck a deal, a shaky alliance forged in the crucible of mutual self-interest. But Javier wasn't Luis's only ally. He had to find others, individuals who, for various reasons, might be willing to help him dismantle the syndicate and shield his mother from harm. He remembered a face from his past, an unlikely candidate for an alliance, Isabella Izzy Rodriguez. Izzy had been a rival hacker, a prodigious talent who had once almost uncovered his identity. She disappeared from the scene abruptly, leaving behind only a trail of cryptic messages and rumors. Luis knew she operated in the shadows, her skills unmatched, her motives shrouded in mystery. Tracking Izzy was like hunting a ghost. Luis utilized every digital tool at his disposal, sifting through layers of encryption and anonymized networks, leaving no stone unturned. Finally, he discovered her, not in the bustling tech scene of Austin, but in a quiet mountain retreat in the far reaches of New Mexico, living a life seemingly untouched by the digital world she once dominated. Her reasons for retreating were still a mystery, but her expertise was undeniable. The meeting with Izzy was even more fraught than the meeting with Javier. Izzy, unlike Javier, was driven by a complex mix of ambition and a deep sense of justice. She was a wild card, capable of turning on him as easily as she'd help him. Luis proposed a delicate alliance. They would work together to expose the cartel's corruption, but each would operate independently, their ultimate goals intertwined yet separate. Izzy, after a long silence punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire, agreed, her eyes reflecting a flicker of curiosity about Luis's motivations. This was the beginning of a complex, dangerous game of cat and mouse, a dance of alliances and betrayals set against the backdrop of Austin's vibrant tech scene and the quiet desperation of Carmen's prayers in Monterrey. Luis was playing a dangerous game, one that could cost him everything. He was forced to rely on individuals whose motivations were opaque, whose loyalty could shatter at a moment's notice. His reputation as a formidable hacker was now a double-edged sword. It attracted attention but also made him a target. The process of dismantling his own digital empire was methodical and agonizing. Each line of code deleted was like a piece of his past being erased, a painful act of self-sacrifice. He had to meticulously erase every trace of his involvement, leaving behind no digital breadcrumbs for the authorities or the cartel to follow. It was a digital exorcism, a cleansing of the soul as much as a strategic maneuver. Meanwhile, the internal struggle within the cartel escalated. Luis's carefully orchestrated leaks ignited a firestorm of suspicion and betrayal. Don Ricardo, sensing his waning power, ordered a ruthless crackdown, but the carefully crafted chaos that Luis had unleashed made it difficult to pinpoint the source of the leaks. The cartel was fracturing, its grip on power weakening with each passing day. As Luis worked tirelessly to dismantle his empire, he monitored the progress, observing the escalating conflict within the cartel with a cold, calculating eye. He had placed his fate and his mother's safety in the hands of former enemies, relying on their self-interest to protect them. He was wagering everything on his cunning, his ability to manipulate circumstances, and the willingness of these newfound allies to see their self-preservation aligned with his own. The stakes were impossibly high. The unveiling of the truth was imminent, and the consequences would be catastrophic, either leading to redemption or utter destruction. The future hung precariously in the balance. The game had reached its crescendo, a deafening symphony of digital warfare, echoing the age-old struggle between good and evil, faith and doubt. The endgame was near, and the price of freedom remained to be seen. The digital battlefield was unlike anything Luis had ever encountered. It wasn't a single decisive strike, but a protracted, multi-pronged assault, a war of attrition waged across the city's interconnected systems. Izzy, true to her unpredictable nature, launched a series of sophisticated denial-of-service attacks, crippling key municipal services. Traffic lights blinked erratically, emergency response systems sputtered, and the city's power grid flickered ominously. The chaos was calculated, designed not just to distract, but to sow widespread panic and uncertainty, creating the perfect cover for Luis's next move. Meanwhile, Luis himself focused on a different target, Alejandra's newly established cryptocurrency exchange, a vital artery of the cartel's financial network. He initiated a series of subtle, almost imperceptible intrusions, subtly manipulating the exchange's algorithms, creating a phantom liquidity that masked a gradual, insidious drain of funds. It was a slow bleed, carefully calibrated to avoid detection, yet potent enough to inflict significant financial damage on Alejandra's faction. The goal wasn't immediate destruction, but gradual erosion of power, a slow strangulation of the cartel's financial lifeline. Alejandra's response was swift and brutal. His team of elite hackers, a shadowy collective known only as Los Fantasmas, unleashed a counterattack, targeting Luis's network infrastructure with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of his digital fortress. The battle raged across firewalls, through encrypted tunnels, and across the vast expanse of the dark web. It was a symphony of malicious code, a clash of titans in the digital realm. Luis, anticipating this response, had layered his defenses meticulously, employing an intricate network of decoys and redundancies, a labyrinthine maze designed to confuse and frustrate his adversaries. The fight was relentless, a relentless exchange of data packets, a relentless barrage of hacking attempts and countermeasures. The air crackled with tension, not just in the virtual world, but in the physical space where Luis monitored the battle, the glow of multiple screens illuminating his face. He moved like a phantom, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with the grace of a concert pianist, his mind a whirlwind of strategic calculations. The battle wasn't solely about technical skill, it was about psychological warfare. Each successful intrusion, each piece of information stolen, each system compromised, was a blow to Alejandra's ego, a dent in his carefully cultivated image of invincibility. Luis leveraged this psychological edge, planting subtle messages, leaving digital breadcrumbs that hinted at his omnipresence, his ability to infiltrate any system, to anticipate any move. He was playing a game of nerves, a test of will, a battle of minds as much as a battle of machines. Izzy's attacks, meanwhile, continued to escalate. She wasn't just targeting infrastructure, she was manipulating public perception, leaking sensitive information to the media, using the chaos to discredit the cartel and further destabilize Alejandra's position. The city was in chaos, a maelstrom of conflicting reports and unsubstantiated rumors, a perfect storm of disinformation, orchestrated with precision by a master puppeteer. As the digital war intensified, the lines between the virtual and the real world blurred. Physical threats began to surface, veiled warnings left on Luis's doorstep, ominously placed packages containing dead animals, signs of escalating aggression from Alejandra's enforcers. The battle in cyberspace was mirroring a physical escalation, a creeping infiltration into the physical world. Luis, however, was prepared. Javier, ever the pragmatist, had assembled a small, highly trained security detail, a blend of ex-military personnel and seasoned private investigators, tasked with protecting Luis and his mother. They moved like shadows, a silent guardian force, protecting Luis from the physical threat while he fought his digital war. The climax of the digital battle arrived unexpectedly. Luis, having weakened Alejandra's financial stronghold, launched a final decisive strike, exploiting a vulnerability in Alejandra's personal security system. He obtained irrefutable evidence of Alejandra's involvement in a series of brutal murders, crimes that had previously been pinned on Don Ricardo's faction. This information was leaked anonymously to the authorities, a calculated move to set off a chain reaction within the cartel. The fallout was immediate and catastrophic. Alejandra's faction was thrown into turmoil, his credibility shattered, his power rapidly eroding. Don Ricardo, sensing an opportunity to reclaim his dominance, used the leaked information to solidify his power, turning his nephew's own weapons against him. The cartel, once a monolithic force, began to unravel from within, its carefully constructed facade collapsing under the weight of internal conflict and betrayal. The digital war had effectively ended the cartel's reign in Austin, though the ramifications would continue to play out for years to come. But Luis's victory was bittersweet. His digital empire, the very foundation of his power, was gone, erased without a trace. His actions, while successful in protecting his mother and dismantling the cartel, had left him exposed. The authorities were closing in, the lines between his actions and their far-reaching consequences becoming increasingly blurred. He had won the war, but his personal battle was far from over. The unveiling had happened, revealing not only the cartel's crimes but also Luis's own audacious role in their downfall, leaving him to confront the weight of his choices and the uncertain future that lay ahead. The digital dust had settled, but the echoes of the conflict continued to reverberate, a testament to the unpredictable nature of technology, the complexities of faith, and the enduring power of human resilience. The weight of the digital war pressed down on Luis, heavier than any physical threat Alejandro's men could muster. The victory, the dismantling of the cartel's Austin operations, felt hollow. He had won the battle, but the war within himself had only just begun. The quiet hum of his servers, once a symphony of his power, now mocked him with their silence. He had erased everything: his meticulously crafted digital empire, his carefully constructed anonymity, the very tools that had both empowered and endangered him. The sacrifice was complete. He stared at the empty screen, the glow reflecting in his tired eyes. The digital ghost of his empire was gone, reduced to nothingness. He had expected a sense of relief, a feeling of liberation from the constant pressure, the perpetual fear of exposure. Instead, a profound emptiness settled over him, a void carved out by the very act of his self-destruction. It was a chilling realization. The very thing that had given him power, the very thing that had protected him, was now gone, leaving him vulnerable, exposed, like a newborn babe. His mother, Carmen, had been his anchor in this tumultuous journey. Her unwavering faith, a beacon in his often murky moral landscape, had been his guiding star. He had always operated in the shadows, cloaked in the anonymity of the digital world, but his mother's faith, her simple devotion, illuminated his life, a sharp contrast to the darkness he inhabited. Now, saving her had cost him everything. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd sacrificed his freedom, his anonymity, his carefully constructed life, all for the woman who had always warned him against the path he'd chosen. The thought of his mother, her gentle face, her unwavering prayers, propelled him forward. He knew the authorities were closing in, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place. The anonymous leak that had crippled Alejandro had also inadvertently exposed Luis's role. The digital breadcrumbs he'd left, the subtle manipulations, the intricate maneuvers, each one a testament to his brilliance, each one also a damning piece of evidence. He knew he couldn't outrun the law. The digital world had its own unforgiving justice, its own intricate web of consequences. He'd played a dangerous game, a high-stakes gamble, and he'd lost. But in losing, he'd perhaps gained something far more valuable, the chance to reclaim his humanity, to redeem himself in the eyes of his mother, and perhaps, in the eyes of God. Javier, his ever-loyal confidant, appeared in the doorway, his face etched with a mixture of concern and admiration. "They're closing in, Luis, they know." Luis nodded, his gaze fixed on the blank screen. "I know." He didn't need to elaborate. Javier understood the intricate dance they'd performed, the intricate web of deceit and counter-deception. Javier placed a hand on his shoulder. "Your mother. She's safe." A small flicker of relief, a fragile ember in the vast darkness, ignited within Luis. That was all that mattered. He had achieved his primary objective, the preservation of his mother's safety. The rest, the price he'd paid, was secondary. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Javier coordinated Luis's surrender, a meticulously planned operation designed to minimize the damage, to mitigate the fallout. They'd anticipated this moment, prepared for this inevitable conclusion. Luis's confession was crafted, a strategic admission of guilt that highlighted the cartel's crimes while minimizing his own culpability. He had to tread carefully, to navigate the complex maze of legal and ethical complexities. The ensuing legal battle was a whirlwind, a maelstrom of legal maneuvering, of testimonies and counter-testimonies. Luis's legal team, a formidable group assembled by Javier, worked tirelessly to build a case that acknowledged his transgressions while focusing on his role in dismantling a dangerous criminal organization. They highlighted his motivations, the protection of his mother, the desire to bring down a brutal cartel, using these as mitigating factors in his sentencing. Meanwhile, Carmen remained steadfast in her faith, her prayers offering a comforting solace in the midst of the storm. She didn't condone her son's actions, but she understood the circumstances that had led him down this dark path. Her unwavering love and faith served as a shield, protecting both her and Luis from the onslaught of criticism and judgment. The trial was a media spectacle, a clash between the digital world and the real one, between technological prowess and timeless faith. Luis's story captivated the public, dividing opinions and sparking heated debates on morality, technology, and the gray areas where they intersect. The clash between Austin's modern tech scene and the quieter, more traditional spaces of its churches was highlighted, the city serving as a backdrop for this profound drama. Luis's sentencing was harsh, but not as severe as it could have been. Years in prison, a lengthy period of incarceration that would test his resolve and his faith, but he accepted the judgment without protest, knowing that the sacrifice he had made had been worth it. He had saved his mother, and in doing so, he had begun to save himself. The digital empire he had built was gone, but a new foundation was being laid, one built on atonement, on the strength of his family's faith, and on the quiet understanding of the sacrifices made in the name of love. In the quiet solitude of his prison cell, Luis found solace in unexpected places. The harsh reality of his imprisonment provided a stark contrast to his previous life, a time of reckless abandon and unchecked ambition. The regimented routine, the stark simplicity of his surroundings, forced a reflection upon the choices he had made, and the price he had paid. The absence of the constant hum of servers and the flashing glow of screens was initially unsettling, but gradually he found peace, a quiet acceptance of his circumstances. He began to write, pouring his thoughts and emotions into letters to his mother, detailing the profound changes taking place within him. His writing became a form of catharsis, a way to process his past actions and reconcile them with his present reality. He discovered a new form of power, a quiet strength born of repentance and resilience. Years passed, and Luis's story gradually faded from the headlines. But within the walls of his prison, he continued his transformation. He mentored younger inmates, sharing his experiences, helping them find a path toward redemption. He channeled his technological skills into constructive projects, contributing to the prison's educational programs, finding a way to use his expertise for good, to atone for his past mistakes. Upon his release, Luis didn't return to the bustling world of technology. He found a new life, a simpler life, closer to his family, closer to his faith. The digital war was a distant memory, a cautionary tale etched into the fabric of his being. He had sacrificed everything he had built, but in doing so, he had discovered a deeper truth, the enduring strength of faith, the power of love, and the immeasurable value of human connection. His sacrifice had led not to destruction, but to rebirth. The unveiling had revealed not only the depths of his sin, but also the depth of his capacity for redemption. His story remained a stark reminder of the double-edged sword of technology and the unpredictable consequences of ambition, but it was also a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and the transformative power of faith. The echoes of the digital war were gone, but the resonance of his sacrifice continued to inspire, serving as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, redemption is possible. Chapter 5. Desperate Measures. The fluorescent lights of his cell hummed a monotonous tune, a stark contrast to the vibrant pulse of his former digital empire. The silence, once a torment, now felt like a necessary balm, allowing the clarity of his thoughts to emerge from the wreckage of his past. He knew his time was running out. Alejandro, the cartel leader he had so effectively crippled, would not rest until he had extracted his revenge, and the authorities, closing in with relentless efficiency, were a separate, equally formidable threat. Carmen, his mother, remained his unwavering focus, the single powerful motivation driving his every action. He had to rescue her, not just from physical harm, but from the lingering shadow of his digital war. His plan, born from desperation and fueled by a fierce determination, was as intricate and layered as any of his digital creations. It was a high-stakes gamble, a calculated risk that balanced the fragility of hope against the crushing weight of certain doom. He knew the odds were stacked against him, but he also knew he couldn't afford to fail. This wasn't about the thrill of the game anymore, it was about survival, about loyalty, about the unwavering bond he shared with his mother. The first phase of his rescue plan hinged on misdirection. Using a network of dormant, previously untraceable accounts he'd carefully preserved over the years, Luis began to seed false information across the dark web. He fed the authorities and Alejandro's remaining network a carefully constructed narrative, a phantom trail leading them on a wild goose chase across multiple jurisdictions. These breadcrumbs, meticulously crafted digital decoys, were designed to confuse and delay, buying him the precious time he desperately needed. He used his intimate knowledge of digital security protocols and backdoors to create a labyrinthine digital trail that would lead his pursuers far away from Carmen's actual location. Simultaneously, he initiated the second phase, the physical extraction. Carmen was currently staying with a trusted family friend in a small, secluded village outside of Monterrey. While the city itself was heavily monitored, this remote village offered a temporary sanctuary, a quiet space shielded from the relentless glare of scrutiny. He needed to get her out, to move her to a secure location beyond the reach of Alejandro's network and the long arm of the law. But getting her out wasn't simply a matter of picking her up and leaving. Alejandro was known for his extensive network of informants, his reach extending far beyond the boundaries of the cartel itself. Luis needed a distraction, a significant event to overwhelm the surveillance systems and create a window of opportunity. He employed a bold strategy, a carefully planned and meticulously executed cyber attack, targeting Alejandro's remaining assets and financial holdings. This wasn't a simple hack. It was a symphony of chaos orchestrated with surgical precision. Luis used a distributed denial of service attack, flooding Alejandro's systems with an overwhelming volume of fake traffic, crippling his ability to monitor his surroundings. Simultaneously, he unleashed a carefully crafted ransomware attack, encrypting his sensitive data and demanding a significant ransom in untraceable cryptocurrency. The digital chaos he unleashed was breathtaking. News outlets reported massive financial losses and crippling disruptions. Alejandro's world, built on the foundation of carefully amassed wealth and power, was collapsing under the weight of Luis's digital onslaught. The sheer scale of the attack drew the attention of authorities worldwide, diverting the focus from his mother's potential extraction. He used this controlled chaos as cover, a smokescreen for his far more delicate operation. The third phase of Luis's plan involved Javier, his trusted confidant. Javier, with his extensive network of contacts, secured a private jet and a small team of discreetly trained operatives. Under the guise of transporting emergency medical supplies to a remote disaster area, the team made its way to the village, picking up Carmen under the cloak of darkness. The diversion created by the cyber attack allowed for a clean extraction, slipping out from under Alejandro's surveillance network virtually undetected. The final phase, the most perilous, was the transport to a secure location. Javier had pre-arranged a network of safe houses, each designed for temporary use, each equipped with sophisticated counter-surveillance measures. Their route was constantly shifting, guided by real-time intelligence feeds provided by Luis, who remained in contact using encrypted channels. Every communication, every movement, was a calculated risk, a carefully executed maneuver in a high-stakes game of cat and mouse. The journey was fraught with tension. Every car they passed, every unfamiliar face, every flickering light could signify a potential threat. They moved like phantoms, guided by Luis's digital shadow, their movements guided by his carefully crafted plans. Carmen, however, remained remarkably calm. Her faith, a constant source of strength, never faltered. Her simple trust in her son, her unwavering belief in his capacity for redemption, provided an unexpected solace in the midst of the chaos. They made it to the first safe house undetected. The location was temporary, providing only a few hours' respite before they would move on. They were aware that Alejandro and his ruthless network were relentless in their pursuit. However, Luis's digital attack had bought them crucial time, a much-needed buffer against the immediate danger. As Luis planned their next move, he understood the sheer magnitude of the risks he was taking. The cyber war, though victorious for now, had left him exposed, a dangerous game played with the future of his mother hanging in the balance. The pressure remained immense. The temporary sanctuary offered little comfort. They knew the chase was far from over. But for now, Carmen was safe, a hard-won victory in the face of impossible odds. This wasn't the end, merely a pause in a relentless struggle, a fleeting respite before the next battle began. The weight of his actions pressed down heavily, a constant reminder of the choices he'd made and the sacrifices that lay ahead. The digital war was far from over, and the fight for his mother's life, and ultimately his own redemption, had only just begun. The intricate dance continued, a perilous ballet between technology, faith, and the unforgiving consequences of choices made in the shadows. The safe house, a nondescript bungalow tucked away in a quiet Austin suburb, offered only a momentary reprieve. The air crackled with tension, a palpable silence broken only by the rhythmic ticking of a clock, each second a stark reminder of the precarious situation. Luis, despite the temporary success, felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. He knew this wasn't a victory, merely a tactical retreat in a war that had only just begun. Alejandro would not let this go. His pride, his empire, had been brutally wounded, and he would seek retribution with ruthless efficiency. Javier, his face etched with worry, leaned in. "They're onto us, Luis. I've detected unusual activity near the perimeter. It's not the local police. This is Alejandro's people. They're closing in." Luis's fingers flew across the keyboard, his eyes scanning the encrypted feeds from his network of surveillance cameras. He saw them, black SUVs, unmarked and menacing, silently gliding through the streets, their occupants shadows in the darkness. They were professionals, ruthless and efficient, the kind of people who made a living by disappearing without a trace. "We need to move," Luis said, his voice low and urgent. Now, the escape plan, devised in the stolen moments between frantic coding and panicked phone calls, was daring and audacious. He wouldn't rely on the safe houses any longer. The network was compromised. He needed to utilize the city itself, to turn Austin's sprawling streets into his own personal labyrinth. Their escape began in a flurry of controlled chaos. Javier, a former military operative, expertly maneuvered the escape vehicle, a modified SUV equipped with advanced counter-surveillance technology. Luis, meanwhile, was a human GPS, guiding Javier through a maze of backstreets and alleys, using his intimate knowledge of the city's infrastructure to anticipate their pursuers' moves. The chase was breathtaking. High-speed maneuvers, sudden stops, hairpin turns, they weaved through the city's arteries, the relentless pursuit a pulsating rhythm in the background. They dodged traffic, narrowly avoiding collisions, the adrenaline pumping like a second heart. The city lights blurred into streaks of color as they sped through the night, transforming the familiar landscape into a surreal canvas of danger and escape. Luis used his understanding of Austin's tech scene to his advantage. He hacked into the city's traffic light system, manipulating the signals to create temporary roadblocks for their pursuers, buying them precious seconds. He disabled security cameras strategically, leaving blind spots in the surveillance network, allowing them to navigate undetected through key areas. The pursuit took them past the gleaming towers of the tech sector, a stark contrast to the quiet desperation of their flight. The irony wasn't lost on Luis. The city he had so effectively manipulated for his own gain now served as his unlikely sanctuary. He was using the tools and infrastructure he'd learned to exploit against the very people who sought to capture him. The chase intensified as they neared the outskirts of the city. Alejandro's men were relentless, using their knowledge of the terrain to anticipate their every move. The escape vehicle was taking a beating, tires screeching, the engine straining under the pressure. The sounds of gunfire echoed in the distance, a chilling reminder of the stakes involved. In a final desperate maneuver, Luis directed Javier towards the sprawling Zilka Park. The labyrinthine network of trails and wooded areas offered a temporary shield, the darkness providing cover. He used the park's topography to his advantage, employing tactics that blurred the lines between technology and physical agility. He remotely disabled security cameras focusing on the park's less frequented trails, creating a temporary dead zone in their surveillance network. He then used the park's dense vegetation, strategically guiding Javier through obscure paths, utilizing his knowledge of hidden passages and less traveled routes. Carmen, her faith unwavering, remained surprisingly composed throughout the harrowing experience. She murmured prayers, her rosary beads a constant companion, her belief in her son's capabilities providing a strange kind of calm amid the chaos. Her presence, though silent, served as a powerful reminder of what was at stake, not just their physical safety, but also the fragile bond between a mother and her son. They finally reached the outskirts of the city, emerging into the desolate expanse of the Texas countryside. They abandoned the damaged SUV, using a pre-arranged rendezvous point with a waiting helicopter. The escape was far from over, but they had evaded the immediate threat. They were heading for the Mexican border, a perilous journey towards uncertain safety, yet their chances of survival had significantly improved. As they ascended into the night sky, the city lights shrank below them, transforming into a glittering tapestry of forgotten chaos. The high-speed chase, a whirlwind of adrenaline and danger, was a memory now, another chapter in their epic struggle for survival. But Luis knew this was just a temporary victory, a brief moment of reprieve in a war that was far from over. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on him. He had used his skills, his knowledge, his very life, to protect his mother. But the cost was immense, a constant reminder of the price of survival in a world where the lines between right and wrong were constantly blurred. The digital battlefield had taken its toll. It had claimed lives and wrecked fortunes. He looked at Carmen, her face etched with exhaustion but her eyes reflecting a serene strength that humbled him. Her quiet faith, unyielding in the face of unimaginable hardship, was a powerful counterpoint to the chaotic world he inhabited. It was a testament to the enduring power of belief, a stark reminder of a world beyond algorithms and codes. The journey ahead remained uncertain, fraught with danger and the constant threat of pursuit. But for now, they had bought themselves time, a precious commodity in this high-stakes game. As the helicopter soared towards the Mexican border, Luis knew the chase was far from over. The fight for his mother's life, and for his own redemption, had only just begun. The battle between technology, faith, and the unforgiving consequences of his choices continued. A shadow war played out against the backdrop of a sprawling city and the unforgiving vastness of the Texas desert. He was not just fighting for survival, he was fighting for his soul. The helicopter's descent towards the Mexican border was anything but smooth. The wind buffeted the aircraft, throwing it around like a toy in a child's hand. Below, the landscape stretched out, a vast expanse of arid desert punctuated by the occasional scrub brush. The journey, already fraught with peril, took on a new dimension of uncertainty. Luis, staring out at the unforgiving terrain, felt a chilling premonition settle in his gut. Something wasn't right. The sense of unease that had been simmering beneath the surface of their escape boiled over, turning into a full-blown anxiety that gripped him like a vice. Carmen, sensing his unease, reached out and squeezed his hand. Her touch, a simple gesture, conveyed a silent reassurance that transcended words. Her faith, a constant presence throughout their ordeal, served as a beacon in the darkness, a quiet strength that anchored him to reality. It was a stark contrast to the turmoil within him, the uncertainty gnawing at his soul. "What is it, mijo?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the roar of the helicopter's engine. Luis hesitated, searching for the words to articulate the feeling that weighed heavily on him. It wasn't just the lingering threat of Alejandro's pursuit, it was a deeper, more insidious sense of betrayal. A chilling thought had occurred to him during their escape. Javier's seemingly flawless navigation had been almost too perfect. His knowledge of the back roads, the blind spots in the city's security system, it had all been suspiciously precise. I think Javier may have betrayed us, Mama," Luis finally confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. The words felt heavy, laden with a sense of impending doom. Carmen's face registered a mixture of shock and disbelief. Javier, their trusted confidant, the man who had risked his life for them, a supposed ally in this desperate fight for survival? The idea felt inconceivable. Yet, the subtle clues, the uncanny precision of their escape, the gnawing feeling in Luis's gut, they all pointed towards a chilling truth. Her unwavering faith momentarily wavered, a tremor in the face of such unexpected treachery. "But why, mijo? Why would he do such a thing?" she asked, her voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and anguish. Luis wasn't sure. The betrayal was a complex puzzle, layered with hidden motives that needed unraveling. He suspected personal gain, perhaps a secret deal struck with Alejandro, or maybe it was something more insidious, a desperate bid for power, a calculated maneuver to elevate his position within the cartel's digital infrastructure. Javier was ambitious, fiercely loyal to his own self-preservation, a man whose morality was as fluid as the algorithms he manipulated. The helicopter landed at a clandestine airstrip nestled deep within the Mexican countryside. The surrounding landscape, once a sanctuary, now felt suffocating, an echo of the betrayal that gnawed at Luis's conscience. He knew they couldn't stay here long. Their location was likely compromised. Javier, in his betrayal, might have given up more than just their current position. He likely had access to a treasure trove of their sensitive information, including details about their network, their operations, and their ultimate destination. As they made their way towards a waiting vehicle, Luis's mind raced, piecing together the fragmented clues. He recalled subtle anomalies in Javier's behavior in the days leading up to the escape, the veiled glances, the delayed responses, the almost imperceptible hesitation in his movements. These seemingly minor details, ignored in the heat of their immediate crisis, now seemed like ominous warning signs. The vehicle was a beat-up pickup truck, far removed from the technological sophistication of their usual methods of transportation. The contrast highlighted the stark reality of their situation. They were reduced to basic survival, stripped bare of the technological comforts they had relied on for so long. The journey ahead was far more treacherous than their high-speed chase through Austin. This was a silent, insidious war fought on the ground, against an enemy far more formidable than Alejandro. Betrayal. They drove for hours, the road winding through desolate landscapes that reflected the bleakness of their prospects. The silence in the truck was punctuated by the occasional rattle of the engine and the rhythmic thump of the tires on the rough terrain. The weight of the betrayal hung heavy in the air, a suffocating presence that overshadowed the constant threat of pursuit. Luis's mind continued its relentless analysis. He began to suspect that Javier's betrayal wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a meticulously planned operation, a carefully executed strategy that had been unfolding for weeks, even months. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He wasn't simply facing Alejandro's wrath. He was pitted against a conspiracy, a carefully orchestrated network of deceit within his own inner circle. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, they reached a small, isolated village nestled in the heart of the countryside. It was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where they could blend in, lay low, and regroup. But even in this seemingly safe haven, the specter of betrayal loomed large. Luis knew that the escape was far from over. It was merely a pause in a relentless game of cat and mouse. The lines between trust and deception had become blurred, making it difficult to distinguish allies from enemies. The very foundations of his digital empire had crumbled, not under the weight of Alejandro's might, but under the silent, insidious erosion of betrayal. In the quiet solitude of their temporary refuge, Luis began to systematically dismantle his digital empire, not to save himself, but to save Carmen. It was a painful process, a digital autopsy of his creation. Each line of code he deleted represented a piece of his ambition, a sacrifice he made on the altar of his mother's safety. He was a man stripping himself of his power, his influence, his very identity. The act of dismantling his work became a form of penance, a ritualistic cleansing of his digital sins. He was sacrificing his creation, his life's work, in a desperate attempt to protect the one person who mattered most. The weight of his decision pressed heavily on him, but it was a price he was willing to pay for his mother's life, a testament to the profound bond between them. The digital ashes of his ambitions served as a stark reminder of the fragility of power and the enduring strength of love. The journey towards redemption was far from over. The shadow of betrayal had cast a long, dark pall over his life, and the path to healing would be long and arduous. But Luis, bolstered by his mother's unwavering faith and his own determination, was ready to face the future, whatever it may hold. He would fight, not for power or ambition, but for the love of his mother, a fight that would determine not only his fate, but the very essence of his soul. He had lost his empire, but he had gained something far more valuable, a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to a life beyond the algorithms and codes of the digital world. The fight for his soul, for his mother's life, and for redemption, had only just begun. The village, nestled deep within the folds of the Sierra Madre Oriental, offered a deceptive sense of peace. The air, thick with the scent of wood smoke and earth, was a stark contrast to the sterile, technological environment Luis had inhabited for so long. But the tranquility was a fragile veneer, easily shattered by the looming threat of Alejandro and the lingering sting of Javier's betrayal. Their temporary sanctuary was just that, temporary. They needed a plan, a way to not only survive but to strike back, to dismantle the network that had ensnared them. Luis knew that confronting Alejandro directly would be suicide. The cartel boss had resources and ruthlessness that dwarfed anything Luis could muster. His strategy had to be more subtle, more cunning. He needed leverage, and that leverage resided in the very digital empire he had so painstakingly built, an empire he was now systematically dismantling, piece by painful piece. He started by identifying the most vulnerable points, the hidden weaknesses in his own elaborate system. He was, in essence, creating a self-destruct sequence, a controlled demolition of his own creation. Days bled into nights as Luis worked tirelessly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, deleting files, scrubbing servers, and erasing traces of his digital existence. The process was agonizing, a slow, methodical dismantling of his ambition, his identity, his very life's work. Each deleted file felt like a piece of himself being chipped away, a painful sacrifice on the altar of his mother's safety. Carmen watched him, her heart heavy with a mixture of fear and admiration. Her faith, her unwavering belief in God's plan, remained his anchor, a silent force that sustained them both. As Luis delved deeper into the digital wreckage of his empire, he discovered something unexpected, a hidden back door, a secret passage into Alejandro's own digital fortress. It wasn't intentional, it was a consequence of Javier's betrayal, a flaw in the carefully constructed network that now offered Luis a glimmer of hope. The back door wasn't a direct route to Alejandro's heart, it was more like a trapdoor, leading to a series of interconnected servers, each one guarded by a complex series of firewalls and encryption protocols. It was a digital labyrinth, and navigating it would require a level of skill and precision that even Luis found daunting. But he had no choice. The opportunity to strike back, to turn the tables on his tormentor, was too significant to ignore. He spent days meticulously studying the labyrinthine structure of Alejandro's network, charting its vulnerabilities, and calculating his moves with the cold precision of a chess grandmaster. He had to anticipate Alejandro's countermeasures, anticipate his traps, and prepare for a digital battle that could determine not only his fate, but the fate of his mother as well. The confrontation wasn't a physical one, a face-to-face showdown in a dimly lit alley. It was a battle waged in the silent realm of cyberspace, a silent war fought on the invisible battleground of algorithms and code. Luis used the back door to infiltrate Alejandro's network, moving silently through the digital corridors, leaving no trace of his presence. He planted a virus, a sophisticated piece of malware designed not to destroy but to expose. The virus, cleverly disguised, would systematically extract sensitive data from Alejandro's servers and transmit it to a secure location. As the data flowed, revealing Alejandro's hidden dealings, Luis knew he was playing a high-stakes game. Alejandro's response was swift and ruthless, a counterattack designed to obliterate Luis's digital presence. It was a digital war of attrition, a tense back-and-forth exchange of code and countercode, a battle of wills fought in the silent realm of the internet. Suddenly, a message appeared on Luis's screen, a direct communication from Alejandro himself, a challenge, a taunting invitation to a virtual duel. The message was not only a challenge but also a philosophical treatise on the nature of power, morality, and the double-edged sword of technology. Alejandro argued that in the digital world, morality was a luxury, an impediment to success. He saw Luis's actions as naive, sentimental, a childish clinging to outdated notions of right and wrong. Luis responded, countering Alejandro's nihilistic worldview with his own deeply rooted faith, his commitment to protecting his mother. He didn't deny the amorality of the digital world, but insisted that morality wasn't irrelevant. It was a choice, a conscious decision to act with integrity even when faced with overwhelming temptation. The exchange escalated into a philosophical debate, a virtual clash of ideologies played out through lines of code and encrypted messages. The debate revealed an unexpected side of Alejandro, a man tormented by his own actions, consumed by the very power he had so ruthlessly pursued. He wasn't simply a ruthless cartel boss, he was a complex individual driven by a deep-seated fear of vulnerability, a fear that had twisted his morality and led him down a path of destruction. He saw Luis's commitment to his mother as a weakness, a sentimental attachment that made him vulnerable. He viewed faith as a naive delusion, a childish belief in a world governed by chaos and chance. Luis, in turn, saw Alejandro's cynicism as a self-defense mechanism, a shield protecting a broken heart. He argued that true strength wasn't measured in the accumulation of power, but in the ability to love, to protect, to sacrifice for the people you care about. He emphasized that faith wasn't simply a belief in a divine entity but a framework for moral action, a compass guiding one's journey through life's complexities. The debate continued, a virtual duel of ideologies, a clash of worldviews played out in the silent realm of cyberspace. As their exchange continued, the lines between attacker and defender became blurred. Luis realized that Alejandro was not simply an antagonist, but a reflection of himself, a twisted version of his own ambition and brilliance. The digital battle became a metaphor for a larger spiritual battle, a confrontation between faith and cynicism, love and fear, light and darkness. The culmination of their virtual duel wasn't a decisive victory for either side. It was a stalemate, a draw that left both men contemplating the consequences of their actions. Alejandro, for the first time, seemed to glimpse the emptiness of his power, the hollowness of his relentless pursuit of control. Luis, on the other hand, emerged with a renewed sense of purpose, his faith strengthened by the trial, his commitment to his mother unwavering. The data that Luis had extracted from Alejandro's network provided enough evidence to cripple the cartel's digital operations, effectively cutting off their access to crucial resources and exposing their illegal activities to authorities. It wasn't a complete victory, but it was a significant blow, a strategic retreat that allowed Luis and his mother to escape the cartel's clutches. They fled to a safe haven, where they could start rebuilding their lives, away from the shadows of the digital world. The digital empire Luis had once built was gone, but in its place stood something far more valuable, a renewed sense of faith, a strengthened bond with his mother, and a commitment to a life lived with purpose, integrity, and love. The confrontation wasn't just a digital showdown, it was a spiritual awakening. The mountain air, crisp and clean, offered little solace to the gnawing anxiety that clawed at Luis. He'd won. In a way, he'd extracted the incriminating data, crippling Alejandro's operations and securing his mother's freedom. But the victory tasted like ash in his mouth. The digital battle had left him hollowed out, the dismantling of his empire a mirror to the dismantling of his own sense of self. He'd traded his ambition for his mother's life, a transaction that left him questioning the value of the currency exchanged. Carmen, however, saw it differently. Her faith, unwavering and bright, had guided them through the darkest hours. She saw not a loss, but a redemption. The escape had been harrowing, a desperate flight through winding mountain roads, the cartel's relentless pursuit a shadow clinging to their heels. The journey had been punctuated by moments of sheer terror, moments where Luis's technological prowess felt useless against the brutal reality of armed men. But they had survived, a testament to their resilience and the unseen hand of Providence, as Carmen was quick to point out, her eyes reflecting the unwavering light of her belief. Their refuge, a small, unassuming village nestled deep within the mountains, was a world away from the glittering spires of Austin's tech scene. Here, life moved at a different pace, measured not in gigabytes or milliseconds, but in the rhythm of nature, the slow, deliberate turning of the seasons. It was a stark contrast to the frenetic energy of Luis's former existence, a world where information flowed like a river, constantly changing, ever shifting. The quietude was both comforting and unsettling, a stark reminder of the life he'd left behind. But the peace was fragile. The specter of Alejandro's wrath still loomed, a shadow hanging over their sanctuary. Luis knew the cartel wouldn't simply vanish. They would regroup, reform, and inevitably seek revenge. He'd dealt a blow, but he hadn't vanquished the beast. He'd merely wounded it, and wounded beasts were often the most dangerous. The weight of this knowledge pressed upon him, a heavy cloak of responsibility. The price he paid extended beyond the loss of his digital empire. The betrayal by Javier, the constant fear for his mother's life, the moral compromises he'd made. These were wounds that wouldn't heal easily. His actions had created ripples that extended far beyond his immediate sphere. He had manipulated, extorted, and played a dangerous game with people's lives. The moral calculus of his actions was complex, a tangled web of justifiable ends and questionable means. He had fought fire with fire, and the burns were deep. His relationship with his mother, once a source of strength and comfort, now carried a new layer of complexity. He had saved her life, but at the cost of their shared life in Austin, of his burgeoning success and the life he had envisioned for them. He couldn't help but wonder if the price he had paid was disproportionate, if he had sacrificed too much for her safety. The guilt gnawed at him, a persistent reminder of the burdens he carried. Sleep offered little respite. Nightmares plagued him, swirling visions of servers crashing, lines of code collapsing, and Alejandro's cold, unwavering gaze. He saw faces, the faces of those he'd wronged, those he'd used as pawns in his game. His dreams were a distorted reflection of his reality, a surreal landscape where morality blurred into a hazy gray. He woke each morning drained, the weight of his actions crushing him. Yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of hope remained. It wasn't the triumphant glow of victory, but a quiet, persistent ember of faith, fueled by his mother's unwavering belief and his own slowly emerging understanding of his actions. He had made a choice, a conscious decision to prioritize his mother's safety above his ambitions. In retrospect, it was the only choice he could have made. But the path to that understanding wasn't straightforward. It was a journey through doubt, guilt, and self-reflection. The village slowly began to become their new world. The people, initially wary of the outsiders, extended a hesitant but genuine welcome. Carmen, with her gentle nature and deep faith, quickly became a part of the community, her kindness and compassion melting the ice of suspicion. Her prayers, whispered in the quiet corners of the small church, provided a balm for the wounds of their past, offering a sense of peace that Luis found increasingly elusive. Luis found himself drawn to the simple rhythm of rural life. The work, though physically demanding, provided a welcome distraction from the torment of his thoughts. He began to appreciate the quiet strength of community, the unspoken bonds that held the village together. The stark contrast between the digital world he'd left behind and the organic reality of his new life provided a healing juxtaposition. The serenity of the mountains was a soothing balm on his wounded soul. His skills, once used for destructive purposes, found a new outlet. He helped the villagers build a basic computer network, connecting them to the outside world while remaining mindful of the risks that technology posed. He became a bridge, using his technological prowess to bring the benefits of connectivity while protecting them from the dangers of the digital world. It was a redemption of sorts, a chance to use his skills for good, for community building instead of exploitation. The transition wasn't easy. The villagers, while welcoming, viewed him with cautious curiosity. They sensed his past, his troubled history, but his sincerity, his willingness to work, and his obvious commitment to his mother slowly won their trust. He discovered a sense of purpose he'd never experienced within the cutthroat world of Austin's tech scene. One evening, as he sat with his mother, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery hues, Luis felt a sense of peace settle over him. It wasn't the carefree peace of ignorance, but the quiet peace of acceptance, of understanding the price of his choices. He had lost much, but he had also gained. He had lost his ambition, but he had found something more valuable, a renewed sense of self, a stronger connection with his mother, and a deeper appreciation for the simple truths of life and faith. The digital empire he had built was gone, but from the ashes, something new had begun to grow. It wouldn't be a world of dominance and control, but a world of connection, community, and an enduring faith in the power of redemption. The path ahead wasn't easy, but for the first time, Luis felt ready to walk it. The price had been steep, but he'd survived, and he was ready to move on, to begin living, instead of simply existing. The silence of the mountains was no longer a burden but a sanctuary, the simple life, a blessing. Chapter 6. Redemption's Path. The escape from Austin was less a planned exodus and more a frantic flight. The anonymous tip, a whisper in the digital ether, had arrived just hours before Alejandro's men closed in. Luis, ever the pragmatist, had anticipated this possibility, a contingency plan nestled deep within his digital arsenal. He'd secured passage on a private jet, a ghost flight booked under a false name, its destination a carefully chosen location far removed from the reach of Alejandro's network, a small, remote airport in northern Mexico. The journey was a blur of adrenaline and fear. The city lights of Austin, a shimmering tapestry of ambition and technology, receded behind them, replaced by the dark expanse of the Texan plains. Luis, his fingers flying across the laptop's keyboard, navigated them through air traffic control, avoiding radar, his technological skills his only shield against the approaching storm. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing the urgency of their flight. He knew Alejandro's men wouldn't be far behind, their relentless pursuit fueled by vengeance and the loss of their carefully built empire. Carmen, initially numb with terror, found solace in her rosary beads, the rhythmic clicking of the beads against her fingers, the whispered prayers tumbling from her lips, became a counterpoint to the roar of the engines, a lifeline amidst the chaos. Her faith, a constant companion throughout their tumultuous journey, was her shield against despair. She watched her son, his face etched with tension, and silently offered prayers for his safety, for their safe passage. The jet, a sleek, anonymous bird of prey, sliced through the night sky. The world below was a tapestry of darkness punctuated by fleeting glimpses of towns, highways, and the occasional flickering light. Luis fought the exhaustion, the strain of the last few weeks weighing heavily on him, the weight of his betrayal, the moral compromises he had made, the lives he had touched, directly and indirectly, all of it pressed down on him with crushing force. The landing was a tense affair. The remote airstrip, little more than a stretch of uneven tarmac, was shrouded in darkness. As the jet touched down, a jolt of adrenaline surged through Luis. They were in the heart of cartel territory, a place where the law held little sway and violence was a constant companion. The anonymity of the night, however, was their ally. Their escape wasn't over. A battered jeep, its engine coughing and sputtering, awaited them at the edge of the strip. A silent, grim-faced driver, a contact Luis had meticulously vetted through encrypted channels, guided them through a maze of winding mountain roads. The journey was slow, perilous. The darkness was absolute, the only illumination coming from the jeep's headlights, which cut thin swaths through the inky blackness. The mountains, looming large and imposing, seemed to press in on them, their silhouettes jagged and threatening. Luis, armed with a modified GPS device that masked their location and a series of encrypted communication channels, kept a constant vigil. His senses were heightened, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sending shivers down his spine. The fear was tangible, a chilling presence that clung to them like the mountain mist. They were pursued, relentlessly, their escape a game of cat and mouse played out against a backdrop of moonless night and treacherous terrain. Twice they were forced to take evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding roadblocks and pursuing vehicles. The sounds of pursuing vehicles, tires crunching on gravel, engines roaring, were constant reminders of the danger that stalked them. The fear was not just for themselves. The weight of responsibility for Carmen's safety bore heavily on Luis. The image of his mother, her face etched with worry and fear, constantly played in his mind. He knew Alejandro wouldn't hesitate to use Carmen as leverage. Days bled into nights. The tension was unbearable. Sleep was a luxury they couldn't afford. The escape became a test of endurance, a grueling race against time and a relentless enemy. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached their sanctuary. It was a small, secluded village nestled high in the mountains, a place known only to a select few. The village, untouched by the relentless march of modernity, was a world apart from the bustling, technologically driven world of Austin. The air was crisp and clean, a stark contrast to the smog-choked city they had left behind. The villagers, initially suspicious of the strangers who suddenly appeared in their midst, were eventually won over by Carmen's quiet kindness and gentle demeanor. Her devout faith and simple generosity melted the ice of their initial reservations. She found solace in the village chapel, its simple beauty a sanctuary for her weary soul. The villagers' acceptance of Carmen had a soothing effect on Luis as well. The change of environment was a profound shock to the system for both mother and son. The escape wasn't merely a physical act, but a metaphorical one as well, an escape from the complexities and ruthlessness of Luis's former life. In the tranquility of the mountains, Luis began to grapple with the consequences of his actions, the moral ambiguities of his choices, and the weight of his past. The quietude was not without its own challenges. The lack of digital stimulation, the absence of the high-stakes world of cyber warfare, left a void in Luis's life. He was a man unmoored, adrift in a sea of quietude, struggling to navigate the waters of self-reflection. Carmen, however, saw the transition as an opportunity for redemption. She believed that their escape, their survival, was a sign of divine intervention, a testament to the power of faith. She saw their new life in the village not as an exile but as a pilgrimage, a journey towards spiritual renewal and a path towards forgiveness. Luis, initially reluctant, slowly began to see the wisdom in his mother's words. He discovered a new purpose, a new direction. He started using his skills to help the villagers, building a small computer network, connecting them to the outside world while protecting them from the insidious reach of the digital underworld. It was a form of atonement, a way to make amends for the harm he had caused. It was a path to redemption, built not on the foundations of ambition and control but on the principles of community, service, and faith. The mountain air, once a symbol of escape, became a breath of fresh air for his soul, cleaning away the dust of his former life. The silence, once a haunting echo of his past, became a sanctuary for his future. The path to redemption was long and arduous, but for the first time, Luis felt he was finally on his way. The tranquility of the mountain village was shattered one crisp morning by the insistent blare of a police siren, echoing through the normally silent valley. The sound, jarring and unwelcome, ripped through the peaceful fabric of their new life, a stark reminder that their escape was far from complete. Luis, tending to a small vegetable garden he'd started with the villagers, felt a cold dread grip his heart. He knew, instinctively, that their sanctuary had been breached. The digital ghost he'd become in Austin had finally been found. Carmen, inside their small adobe hut, was humming a traditional hymn, her fingers rhythmically moving over her rosary beads. The sudden intrusion of the siren silenced her song, a stark contrast to the serenity she had found in the mountains. Her eyes, usually filled with quiet contentment, widened with alarm. She glanced nervously towards the window, her heart pounding against her ribs. The police arrived in a convoy of 4 heavily armed vehicles, their presence a jarring anomaly in the quiet village. The officers, grim-faced and efficient, moved with a purpose that spoke of meticulous planning and intelligence gathering. They moved through the village, their presence unsettling the quiet rhythm of daily life, creating an atmosphere of hushed anxiety. The villagers, initially hesitant, retreated into their homes, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and confusion. Luis knew this was it. The moment of reckoning had arrived. He watched, helpless, as the officers approached their humble dwelling, their weapons clearly visible. He was ready. He'd spent his time in the village preparing for this, not by stockpiling weapons, but by meticulously planning his legal strategy. He had studied, researching legal precedents, international law, and the intricacies of Mexican extradition laws. He'd created a digital fortress, a carefully constructed network of encrypted communication channels and digital decoys, ready to be deployed if necessary. The lead officer, a stern-faced woman with sharp eyes and an even sharper demeanor, identified herself and stated their purpose: the arrest of Luis La Sombra Duran, wanted for multiple counts of cybercrime and extortion in Austin, Texas. Luis remained calm, his exterior betraying none of the turmoil churning within. He was ready to face the consequences of his actions. His mother, however, was his primary concern. He wouldn't let them harm her. The situation was delicate. He couldn't simply surrender, not without ensuring Carmen's safety. His arrest could trigger a chain reaction, attracting unwanted attention from the cartel, who would undoubtedly try to use this opportunity to settle old scores. He had to navigate a treacherous path, balancing his need to protect his mother with the need to defend himself against the full force of the law. He demanded to see a warrant, subtly activating his digital defenses, a silent army ready to defend their position. The officer presented the warrant, its official seal a stark symbol of the impending legal battle. Luis examined it carefully, noting every detail, searching for any legal loophole, any technicality that he could exploit. His legal preparations were paying off. He discovered a minor procedural error in the warrant, a small but crucial oversight that could jeopardize the entire operation. He pointed this out calmly, his voice steady and controlled, effectively stalling the process and buying himself precious time. The officer, initially dismissive, was forced to acknowledge the error. The situation, already tense, became even more complicated. The delay allowed Luis to quietly communicate with his network, a discreet web of contacts he'd cultivated throughout his career. He needed a lawyer, a top-tier lawyer with experience navigating the murky waters of international extradition. He needed someone who understood the nuances of digital crime, and who could effectively represent him while protecting his mother. The legal battle that ensued was a marathon, a grueling test of wills and legal expertise. The prosecution, armed with a mountain of evidence, sought to portray Luis as a ruthless criminal mastermind. His lawyer, a sharp, seasoned veteran of the legal world, meticulously countered their claims, highlighting the mitigating circumstances and emphasizing the flaws in their case. Luis's testimony was a delicate balancing act. He had to admit to his crimes, confessing his guilt while simultaneously painting a picture of a man driven to desperate measures to protect his mother from a far more dangerous enemy, Alejandro and his cartel. He spoke of the discrimination he faced in Austin, the lack of opportunities, the crushing weight of poverty. He spoke of the constant fear, the ever-present threat of violence, the moral compromises he was forced to make. The courtroom became a battleground, a clash between the cold logic of the law and the raw emotional reality of his life. He fought for his freedom, but more importantly, for his mother's safety. His devout Catholic faith played a crucial role in his defense, a testament to the enduring power of faith amidst adversity. The contrasting values of the American justice system and the more culturally nuanced Mexican approach to justice created additional complexities, his lawyer masterfully utilizing these differences to his advantage. The trial stretched on for weeks. Carmen, ever the faithful woman, remained a constant presence, her unwavering faith a silent pillar of strength for her son. Her prayers, whispered in the quiet corners of the courtroom, provided Luis with the courage and determination to fight for his freedom. Ultimately, the trial concluded with a verdict that was both unexpected and deeply satisfying. Luis was found guilty on some lesser charges, but due to the procedural errors and the compelling nature of his defense, he was given a reduced sentence, avoiding extradition back to Austin. He remained under house arrest in the remote Mexican village, a sentence he readily accepted, for it allowed him to remain with his mother. The village, once a sanctuary, was now a prison, but also a place of renewal, where he could continue his path towards redemption. His skills, once used for illicit gain, were now dedicated to serving his community. The weight of his crimes was not erased, but it was lessened by his sincere efforts to atone, offering himself as a bridge between his village and the modern digital world, while helping them navigate a future he'd once sought to exploit. His journey was far from over, but in the quiet peace of the mountains, he discovered a new purpose that transcended ambition and fear. The path to redemption was long and winding, but the road, however arduous, was now his own to walk. The quietude of the mountain village, once a sanctuary, now felt like a gilded cage. The reduced sentence, a victory hard won, offered a fragile peace, a deceptive calm that belied the ever-present threat looming over Luis and Carmen. The cartel, Alejandro in particular, hadn't forgotten Luis's betrayal, his audacious theft of their data. Their revenge, Luis knew, would be swift and brutal. It wasn't a matter of if, but when. The days bled into weeks, each sunrise a fresh reminder of their precarious situation. The village, though welcoming, couldn't offer complete protection. Whispers followed them, shadows flickered at the periphery of their vision, and the ever-present hum of anxiety permeated their lives. Luis, despite his efforts to integrate into the community, felt the weight of their unspoken fear, the silent acknowledgement of their shared vulnerability. He taught the villagers basic computer skills, sharing his knowledge to build a digital bridge between their traditional way of life and the rapidly encroaching digital world. This was his atonement, his way of giving back. But the work was punctuated by moments of stark terror. One evening, a lone figure was spotted lurking near their hut, his face obscured by shadows, his presence a chilling reminder of the ever-present danger. Another time, a seemingly innocuous package arrived, addressed to Carmen, laced with a threatening note, a veiled warning disguised as a delivery. These were small acts, subtle jabs of fear, yet each incident served as a chilling reminder of the cartel's reach, their unrelenting pursuit. Carmen, ever the pillar of strength, remained steadfast in her faith. Her rosaries were now accompanied by anxious prayers, a silent conversation with God, a plea for protection and guidance. Her faith was her solace, her shield against the unrelenting fear that gnawed at her soul. She saw Luis's efforts to atone for his past, his commitment to helping the villagers, and her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and fear. Pride in her son's efforts to find redemption, fear for his safety. Luis, meanwhile, used his technical skills not to build an empire of digital crime, but to create a shield for his mother and himself. He set up sophisticated surveillance systems, employing a network of carefully placed cameras and sensors, creating a digital perimeter around their hut and the immediate vicinity. He worked tirelessly, his days filled with community service and nights consumed by coding, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, transforming lines of code into a digital fortress. His network of contacts, cautiously cultivated during his years as La Sombra, remained his lifeline. They provided him with crucial information, whispers of cartel movements, snippets of conversations intercepted from Alejandro's inner circle. This information, carefully analyzed, formed the basis of their defensive strategy, helping them anticipate attacks and evade capture. It was a dangerous game of cat and mouse, a constant struggle for survival against an adversary far more powerful than himself. One night, a coded message arrived, a chilling warning from a reliable source within the cartel. Alejandro was sending a team to eliminate Luis and Carmen. The message was explicit, detailing the planned route, the number of assassins, and the precise time of the attack. It was a direct, merciless threat, leaving no room for doubt. The impending assault forced Luis and Carmen to confront the full weight of the situation. They had to leave the village, abandoning their sanctuary and their fragile sense of security. The escape was meticulously planned, a desperate dash for freedom. They used Luis's knowledge of the terrain, and the network of hidden paths that only the villagers knew, to disappear into the night, leaving behind only traces of their passing. Their journey was perilous, filled with near misses and heart-stopping close calls. They utilized a combination of land and water routes, relying on his understanding of the local landscape and the digital information he'd gathered, constantly one step ahead of their pursuers. Carmen, despite her fear, showed remarkable resilience, her faith unshaken, her spirit unbroken. Her quiet strength provided Luis with the resolve to continue, to keep moving forward, even as their escape felt increasingly tenuous. They sought refuge in a remote monastery high in the mountains, a place steeped in history and surrounded by a thick cloak of ancient forests. The monastery, a haven of peace and prayer, offered a temporary sanctuary, a place where they could regroup and plan their next move. The monks, aware of their situation, welcomed them with compassion and offered their unwavering support. The cartel's pursuit, however, didn't relent. The monks, with their own network of contacts, warned Luis and Carmen of an impending attack. Alejandro, fueled by rage and a burning desire for revenge, had used his resources to track them to the monastery. Luis knew that their current sanctuary was only temporary. They needed a more permanent solution, a long-term plan for survival and a path towards genuine redemption. This meant confronting Alejandro and the cartel directly, but this time, not with digital warfare but with a carefully calculated plan that relied on exposing the cartel's corruption to the authorities. This would require cooperation, the very thing he previously avoided. The challenge was immense, to expose a powerful cartel without jeopardizing his mother's safety. Luis knew he had to leverage his skills, not for personal gain, but for the greater good. He began to build a case against Alejandro, meticulously documenting evidence of the cartel's criminal activities, using his digital prowess to expose their network and their corruption. His work was a painstaking effort, requiring meticulous attention to detail and an acute understanding of digital security. His days in the monastery were filled with prayer, quiet contemplation, and meticulous work. The monks became an unexpected source of support, their prayers echoing Luis's own determination to bring Alejandro down. This spiritual solace and the support of the community enabled him to meticulously unravel Alejandro's vast web of deceit. His plan was audacious, yet feasible, a calculated risk that could bring an end to Alejandro's reign of terror, but one that could also leave him vulnerable to exposure and arrest. The final confrontation would not be a digital battle, but a legal one, where the battleground was not a server farm but a courtroom. This time, Luis wasn't fighting for himself. He was fighting for the justice that had been denied to so many, a battle he felt he owed not only to his mother but to all those victimized by the cartel's power. His journey from a ruthless hacker to a reluctant hero was far from complete, but in the serene heart of the mountains, surrounded by the unwavering faith of his mother and the support of the monastery community, Luis La Sombra Duran was finally finding his path to redemption. a path paved not with digital code but with justice, faith, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The monastery's stone walls, centuries old and imbued with the silent prayers of countless souls, offered a stark contrast to the frenetic digital world Lewis had once inhabited. The air, thin and crisp at this altitude, carried the scent of pine and damp earth, a welcome change from the sterile aroma of server rooms and the ever-present hum of technology. Here, surrounded by the rhythmic chanting of monks and the quiet rustling of leaves, a sense of profound peace began to settle over him, a peace he hadn't known existed. Carmen, too, found solace in this sacred space. The monastery's chapel, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, became her sanctuary. She spent hours in prayer, her rosary beads a constant companion, her voice a soft murmur lost in the echoing grandeur of the stone edifice. Her faith, unwavering and steadfast, was the anchor that kept them grounded amidst the storm raging around them. It was a faith that transcended the fear, the uncertainty, the ever-present threat of Alejandro's vengeance. It was a faith that whispered promises of hope amidst the darkness. The monks, a brotherhood of quiet contemplation and unwavering compassion, welcomed them with open arms. They saw not just two fugitives hiding from a ruthless cartel, but two souls in need of healing, a mother and son seeking redemption. They offered them not only shelter but also a sense of belonging, a community that embraced them without judgment. Their quiet acts of kindness, a shared meal, a comforting word, a prayer offered in their name, were balm to their wounded spirits. The rhythmic chanting of the monks, the hypnotic sway of incense, the hushed reverence that permeated the monastery's hallowed halls, these were not mere rituals, they were a lifeline, a pathway to a peace that transcended the immediate danger. It was a peace that seeped into Lewis's bones, a calm that settled deep within his soul, a stark contrast to the relentless anxiety that had been his constant companion for so long. He found himself drawn to the monastery's library, a treasure trove of ancient texts and forgotten knowledge. He spent hours poring over illuminated manuscripts, lost in the intricate beauty of calligraphy and the profound wisdom contained within the ancient scriptures. It was a world far removed from the cold logic of algorithms and the harsh realities of digital warfare. It was a world of faith, of history, of enduring human spirit. The quietude of the monastery was not a passive acceptance of their situation. It was a strategic retreat, a space for reflection and planning. While Carmen found comfort in prayer, Luis used the time to refine his strategy. He knew that running would not solve their problems. They needed a decisive move, a way to eliminate Alejandro's threat permanently. This meant going beyond his digital skills, leveraging the legal system, and exposing Alejandro's corruption to the world. He continued his painstaking work, painstakingly documenting Alejandro's criminal activities, weaving a complex web of evidence, linking seemingly disparate pieces of information. His skills as a hacker, once used for self-preservation and illicit gain, were now employed to dismantle a criminal empire. He worked tirelessly, his fingers flying across the keyboard, transforming digital data into irrefutable proof of Alejandro's misdeeds. The lines of code he wrote were no longer tools of manipulation, they were instruments of justice. His meticulous work was not just about gathering evidence, it was also about anticipating Alejandro's moves. He used his digital network of former contacts, carefully vetted and trusted, to monitor the cartel's activities, gathering intelligence and anticipating their countermeasures. It was a dangerous game of chess, a high-stakes gamble where the stakes were life and death. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. The monastery became their home, a sanctuary where they found not only physical refuge but also a profound spiritual awakening. Luis, once consumed by the thrill of digital warfare, discovered a new purpose, a new mission, to fight for justice, not for personal gain but for the greater good. His redemption wasn't a sudden epiphany, it was a gradual process, a journey of self-discovery and spiritual growth. Carmen's faith became a source of strength for both of them. She provided a constant reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is hope. Her unwavering belief in God's plan gave Luis the courage to continue his fight, to persist despite the overwhelming odds. Her prayers, her quiet strength, were his unwavering support in a world that seemed to conspire against them. Their days were punctuated by moments of shared silence, of quiet contemplation, and of unspoken understanding. They found solace in each other's company, in the shared burden of their past and the shared hope for a better future. The monastery became a crucible, forging a bond between mother and son that was stronger than any digital firewall or cartel's threat. The journey towards redemption was far from over. The risk remained immense. Exposing Alejandro meant exposing themselves to retaliation, to potential arrest, and to the unknown consequences of their actions. But as they stood together in the quietude of the mountain monastery, fortified by faith and united by a shared purpose, they knew that they had found more than just a hiding place. They had found a pathway to a future where justice prevailed, a future where their actions were no longer driven by fear and self-preservation, but by hope and the pursuit of redemption. The path was long and arduous, but they were ready to walk it, together. Their quiet strength was a testament to the power of faith, a powerful symbol of hope, and a chilling reminder of the power that resided within a mother's love and a son's desire for redemption. The mountain air carried their silent prayers, echoing the hope that resonated within the ancient stones of the monastery, a beacon in the face of the darkness they had yet to conquer. The crisp mountain air, once a symbol of their refuge, now felt charged with a new energy, a sense of anticipation mixed with trepidation. Leaving the monastery wasn't a simple matter of walking out the gates, it was a step into the unknown, a leap of faith that tested the very foundations of their newfound peace. The sanctuary had been a crucible, forging their spirits, strengthening their bond, but the world beyond its walls held a different kind of challenge, the challenge of rebuilding their lives, of facing a future that remained uncertain and precarious. Their departure was quiet, almost clandestine. The monks, with their customary serenity, offered blessings and words of encouragement, their silent farewells a poignant testament to the unspoken understanding that had blossomed between them. Carmen clutched a worn rosary, its familiar weight a source of comfort amidst the rising tide of apprehension. Luis, his gaze fixed on the winding road ahead, carried the weight of responsibility, the burden of their past, and the hope for a brighter future. Their journey down the mountain was a descent not just in altitude, but also in the intensity of their emotional landscape. The serenity of the monastery gradually faded, replaced by the cacophony of the outside world, the honking of cars, the chatter of strangers, the insistent hum of modern life. The transition was jarring, a stark reminder of the chasm between the spiritual sanctuary they had left behind and the complex reality they were now re-entering. They found temporary lodging in a small, unassuming town nestled at the foot of the mountains. It was a world away from the bustling tech scene of Austin, a world where the rhythm of life was slower, less frenetic. The people were warm and welcoming, their simple lives a stark contrast to the opulent excesses of the city's elite Luis had once frequented. They found solace in the anonymity, the chance to simply exist without the constant threat of exposure. Luis, however, found the quietude unsettling. The absence of the hum of servers, the absence of the constant flow of data, the absence of the thrill of the digital chase, it left a void, a strange emptiness that echoed the uncertainty of their future. He found himself restless, his fingers itching to reconnect to his digital network, to the intricate web of information he had once controlled. The temptation to return to his old ways, to the seductive allure of power and control, was a constant battle within him. Carmen, ever perceptive, sensed his inner turmoil. She understood the pull of his past, the allure of his digital kingdom, but she also saw the potential for redemption, the glimmer of hope in his weary eyes. She spent hours with him, praying, talking, reminding him of their shared journey, their shared purpose. Her unwavering faith became a beacon in the storm of his conflicting emotions. Their new life was a constant negotiation between the past and the present, between the memories of their escape and the hope for a new beginning. They had to find a way to integrate into this new environment without compromising their safety, without allowing their past to define their future. It was a delicate balancing act, a tightrope walk between secrecy and integration. Luis, using a carefully constructed pseudonym, found work as a freelance consultant, leveraging his technical skills while avoiding any association with his former identity. The work was challenging, demanding, but it allowed him to channel his energies into something productive, something that served a greater purpose. He found satisfaction in helping smaller businesses, individuals, and non-profits improve their digital security and infrastructure, using his skills to protect rather than exploit. Carmen found employment as a housekeeper, her tireless work ethic a testament to her resilience and determination. She found solace in the quiet rhythm of her work, the sense of purpose it provided, and the simple satisfaction of a job well done. She poured her energy into their new life, creating a sense of normalcy and stability that helped anchor them amidst the lingering uncertainty. Their bond, strengthened by their shared ordeal, grew deeper. They found comfort in each other's company, in the shared silences, in the unspoken understanding that bound them together. The fear, the uncertainty, the ever-present threat of Alejandro's vengeance, these were still very real, but their impact was lessened by the unwavering support they found in each other. Slowly, tentatively, they began to build a new life, a life rooted in faith, in forgiveness, and in the hope for a future that was not defined by their past. Their new beginnings were not glamorous, not filled with riches or the thrill of digital conquest, but they were filled with a quiet dignity, a sense of purpose, and an unwavering commitment to a life of integrity. They had traded the seductive allure of power for the simple satisfaction of a life lived honestly. The road ahead remained challenging, fraught with potential dangers and uncertain outcomes. Alejandro's reach was vast, his network extensive, but Luis and Carmen were prepared, not just with a refined strategy, but with a strengthened resolve and an unshakable faith. The quiet strength they cultivated in the monastery now radiated from them, a silent force, a powerful testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, the boundless power of faith, and the unbreakable bond between a mother and a son seeking redemption. Their new beginnings were a testament to their resilience, a promise of hope whispered on the wind, carried on the prayers of a devout mother and the quiet determination of a son seeking solace and absolution. The path to true redemption was long, but they walked it together, their steps steady, their hope unwavering. The mountains, once a place of refuge, now stood as silent witnesses to their rebirth, to a new life forged in the fires of adversity and strengthened by the enduring power of faith. Chapter 7. The Weight of the Past. The quiet life in the small town at the foot of the mountains proved to be a fragile illusion. The tranquility, the anonymity, the feeling of escape, it all shattered the day the uniformed officers arrived. They weren't local law enforcement, these were federal agents, their faces grim, their demeanor businesslike. They hadn't come for a friendly chat, they came for Luis. The warrant detailed a litany of charges: wire fraud, identity theft, extortion, conspiracy, and a host of other offenses stemming from his activities in Austin. The evidence, meticulously compiled from seized servers and digital footprints, was damning. Luis had built his digital empire with ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs that even his exceptional skills couldn't completely erase. His carefully constructed pseudonym offered only temporary protection. The weight of his past, the actions he had believed safely buried beneath layers of encryption and anonymity, now crashed down upon him with the force of a tidal wave. Carmen watched, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The serenity she had cultivated during their sanctuary in the mountains was shattered. The rosary beads, once a source of comfort, felt cold and heavy in her hand. The quiet dignity they had strived for evaporated, replaced by the stark reality of their situation. They were back in the crosshairs, their precarious peace shattered. Luis, however, didn't crumble. The shock gave way to a steely resolve, a grim determination that mirrored the fight he had waged in the digital realm. He didn't deny the charges. The evidence was too overwhelming. Instead, he focused on strategy, on the intricate legal maneuvers required to navigate this treacherous terrain. He knew the system, its loopholes and its biases. His skills, honed in the dark corners of the digital world, were now his weapons of defense. He requested a court-appointed lawyer, a seasoned veteran known for his aggressive defense strategies, a man who understood the intricacies of technology-related crimes. But Luis knew this lawyer, despite his experience, wouldn't be enough. He needed a deeper understanding of the case's intricacies, a level of technical expertise that few attorneys possessed. He subtly engaged the lawyer, steering him towards specific aspects of the case, feeding him information strategically, meticulously guiding him through the labyrinth of digital evidence. The ensuing legal battle became a cat-and-mouse game, a duel between Luis's technical prowess and the prosecution's overwhelming evidence. He dissected the prosecution's case, revealing subtle inconsistencies, highlighting gaps in their digital forensics, He pointed out flaws in their chain of custody, challenging the admissibility of crucial evidence. He argued passionately about the complex nature of digital identities and the malleability of online personas, creating reasonable doubt where there seemed to be none. His lawyer, initially skeptical, was stunned by Luis's understanding of the legal and technological processes. Luis's technical insights transformed their defense strategy, shifting the battleground from a simple accusation of guilt to a complex examination of digital evidence and legal interpretations. The courtroom became a stage where the clash of technological expertise and legal maneuvering played out. The prosecution's star witness, a cybersecurity expert hired to explain the complexities of Luis's digital activities, found himself outmatched. Luis, through careful questioning by his attorney, exposed inconsistencies in the expert's testimony, revealing biases and limitations in their methodology. The courtroom, filled with jargon and technical details, became a battleground where the truth was obscured by layers of code, encrypted files, and complex algorithms. Luis fought not just for his freedom but to expose the limitations of the legal system in dealing with crimes in the rapidly evolving digital world. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The trial became a media sensation, a fascinating clash between a brilliant hacker and the formidable might of the US legal system. The story of Luis La Sombra Duran, the enigmatic hacker from Monterrey, captivated the public, turning him into both a villain and an anti-hero. His charisma, his intelligence, and the sheer audacity of his crimes fueled public fascination. News channels dedicated hours of coverage to the case, dissecting the legal arguments, analyzing the technical evidence, and speculating on the outcome. The courtroom became a spectacle, a place where the digital world collided with the tangible world, a world where lines blurred between right and wrong, between genius and criminality. Carmen, meanwhile, became a silent presence in the proceedings. Her quiet dignity, her unwavering faith, became a symbol of steadfastness amidst the storm. She attended every hearing, her presence a quiet counterpoint to the chaos and drama unfolding in the courtroom. She was a constant source of support for Luis, her faith a beacon of hope in the darkness. Her prayers, whispered throughout the long and arduous proceedings, fueled Luis's determination and reminded him of his purpose beyond the courtroom, the need to protect not only himself, but her too. Her presence, although passive, became a silent force, a reminder of the human cost of the battle. The trial reached a climax during the closing arguments. The prosecution presented a seemingly insurmountable case, relying on the sheer weight of the digital evidence. But Luis's defense, expertly crafted and meticulously presented, chipped away at the prosecution's narrative. They highlighted the contextual issues of digital data, the ease with which it could be manipulated, and the limitations of existing legal frameworks in dealing with such crimes. The jury was presented with a complex picture, a nuanced reality beyond the simplistic narrative of a villainous hacker. The jury's deliberations lasted days, the tension was palpable, the uncertainty a heavy weight in the air. Luis, his face impassive, showed no outward signs of anxiety. Carmen, her hands clasped tightly in prayer, waited with a faith that transcended the uncertainty of the situation. The verdict, when it finally came, was a shock. Not guilty. The jury, apparently convinced by the defense's meticulous dissection of the digital evidence and the ambiguities of digital identity, found Luis not guilty on the most serious charges. However, he was convicted on lesser charges related to fraud and identity theft, resulting in a significantly reduced sentence. The victory was bittersweet. He had avoided a lengthy prison sentence, but his past actions would always cast a long shadow. The legal battle had taken its toll. The experience left an indelible mark on Luis, forcing him to confront the consequences of his past actions. It challenged his belief in absolute control, in the illusion of digital anonymity. It also confirmed the enduring power of faith and the unwavering support of a mother's love. Their quiet life at the foot of the mountains was once again disturbed, but this time, the disturbance had brought a different kind of clarity. Luis had emerged from the trial battered, but not broken. His redemption, however, was far from complete. The weight of the past, though lessened, still remained. The legal battles were over, but the fight for his soul and for his future with his mother was far from finished. The journey towards true redemption was a long and arduous road, and Luis knew he was only at the beginning. The acquittal wasn't a celebration. The courtroom's hushed silence after the verdict was heavier than any condemnation. The weight of his actions, the lives he'd disrupted, the trust he'd violated, it clung to him like a shroud, even as he walked free. The reduced sentence, a mere shadow of the potential prison term, offered a reprieve, not redemption. The legal battle was won, but the war within himself had only just begun. The journey back to the small mountain town felt surreal. The familiar landscape, once a haven, now felt charged with the unspoken tension of the recent events. Carmen greeted him with a hug, her embrace both comforting and heartbreaking. Her silence spoke volumes, a silent understanding of the burden he carried. The rosary beads, once heavy with worry, now seemed lighter, imbued with a renewed sense of hope, fragile yet persistent. But her quiet acceptance didn't alleviate the guilt that gnawed at Luis. He spent the first few weeks in a self-imposed exile, retreating to the solitude of his room, the digital world, his former playground, now a source of agonizing self-reflection. He scrolled through the articles, the news reports, the endless speculation on his case. He saw himself reflected in the lens of the media, a brilliant hacker, a digital Robin Hood, a ruthless criminal. The labels shifted, depending on the perspective, but the underlying truth remained: his actions had caused significant harm. His reflection went beyond the legal ramifications. He began to delve into the human impact of his digital crimes. He meticulously researched the individuals he'd extorted, piecing together their stories from news articles and public records. He learned of the financial distress he'd caused, the broken dreams, the ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate victims. The faces behind the digital IDs, the names reduced to lines of code, suddenly became real people, with real lives, with real consequences. One name stood out: a woman named Isabella Rodriguez, an aspiring artist whose gallery he'd crippled with a carefully targeted DDoS attack. He discovered her struggle to rebuild her business, her mounting debts, the emotional toll it had taken on her. The image of a woman, her face lined with exhaustion and despair, haunted him. He felt the weight of his actions with a visceral intensity, the cold weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Luis knew he couldn't simply erase his past. He had to confront it, to atone for his actions, even if he couldn't undo the damage he had caused. The idea of reconciliation, of seeking forgiveness, had never crossed his mind until then. His life had been a string of calculated risks, a game played in the shadows, where ethical considerations took a back seat to ambition. Now, that perspective had irrevocably shifted. His first step was reaching out to Isabella. He didn't expect forgiveness. He simply wanted to make amends. He sent her an anonymous email, offering financial compensation and expressing deep remorse for his actions. He knew it was a small gesture, a drop in the ocean of harm he'd caused, but it was a start. To his surprise, Isabella responded. Her response was measured, laced with a mixture of anger, hurt, and surprise. Their subsequent conversations, carried out cautiously and anonymously through encrypted channels, allowed for a painful, yet necessary catharsis. The process was agonizing, forcing Luis to confront not only the ethical implications of his actions, but also the deep-seated insecurity that had driven him. His past, the prejudice he'd faced in Austin, the constant struggle to prove himself, it all contributed to the darkness that had consumed him. He realized the extent to which he had allowed resentment to fuel his actions, shaping his worldview and justifying his choices. The reconciliation wasn't merely about financial compensation or legal consequences. It was about owning his past and acknowledging the harm he had caused. He meticulously documented his actions, creating a comprehensive log of his digital crimes, a digital confessional of sorts. He compiled this information not for legal purposes, but as a form of self-accountability, a way of confronting the truth of his actions. This process, though painful, served as a foundation for his personal redemption. He started attending weekly confession at the small church at the foot of the mountain, his mother by his side. The act of confession, once a formality, now held profound meaning. He wasn't simply confessing to a priest. He was confessing to himself, acknowledging his failings and seeking solace in faith. His conversations with Father Miguel, the parish priest, were more than mere confessions. They evolved into guided introspection. The priest listened patiently, offering a mix of understanding and spiritual guidance, acknowledging his struggle while reminding him of the redemptive power of faith. His interaction with his mother deepened during this time. They shared quiet moments of reflection, a shared understanding forged in the crucible of their shared ordeal. Carmen's unwavering faith, her quiet strength, became a constant source of encouragement. She never explicitly condemned him. Instead, she offered him unconditional love, helping him navigate the treacherous path toward redemption. The bond between them, tested in the face of adversity, grew stronger than ever. His technical skills, once used to build a digital empire of deceit, found a new purpose. He began volunteering his services to local charities, using his expertise to secure their digital infrastructure, protecting them from cyber threats. He worked tirelessly, his digital dexterity applied to positive causes, helping the community he had indirectly harmed. The journey was far from over. The scars of his past would always remain. The legal battles were behind him, but the personal struggle for redemption was ongoing, a continuous process of self-reflection and reconciliation. He knew the path would be long and arduous, filled with challenges and moments of doubt. However, this time, his journey wasn't driven by ambition or resentment, but by a desire for genuine atonement and a newfound appreciation for the importance of faith, family, and human connection. The digital world, once his sanctuary and battleground, now served as a tool for healing and positive transformation. He understood the power of technology, its ability to create and destroy, and his responsibility to use it wisely, ethically, and with empathy. The weight of the past still lingered, but it was now a burden he was actively working to bear, a testament to his commitment to redemption. The quiet mountain town, nestled amidst the rolling hills of northern Mexico, offered a stark contrast to the frenetic energy of Austin's tech scene. Yet, it was here, in this sanctuary of simplicity, that Lewis found a deeper connection with his mother, a bond forged not in shared ambition, but in shared trauma. Carmen's faith, once a silent backdrop to Luis's life, now became a beacon, guiding them both through the turbulent aftermath of his trial. Her rosary beads, usually a symbol of worry, now seemed to hold a quiet strength, a testament to her unwavering belief in redemption. Their conversations, initially hesitant and filled with unspoken anxieties, gradually evolved into a profound exchange of understanding. Luis, stripped bare of his digital armor, confessed his vulnerabilities, his regrets, his fear of the future. He spoke of the loneliness that had driven him, the prejudice he'd encountered, the gnawing feeling of being an outsider, both in Mexico and in the hyper-competitive world of American tech. He described the allure of power, the intoxicating feeling of control that his digital empire had provided, a false sense of belonging he desperately craved. He laid bare the chilling realization that his actions, born out of a desire for acceptance, had inflicted deep wounds on others. Carmen listened patiently, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sorrow and unwavering love. She didn't offer platitudes or easy answers. Instead, she offered empathy, understanding, and the unwavering support only a mother could provide. She shared her own struggles, her anxieties about his safety, the fear that he might fall prey to the same darkness that had driven him. She spoke of her faith, not as a rigid set of rules, but as a guiding principle, a source of strength in the face of adversity. She reminded him of his inherent goodness, a goodness he himself had almost forgotten amidst the chaos of his digital battles. Their shared prayers became a ritual, a moment of solace and connection. They would sit together in the small chapel at the foot of the mountain, the scent of incense mingling with the crisp mountain air. Luis, who had once viewed religion as a quaint tradition, found solace in the simple act of prayer, in the quiet communion with his faith and his mother. The rhythm of the rosary beads, the whispered words of supplication, became a source of comfort, a tangible connection to a higher power, a power that offered hope amidst the despair. Beyond the shared prayers, they found comfort in simple acts of togetherness. They cooked traditional meals, the familiar aromas filling their small kitchen, conjuring memories of a simpler time, before the digital world had consumed Luis's life. They spent hours tending to the small garden behind their house, planting seeds of hope amidst the fertile soil. They shared stories, memories, and dreams, rediscovering the depth of their connection, a connection forged in love, tested by adversity, and ultimately strengthened by shared trauma. Carmen's influence wasn't solely spiritual. She subtly guided Luis toward practical steps toward redemption. She encouraged him to reach out to the victims of his crimes, not just Isabella Rodriguez, but others whose lives he had disrupted. She emphasized the importance of genuine remorse, of seeking forgiveness not just for legal reasons, but out of a sincere desire for atonement. She encouraged him to use his technical skills for good, suggesting ways he could contribute to the community, using his expertise to help those in need. Her support wasn't passive, it was active, a powerful force that steered Luis away from the shadows and towards the light. She didn't shy away from confronting his darker impulses, reminding him of the values he had once held dear. She challenged his cynicism, his resentment, his self-justifications. Her quiet strength, her unwavering faith, became a powerful antidote to the poison of his past. She reminded him of the inherent goodness within him, a goodness that had been obscured, but never extinguished. Their relationship, once defined by a subtle distance, a mother's silent worry about her son's ambition, transformed into a deep bond of understanding, support, and shared healing. They became partners in his journey of redemption, not just mother and son, but allies in the battle against his inner demons. The small mountain town, once a backdrop to their lives, became the setting for their shared healing, a testament to the enduring strength of family ties and the power of faith in the face of adversity. Luis's journey toward redemption wasn't a linear path, it was a winding road, filled with setbacks and moments of self-doubt. There were days when the weight of his past felt unbearable, days when the guilt threatened to consume him. But Carmen's unwavering support, her constant presence, acted as a lifeline, pulling him back from the brink of despair. She reminded him that forgiveness, both from himself and others, was a process, not a single event. She encouraged him to embrace the journey, not just the destination. The transformation wasn't immediate, but palpable. The digital world, once his sanctuary and battleground, became a tool for positive change. He channeled his technical expertise into creating secure online platforms for local businesses, protecting them from cyber threats. He volunteered his time at a community center, teaching digital literacy skills to underprivileged youth. He used his knowledge to fight back against cyberbullying, offering support and resources to victims. He continued to attend confession regularly, finding solace in the ritual, in the act of self-reflection and seeking forgiveness. His conversations with Father Miguel evolved from simple confessions into deep spiritual discussions, explorations of faith, morality, and the complexities of human nature. The priest listened patiently, offering guidance, understanding, and a steady dose of reality, reminding Luis that redemption was a long and arduous journey, one that required constant effort, unwavering commitment, and a genuine desire for change. The reconciliation with Isabella Rodriguez became a symbol of his growing commitment to atonement. Their initial interactions, fraught with tension and mistrust, evolved into a fragile friendship. Isabella, initially consumed by anger and hurt, gradually came to accept Luis's remorse. She acknowledged the pain he had inflicted, but she also saw the genuine desire for change within him. Their story became a testament to the power of forgiveness and the possibility of redemption, even in the face of significant harm. The weight of the past never entirely disappeared. The scars remained, a reminder of the choices he'd made and the consequences he'd faced. But the burden, once crushing, now felt lighter, manageable. It was a weight he carried not with despair, but with a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to using his skills for good, and a profound appreciation for the unwavering love and support of his mother and the strength he discovered in his faith. His journey was far from over, but he was walking it with hope, with purpose, and with the unwavering support of his family, a testament to the enduring power of faith, family, and the resilience of the human spirit. The digital world, once a source of conflict and deception, now served as a tool for healing, reconciliation, and positive transformation. The crisp mountain air carried the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the sterile artificial scent of Austin's tech offices. Here, in the quiet sanctuary of his childhood home, Luis felt a profound shift within him, a tectonic plate of guilt and remorse finally beginning to settle. The acquittal, the legal victory, felt hollow, a flimsy shield against the relentless weight of his ethical failings. He'd escaped the legal consequences, but the moral reckoning was only just beginning. It started subtly, with sleepless nights filled with fragmented memories, the panicked faces of his victims, the hollow ache of betrayal in Isabella Rodriguez's eyes, the chilling realization that his actions had not been abstract digital maneuvers, but acts of real-world harm. He had wielded his technological prowess not as a tool for good, but as a weapon, inflicting pain and disruption in his relentless pursuit of power and acceptance. The opulent lifestyle he'd meticulously crafted in Austin, a gilded cage built on the ruins of others' lives, now felt suffocating. The sleek apartments, the luxury cars, the constant stream of fleeting connections, all of it felt like a grotesque mockery of the life he'd once envisioned. The success he'd craved had tasted like ashes in his mouth. His conversations with Carmen were no longer about his escapades in the digital world, but about the profound emptiness that had driven him. He spoke of the insidious allure of power, of the intoxicating feeling of controlling the narrative, of bending the world to his will. He confessed to the gnawing fear of being exposed, of his vulnerability, a vulnerability he'd masked with a veneer of technological invincibility. He hadn't just stolen data, he'd stolen peace of mind, financial security, and, in some cases, hope. Carmen, ever the devout woman of faith, listened with unwavering patience. She didn't judge. She didn't condemn. Her silence was not passive acceptance but a profound understanding, a deep well of empathy that mirrored the unwavering love she possessed for her son. She had always understood the depth of his ambition, the fierce intelligence that burned within him, but now, she saw the darkness that had consumed him, the shadows that had eclipsed the light. Her approach was less about religious dogma and more about a practical application of faith, seeking amends, confronting the consequences, and seeking redemption. She encouraged him to delve deeper into his moral compass, to examine his actions not just from a legal perspective, but from the lens of human empathy. She urged him to consider not just the immediate victims, but the ripple effects of his actions, the wider societal impact of his digital crimes. This wasn't a mere intellectual exercise, it was a soul-searching journey. He began by reaching out to Isabella Rodriguez, not as a defendant seeking a plea bargain, but as a man seeking genuine forgiveness. Their initial conversation was strained, fraught with apprehension and lingering resentment. Isabella, initially disbelieving, was nevertheless touched by the sincerity in his remorse. Their reconciliation was not a quick fix, but a slow, gradual process of healing, characterized by apologies, heartfelt conversations, and a shared recognition of the scars left by his actions. The process extended beyond Isabella. Luis meticulously tracked down others he had harmed, from the small business owners he had extorted to the individuals whose private information he had compromised. Each conversation was an act of self-flagellation, a painful but necessary step in his journey toward atonement. He didn't expect absolution. He merely sought to acknowledge the pain he had caused, to offer amends where possible, and to begin repairing the damage. This commitment to reconciliation wasn't merely a performative act, it was a deep-seated shift in his moral compass. He began to see his technological skills, not as tools for manipulation and control, but as instruments for positive change. He volunteered his time at community centers, teaching underprivileged youth about computer skills and digital safety. He worked with local businesses, helping them secure their data and protect themselves from cyber threats. He even developed a free platform for reporting online harassment and cyberbullying. The irony wasn't lost on him. The same skills that had once allowed him to build a digital empire were now being utilized to dismantle it, brick by digital brick. The change wasn't easy. It was a constant struggle against his old impulses, a daily battle against the seductive allure of power, the temptation to revert to his old ways, to reclaim the intoxicating control he had once held, was ever present. But his commitment to atonement, fueled by his mother's unwavering faith and his newfound understanding of moral responsibility, provided the necessary strength and motivation. Father Miguel, his confessor, became a crucial guide during this period. Their conversations extended far beyond the traditional confessions, evolving into deep philosophical discussions about morality, ethics, and the concept of redemption in a technologically advanced world. The priest didn't shy away from the complexities of Luis's actions, reminding him that the path toward atonement was long and arduous, filled with setbacks and temptations. He highlighted the importance of continuous self-reflection, and the need to incorporate his newfound understanding into his daily life. His journey of redemption wasn't about escaping the consequences of his actions, it was about accepting them, learning from them, and striving to make amends. It was about rebuilding his life, not on a foundation of deceit and manipulation, but on a foundation of honesty, integrity, and a genuine commitment to positive change. He understood that forgiveness, both from himself and from others, was a process, not an event. It was a continuous journey of self-improvement, a constant striving to become a better version of himself. The weight of his past would always be a part of him, a constant reminder of his past mistakes, but it was a weight he now carried not with despair, but with a renewed sense of purpose, a testament to the enduring resilience of the human spirit and the transformative power of faith, family, and a genuine desire for atonement. The digital world, once a source of conflict, had become a tool for healing, a canvas upon which he was painting a new, more ethical and fulfilling life. The transformation wasn't a sudden epiphany, a dramatic shift from darkness to light. It was a slow, painstaking process, a gradual erosion of the hardened cynicism that had once defined him. He started small, volunteering at a local community center, teaching underprivileged kids the basics of coding. The children, bright-eyed and eager to learn, reminded him of his younger self, before the allure of power had warped his intentions. Their innocent curiosity was a stark contrast to the calculating ambition that had driven him for so long. He found a surprising sense of fulfillment in their progress, a satisfaction far exceeding the fleeting thrill of his previous exploits. His work extended beyond the community center. He began collaborating with local businesses, offering his expertise in cybersecurity. He helped them implement robust security protocols, protecting their data from potential threats. He was surprised by the gratitude he received, the genuine appreciation for his skills, now used for the benefit of others rather than for personal gain. This wasn't the empty praise he'd received in the opulent circles of Austin's tech elite. This was authentic recognition, earned through genuine service. The process wasn't without its challenges. The temptation to revert to his old habits, to exploit the vulnerabilities he now understood so well, was a constant battle. There were moments of doubt, moments when the old Luis, the shadowy figure he'd tried so hard to bury, threatened to resurface. But the memory of his mother's unwavering faith, the image of her gentle face etched with worry, was a powerful antidote. He couldn't betray her trust, couldn't succumb to the darkness that had nearly consumed him. His relationship with Father Miguel deepened. Their conversations evolved beyond confessions and into philosophical debates about the nature of redemption in a world increasingly shaped by technology. Father Miguel, a man of deep intellect and compassion, understood the complexities of Luis's journey. He didn't offer easy answers, but provided guidance, challenging Luis to confront his inner demons and to embrace the transformative power of forgiveness. He stressed the importance of not just seeking forgiveness from others, but from himself. The path to redemption, Father Miguel emphasized, was a lifelong commitment, a constant striving for self-improvement. One day, Luis stumbled upon an article describing a new wave of cyberbullying targeting young girls online. The sheer brutality of the attacks, the calculated cruelty of the perpetrators, ignited a fire in him. He remembered Isabella's vulnerability, the pain she had endured, and felt a surge of anger and determination. He decided to dedicate his skills to combating this injustice. He spent weeks developing a free, anonymous platform for reporting online harassment and cyberbullying. It was a complex undertaking, requiring sophisticated algorithms and secure encryption to protect the identity of the victims. He poured his energy into the project, working late into the night, fueled by a newfound sense of purpose. The launch of the platform was a significant milestone in Luis's journey of redemption. He saw the platform not just as a tool for combating online harassment, but as a testament to the transformative power of technology. It was a symbol of his commitment to using his skills for good, to building a better world, one digital interaction at a time. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of users signed up, sharing their stories and seeking support. Luis and his small team worked tirelessly to ensure that every report was investigated and that victims received the necessary help and resources. He found a sense of community, a feeling of belonging he had never experienced before. His success attracted attention from unexpected quarters. News outlets featured his story, highlighting his transformation from a notorious hacker to a digital crusader. He received invitations to speak at conferences and universities, sharing his experiences and inspiring others to use their skills for positive social impact. He even received a commendation from the Austin Police Department, an organization he had once clashed with. The recognition brought a measure of closure, a validation of his journey, but Luis understood that his work was far from over. The battle against cybercrime was ongoing, a never-ending struggle against the forces of darkness in the digital world. He was acutely aware of the potential for misuse of technology, the potential for the same skills that could build bridges to tear them down. He knew that vigilance was crucial, that constant innovation and adaptation were necessary to stay ahead of the curve. He continued to support and mentor the young people he had been teaching at the community center. He saw in them a reflection of his own potential, a reminder of the importance of making ethical choices. He shared his story with them, not as a cautionary tale, but as an example of the possibility of redemption, of the transformative power of faith and perseverance. The weight of his past remained, a constant reminder of his mistakes, but it was no longer a burden. It was a source of strength, a driving force behind his commitment to positive change. He had found purpose, not in the pursuit of power or wealth, but in the selfless pursuit of justice and the betterment of society. The digital world, once a playground for his ambition, had become a tool for healing, a stage upon which he was writing a new chapter in his life, a chapter defined by compassion, responsibility, and a genuine desire to make amends for his past actions. He understood that the battle was far from over, but he felt prepared, equipped with the skills, the experience, and above all, the unwavering support of his mother and the quiet wisdom of Father Miguel. His journey had taught him the profound truth that true power lies not in control, but in service, and in service, he found true peace. Chapter 8. A New Identity. The crisp, sterile air of the safe house felt like a physical manifestation of his new life. Gone were the sleek lines and minimalist aesthetic of his Austin penthouse, replaced by beige walls, functional furniture, and the ever-present hum of unseen security systems. This wasn't freedom, not in the way he'd envisioned it. This was confinement, a gilded cage built to protect him from the very shadows he'd spent years cultivating. His new identity, provided by the U.S. Marshals, felt as artificial as the name itself, Daniel Alvarez, a quiet, unassuming software engineer with a penchant for birdwatching. The irony wasn't lost on him. The man who once controlled vast swathes of the digital world was now reduced to observing tiny birds in a meticulously planned existence. The initial days were a blur of paperwork, psychological evaluations, and rigorous security briefings. He was taught self-defense techniques, drilled on evasion tactics, and given a crash course in blending into the anonymity of everyday life. It was a grueling, dehumanizing process, stripping him of his individuality, reducing him to a number, a case file, a fleeting shadow in a system designed to erase people, not protect them. He found himself craving the adrenaline rush of his past life, the intellectual challenge of outsmarting his opponents, the perverse satisfaction of wielding power in the digital realm. The mundane reality of his new life felt like a slow, agonizing death. The anonymity, however, was a double-edged sword. It offered safety, yes, but also a profound sense of isolation. He was cut off from his past, his friends, his family, most importantly, his mother. The thought of Carmen, alone and vulnerable, gnawed at his conscience. The marshals had assured him of her safety, but the knowledge felt insufficient, a flimsy barrier against the immense power of the cartel he had betrayed. He longed for her simple, unwavering faith, for the warmth of her presence, for the comfort of her prayers. He missed the scent of her cooking, the sound of her humming as she kneaded dough, the steady rhythm of her rosary beads clicking in her hands. The silence in the safe house was deafening, a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of his previous life. The loneliness was crushing. He spent hours staring out the window, watching the relentless cycle of day and night, feeling like a ghost drifting through a world that no longer recognized him. His past was gone, his future uncertain. He wasn't sure if he could endure this purgatory, this forced detachment from everything he held dear. He missed the intellectual sparring with Father Miguel, the quiet understanding in the priest's eyes. He missed the challenge of his work, even the ethically dubious parts. The emptiness was a constant, gnawing presence. To combat the despair, He started small. He exercised religiously, following the routines laid out by his marshal's handlers. He studied the birds he saw through his window, meticulously cataloguing their species and behaviors. It was a futile attempt to reclaim some control, to impose order on the chaos of his circumstances. He started reading, diving into classic literature, seeking solace in the tales of others who had confronted their own demons and emerged victorious. He discovered a surprising affinity for philosophy, exploring the concepts of identity, free will, and redemption. He found himself re-evaluating his past actions, not with self-pity, but with a newfound sense of perspective. He found himself thinking back to his conversations with Father Miguel. The priest's words, once a source of vague comfort, now resonated with a profound depth of meaning. Father Miguel had spoken of accepting the consequences of one's actions, of finding redemption not through escaping responsibility but through embracing it. Witness protection wasn't an escape, it was a form of penance, a necessary step on the long road to atonement. He also started sketching again, a forgotten passion from his youth. He found himself drawn to landscapes, scenes of quiet serenity, a stark contrast to the digital maelstrom that had once consumed him. His sketches became a form of meditation, a way to channel his anxieties and transform them into something beautiful. He started small, sketching the trees outside his window, then the birds he'd observed, gradually building up to more complex compositions. The act of creation, the meticulous process of bringing something into being from nothing, was a powerful antidote to the feeling of powerlessness that had plagued him. His new life wasn't about forgetting his past, it was about learning to live with it. It was about finding meaning in a life stripped bare of the trappings of power and wealth. It was about accepting his role in a system designed to protect him while simultaneously erasing him. He realized that his old life had been built on a foundation of sand, a fleeting illusion of control. This new life, however difficult, was rooted in the firm earth of acceptance and responsibility. The nights were still long, the silence still heavy, but the darkness no longer felt overwhelming. He had started to find a quiet peace, a sense of inner stillness that had eluded him in his previous life. He was beginning to understand that true freedom wasn't about controlling the world around him, but about accepting his place within it, his limitations, and his responsibilities. The challenge now wasn't about escaping his past, but about integrating it into the fabric of his new identity. He was learning to be Daniel Alvarez, a man forged in the fires of his mistakes, a man determined to live a life worthy of his mother's faith and Father Miguel's unwavering belief in his capacity for redemption. He had traded the exhilarating chaos of his old life for the quiet resilience of a new one, and he was, slowly but surely, finding a way to survive, and even to thrive, in the anonymity of his new existence. The path to redemption, he realized, wasn't a straight line. It was a winding, often difficult journey, but one that, he hoped, would lead him, eventually, to peace. The birds outside his window, silent witnesses to his transformation, seemed to sing a song of quiet hope, a promise of a brighter future. The initial euphoria of escaping the cartel's clutches, the brief respite of anonymity offered by the witness protection program, began to fade like a half-remembered dream. The safe house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a mausoleum, its sterile silence amplifying the echoes of his past. Daniel Alvarez, software engineer, birdwatcher, the persona felt like a costume he wore poorly, a flimsy disguise that never quite concealed the ghost of Luis Duran lurking beneath. He found himself drawn to the small routines that structured his days, clinging to them like lifelines in a sea of uncertainty. The meticulous preparation of his morning coffee, a ritual that once seemed insignificant, became a meditation, a small act of control in a life where control seemed to have vanished. He took up gardening, tending to a small patch of herbs and vegetables outside his window. The act of nurturing life, of watching something grow from a tiny seed, was a quiet rebellion against the sterile environment that surrounded him. He even attempted to bake bread, following his mother's recipes, the familiar sense of fleeting connection to a life that felt increasingly distant. The isolation, however, remained a constant companion. He avoided contact with his neighbors, strangers whose lives were as opaque to him as his own was to them. The fear of discovery, a shadow that had been present since his escape, loomed large. Every unfamiliar face, every casual glance, sparked a jolt of adrenaline, a reminder of the precarious nature of his existence. He found himself scanning crowds, his eyes instinctively seeking out threats, a habit ingrained from years spent navigating the treacherous world of digital espionage. His attempts to connect with others proved difficult. He joined a local birdwatching club, hoping to find a sense of camaraderie, but the small talk, the polite exchanges felt strained, artificial. He felt like an outsider, observing from the edges, unable to fully participate. He felt a profound sense of disconnect from the people around him, a chasm created by his past, by the secrets he carried. The digital world, once a place of anonymity and power, had become a treacherous landscape, a potential pathway to his exposure. He avoided the internet, the very medium that had once defined him, now a source of constant anxiety. The news, when he dared to glance at it, was a reminder of the dangers that still threatened him. The irony was not lost on him. He, the master of disguise, the architect of digital deception, was now the one forced to live a life of quiet deception, a perpetual performance. He spent hours studying the bird guide, memorizing details of plumage and calls, finding solace in the intricate patterns of nature, a counterpoint to the chaos of his past. His connection to his mother, tenuous at best, became a source of both comfort and torment. He communicated with her infrequently, through heavily encrypted channels, their conversations strained and brief. He longed to hear her voice, to feel the familiar warmth of her presence, but he dared not risk contact, fearing that any contact, however brief, would endanger her. He sent her anonymous packages, small tokens of his love, but the guilt gnawed at him, the knowledge that he was keeping her in the dark, keeping her from the truth about his present life. He knew that she prayed for him, but he also knew that her faith was being severely tested. Her simple devout faith, the constant presence of God in her life, was a stark contrast to the shadowy world he inhabited. He questioned whether he was worthy of such unwavering devotion. He began to document his experiences, keeping a journal filled with sketches, observations, and reflections. The act of writing became a form of therapy, a way to process his thoughts and emotions, to make sense of the chaos that surrounded him. He wrote about the birds, their intricate movements and behaviors, but also about his own anxieties and struggles, his fear, his loneliness, his guilt. He found a peculiar solace in the act of translating his complex emotions into words, sketching them out in the small margins of his notebook. One evening, while sketching the setting sun casting long shadows over the trees outside his window, he noticed a flicker of movement in the periphery. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest. It was a fleeting glimpse, a shadow in the corner of his eye, but it was enough to set off his internal alarm system. For a moment, the years of living on the edge returned, the old instincts kicking in. He scanned the area, his eyes darting around, searching for the source of his unease. He was fully aware that his paranoia could just as easily be a byproduct of his past, a manifestation of his guilt, or just the loneliness and isolation talking. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted, unsettling him deeply. His thoughts drifted to his old life, to the thrill of the chase, to the intellectual sparring with his rivals. He missed the intricate dance of deception, the challenge of staying one step ahead. The mundane routine of his current existence felt strangely empty, a pale imitation of the adrenaline-fueled life he once lived. The emptiness echoed the loneliness he was experiencing. He continued his routines, clinging to them as anchors in the uncertain sea of his new life. The simple act of tending his small garden, the methodical observation of the birds, the quiet act of writing in his journal, these small rituals became his refuge, his sanctuary. He realized that building a new life wasn't simply about creating a new identity, it was about forging a new soul, a new way of being in the world. It was about finding peace amidst the chaos, about accepting the consequences of his actions, and finding a path toward redemption. The journey was long, arduous, and filled with uncertainty, but it was a journey he was determined to undertake. He knew that his old life, with all its thrills and dangers, would always be a part of him, but he was determined to create a future worthy of the sacrifices he had made. The future of him and his mother depended on it. His silent prayer for their safety and forgiveness was his only guide in the shadowy pathways of his new life. The small acts of rebellion continued. He'd started anonymously donating to local charities, using his skills to subtly boost their online presence, improving their search engine optimization, designing more effective fundraising campaigns. It was a strange form of penance, a way to channel his considerable technical abilities towards something positive, a quiet counterpoint to the shadowy empire he'd once built. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction, a quiet hum of purpose replacing the frantic energy of his former life. The adrenaline rush he craved wasn't gone, but it had been redirected, transformed into a different kind of thrill, the thrill of making a difference, however small. He discovered a hidden talent for data analysis, applying his skills to help local non-profits understand their donor bases, identify areas of need, and allocate resources more effectively. He worked late into the night, fueled by black coffee and the quiet satisfaction of using his knowledge for good. The sterile walls of his safe house began to feel less like a prison, more like a sanctuary, a space dedicated to this quiet act of redemption. He felt a growing sense of purpose, a feeling he hadn't experienced since his days helping his mother with her community projects back in Monterrey. Word of his abilities spread through the quiet channels of the non-profit world. He became known as a silent benefactor, a shadowy figure who offered his services without seeking recognition or reward. He enjoyed the anonymity, the freedom from the scrutiny and the pressure that had characterized his previous life. This was a world where his skills were valued not for their potential to inflict harm, but for their power to heal and uplift. His work extended beyond the digital realm. He taught underprivileged children basic computer skills at a local community center, his patience surprisingly boundless, a stark contrast to the ruthless efficiency he'd once displayed in his cyber warfare. The children, initially wary of the quiet, intense man with the intense gaze, slowly warmed to him, drawn to his quiet competence and the genuine care he showed them. He found himself enjoying their company, their unadulterated enthusiasm for learning a welcome change from the cynical world of corporate espionage. He saw in their bright eyes a reflection of the innocent hope he had lost, and in their eager questions a pathway to reclaiming a part of himself he'd buried deep within. He began to engage with his local community in other ways. He helped elderly residents set up secure online banking systems, protecting them from the ever-present threat of digital scams. He designed a secure network for the local library, ensuring that the community had access to vital information and resources. He started volunteering at a local soup kitchen, quietly contributing to the smooth operation of the food distribution system. His technological skills were surprisingly effective at streamlining the process, improving efficiency and reducing waste. His acts of kindness weren't always technological. He helped repair broken appliances for his neighbors, his hands surprisingly deft and capable. He offered his gardening expertise, transforming neglected plots into vibrant vegetable patches, sharing the bounty with those around him. He found that helping others wasn't just a form of penance, but a source of deep personal fulfillment. It was a way of connecting with the community, of rebuilding the trust he had broken. The act of giving, of selflessly contributing to the well-being of others, filled a void within him, a void that had been left by years of living in the shadows. His connection with his mother remained precarious, though more frequent. He still communicated through encrypted channels, but the tone of their conversations shifted. He spoke to her more openly, sharing aspects of his new life, though never revealing his true identity. He sent her pictures of the garden he tended, the children he taught, the community he was slowly becoming a part of. He could sense a shift in her prayers, a lessening of the anxiety and a growing sense of hope. He didn't speak of his past mistakes directly, but in his actions, in his quiet dedication to helping others, he was attempting to atone for them. The fear of discovery still lingered, a constant undercurrent in his life. He knew that his past could catch up to him at any moment, that the cartel, or his rivals, could uncover his location. The threat of exposure was a constant, yet he felt a growing sense of peace. He had accepted the risk, realizing that a life spent hiding in the shadows wasn't truly living. He wasn't seeking forgiveness for the sake of escaping punishment, he was seeking redemption through genuine self-improvement. He began to understand the true meaning of redemption. It wasn't about erasing the past, but about transforming it. It wasn't about escaping the consequences of his actions, but about facing them, learning from them, and using that knowledge to build a better future. The guilt was still there, a heavy weight on his shoulders, but it was now balanced by a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning that had been absent for so long. He was beginning to rebuild his life, brick by painstaking brick, using the tools of his past to forge a better future. One day, while working at the community center, a young girl approached him, her eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. She was struggling with a coding project, and he found himself patiently guiding her through the complexities of the code, his explanations clear and precise. He felt a familiar rush of satisfaction, the thrill of seeing a student grasp a difficult concept, the same thrill he'd once felt while outsmarting his adversaries. But this time, the feeling was different. It was pure, unadulterated joy. He was no longer using his skills to manipulate or control, but to educate and empower. He realized that his technological skills, once weapons of deception, could now be instruments of transformation, tools for positive change. He had discovered a new purpose, a new identity, one forged not in the shadows of the digital underworld, but in the light of service and community. The journey was far from over, the threats still present, but he felt a newfound strength, a quiet determination to continue on his path of technological redemption, a path that led him not to escape his past, but to reconcile with it, to use it to build a life worthy of his mother's unwavering faith, and more importantly, worthy of himself. The quiet hum of his keyboard, once the soundtrack to his clandestine operations, was now the melody of a new life, a life dedicated to something greater than himself. His past still haunted him, but his future was now, finally, his own. The ghost of Luis Duran was fading, replaced by the quiet strength of Daniel Alvarez, the man who had chosen to use his abilities not to control others but to serve them. He was creating a new identity, one built on redemption, one that was slowly but surely eclipsing the shadows of his past. The path was long, and the challenges were many, but he finally felt the faint, hopeful stirring of a new beginning. The encrypted messages continued, a lifeline between mother and son across the miles. Carmen's unwavering faith, a constant presence in Luis's life even at its darkest, now became a beacon guiding him towards a new path. Her prayers, once laced with anxiety and fear, now carried a quiet strength, a subtle shift Luis could sense even through the digital veil. She didn't explicitly condone his past actions, nor did she demand confession. Her faith, deep and unwavering, spoke volumes without uttering a single word of judgment. Her silent support, a quiet force of acceptance, was more powerful than any condemnation could ever be. One message, particularly poignant, arrived on a Tuesday morning. It was a simple image, a picture of a worn, leather-bound Bible, its pages open to a passage from Matthew. "For I was hungry and you gave me food, I was thirsty and you gave me drink, I was a stranger and you welcomed me." The accompanying text simply read, "Remember this, me aho." It wasn't a direct condemnation of his past but a gentle nudge towards a future built on compassion and service. It resonated deeply with Luis, stirring something within him he hadn't felt in years, a profound sense of longing for redemption. He continued his work with the non-profits, the community center, and his quiet acts of service. But now, his efforts were infused with a renewed purpose. It wasn't just penance, it was a pilgrimage, a journey towards self-forgiveness guided by his mother's unwavering faith. He began to study the Bible himself, drawn to the stories of redemption and forgiveness. The parables, the teachings of Jesus, resonated with him on a deeply personal level, offering solace and guidance in navigating the complex terrain of his own moral landscape. He found himself drawn to the concept of grace, a concept that seemed impossible to reconcile with his past actions, yet one that offered a glimmer of hope. The quiet acts of service morphed into something more organized. He used his technological skills to build a secure online platform for local volunteers, streamlining their efforts and making it easier to connect those in need with those willing to help. He developed a sophisticated system for tracking donations, ensuring transparency and accountability, and creating a more efficient system for distributing resources. His digital prowess, once employed to build a dark empire, was now being used to build a network of light. His relationship with his mother deepened. He began to share more of his life with her, not just the superficial details, but the emotional realities of his journey towards redemption. He described the satisfaction he found in helping others, the quiet joy of witnessing positive change, the sense of purpose that had replaced the emptiness of his past life. He didn't recount the specific details of his criminal activities, but he spoke about the guilt, the regret, and the slow, painstaking process of learning to forgive himself. Carmen responded with patient understanding, her words laced with the enduring strength of her faith. She shared stories from her own life, stories of hardship and resilience, emphasizing the transformative power of faith, forgiveness, and unwavering hope. She reminded him that God's love is boundless, capable of encompassing even the darkest of sins. She encouraged him to embrace the process of self-improvement, reminding him that redemption is a journey, not a destination, and one that requires patience, perseverance, and unwavering faith. Luis's interactions with the community evolved beyond simple acts of service. He became a mentor to the younger volunteers, sharing his knowledge and experience, imparting not only technical skills, but also ethical principles and a deep sense of social responsibility. He began to understand the importance of community, the power of shared purpose, and the profound impact of individual actions on the larger whole. The isolation he'd felt in the past gave way to a sense of belonging, a feeling of being part of something greater than himself. The fear of discovery never completely vanished. The shadow of his past still lingered, a constant reminder of the precariousness of his new life. But the fear was no longer paralyzing. It became a catalyst, pushing him to work harder, to be more committed to his new path, to make his redemption tangible and undeniable. The risk of exposure became a testament to his commitment to changing his life, a stark contrast to his earlier life of self-preservation through anonymity. His anonymity provided a shield, yes, but it also became a kind of penance. The silence allowed him to concentrate on the work itself, the quiet satisfaction of improving the lives of others. The lack of recognition became a source of strength, a reminder of his commitment to redemption, not self-aggrandizement. He understood that true forgiveness wasn't about public absolution but about personal transformation. One evening, while working on a complex data analysis project for a local homeless shelter, he felt a familiar rush of adrenaline, a surge of energy that he hadn't expected. It wasn't the frantic energy of his criminal past, but a focused intensity fueled by a desire to make a real difference. The numbers on the screen weren't just statistics, they were representations of lives, needs, and potential for positive change. He used his skills to identify patterns, to forecast needs, and to optimize resource allocation in a way that benefited everyone involved. As the project concluded, a profound sense of peace washed over him. It was a peace that transcended the anxieties of his past, the uncertainties of his present, and the fears of his future. It was a peace forged in the fires of his past mistakes, tempered by the strength of his mother's unwavering faith, and refined in the crucible of his commitment to service and redemption. The digital tools he once wielded as weapons were now instruments of healing and hope. His new identity was no longer a carefully constructed facade but a gradual transformation, a blossoming from the ashes of his past. He wasn't erasing Luis Duran. He was integrating him, accepting his mistakes, learning from them, and using that knowledge to build a life grounded in integrity and purpose. He had discovered that true forgiveness wasn't about escaping the consequences of one's actions, but about facing them head-on, accepting responsibility, and using that experience to foster positive change. And in that process, he found a faith of his own, a faith born not from religious dogma, but from the transformative power of self-sacrifice and service to others. The quiet hum of his keyboard continued, but now it was the sound of a life rebuilt, brick by painstaking brick, a life dedicated to making amends, not just to God or to society, but to himself. The journey was ongoing, the challenges remained, but for the first time, Luis felt a profound sense of hope, a hope as unwavering and strong as his mother's faith. The ghost of Luis Duran was fading, but not into oblivion. He was transforming into something new, something better, something real. The future was uncertain, but his path was clear. The weight of his past actions, once a crushing burden, began to feel lighter, less suffocating. It wasn't erased, not by a long shot. The memories, sharp and vivid, remained, the adrenaline rush of the heists, the thrill of outsmarting his adversaries, the cold fear of discovery. But now, these memories were not anchors dragging him down, but scars, reminders of a life he was actively leaving behind. The process was gradual, a slow, painstaking peeling away of layers, a gradual shedding of the old skin to reveal something new underneath. This wasn't a sudden epiphany, a moment of divine intervention that magically cleansed his soul. It was a slow burn, a gradual shift in perspective, a conscious decision to embrace the consequences of his actions, not run from them. He began to understand that true acceptance wasn't about denying his past but integrating it, acknowledging it as a part of his story, a chapter that shaped him, but one that no longer defined him. He started journaling, pouring out his thoughts and feelings, the guilt, the regret, the anger, the fear. He wrote about his mother, her unwavering faith, her silent support, the strength she found in her beliefs, a strength that had inadvertently become his own. His new life, built on the foundation of anonymity, felt strangely liberating. The absence of recognition, once a source of anxiety, now felt like a shield, a space to breathe, to grow, to become someone new without the pressures of public scrutiny. The quiet hum of his keyboard became a meditative rhythm, the rhythmic clicking a backdrop to his quiet acts of service. He found a sense of purpose in helping others, in using his skills to make a difference, to repair some of the damage he'd caused, even if on a much smaller scale. He delved deeper into his work with the non-profits, expanding his scope and impact. He developed sophisticated data analysis tools to help organizations better allocate resources, track their progress, and identify areas needing improvement. He created secure platforms for volunteers to connect with those in need, streamlining the process and making it more efficient. He leveraged his expertise in cybersecurity to protect vulnerable communities from online scams and fraud. His technical skills, once tools of deception and manipulation, were now instruments of empowerment and assistance. The change wasn't just about what he did, it was about how he did it. The meticulous planning, the precision, the calculated risks, these were all still present, but now they were directed towards positive ends. The intensity, the focus, the problem-solving skills he had honed in his criminal past were now channeled into projects that benefited society. He was, in essence, repurposing his talents, transforming his dark arts into something bright and hopeful. One particularly challenging project involved building a secure system for a local food bank. The current system was antiquated, inefficient, and prone to errors. Luis, using his knowledge of blockchain technology, designed a system that tracked donations, managed inventory, and scheduled deliveries with unparalleled accuracy and transparency. The result was a significant reduction in food waste and a more efficient allocation of resources, ultimately benefiting thousands of people in need. This project, more than any other, was a turning point. It was a tangible demonstration of his transformation, a clear signal that he was capable of using his skills for good, of making a real difference in the world. He received no public accolades, no awards, no recognition for his work. The satisfaction came from the quiet impact he was making, from the knowledge that he was using his talents to alleviate suffering, to build a better future for others. He began to engage more deeply with the community, attending local events, volunteering at soup kitchens, and mentoring young people interested in technology. He shared his knowledge and expertise freely, encouraging them to use their skills responsibly and ethically. He discovered the power of community, the sense of belonging he had so long craved. The isolation that had characterized his past life gave way to a sense of connection, of shared purpose, of being part of something bigger than himself. His relationship with his mother deepened. He began to confide in her more openly, sharing his struggles, his doubts, his anxieties, and his triumphs. He spoke to her not only about his work but also about the emotional journey he was undertaking, the challenges of self-forgiveness, the process of rebuilding his life. Carmen listened patiently, her faith a constant source of strength and guidance. She didn't judge him. She understood. She had always loved him, unconditionally, and that love, unwavering and true, was the bedrock upon which he was rebuilding his life. He still felt the occasional pang of guilt, the shadow of his past lingering in the corners of his mind. But these feelings were no longer paralyzing. They were a source of motivation, a reminder of the importance of staying true to his new path. He used his guilt not as a weapon of self-destruction but as a catalyst for change, a driving force pushing him to work harder, to strive for excellence, to make a meaningful contribution to the world. His anonymity became a form of self-imposed penance, a way of atoning for his past misdeeds. He chose to remain unseen, to work quietly and diligently, to focus on the task at hand, without seeking recognition or praise. He found a certain freedom in this anonymity, a freedom from the expectations and pressures of public life. It allowed him to be authentic, to be true to himself, without the burden of a public persona. The acceptance wasn't just about the external world, it was equally, perhaps even more importantly, about accepting himself. He had to forgive himself for his past mistakes, to acknowledge his flaws, and to embrace his imperfections. This was a long and difficult process, one that required introspection, self-reflection, and a willingness to confront his darkest self. It was a journey of self-discovery, a process of healing and transformation. The digital world, once a tool for his criminal activities, became a sanctuary, a space where he could create, build, and heal. The code he wrote, the systems he built, were no longer tools of deception but instruments of hope. The hum of his keyboard was no longer the soundtrack to a life lived in the shadows, but the rhythm of a life dedicated to service and redemption. And so, Luis Duran, the once feared hacker known as La Sombra, found a new identity, not in a false name or a fabricated persona, but in the quiet dignity of a life dedicated to making amends, to serving others, and to finding peace within himself. His past was a part of him, an indelible mark on his soul, but it was no longer his entire story. He was a work in progress, a testament to the power of transformation, a living example of redemption, found not in escaping the consequences of his actions, but in facing them head-on and building a better future, one line of code, one act of service, one day at a time. The journey was far from over, but for the first time, Luis felt truly free. Chapter 9. The Long Shadow. The quiet hum of his keyboard, once the soundtrack to a life lived in the shadows, now felt almost meditative. The rhythmic clicking was a counterpoint to the gentle melody drifting from the nearby church, a stark contrast to the cacophony of his former existence. He was immersed in a project for a local children's hospital, designing a secure system for managing patient data, a far cry from the illicit data breaches that had once defined his career. The satisfaction was profound, a quiet contentment that stemmed not from wealth or power, but from the knowledge that he was using his skills to make a positive impact. His newfound peace, however, was short-lived. A cryptic email, delivered late one night, shattered the fragile tranquility he had painstakingly built. The sender was anonymous, identified only by a single, chilling line: La Sombra's shadow is long. The email contained a single, heavily encrypted file. Luis's heart pounded in his chest. His blood ran cold. He knew that name. It was a name from a past he had strived so hard to bury, a past he had believed he had left behind. Deciphering the encrypted file was a test of his skills, a challenge he readily accepted. It was a dance of algorithms and codes, a battle of wits between himself and an unseen opponent. He worked through the night, fueled by adrenaline and a growing sense of dread. As the layers of encryption peeled away, the content of the file began to reveal itself. It was a threat, not just to him, but to his mother, Carmen. The message was blunt, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries or attempts at intimidation. It simply stated that his mother's life was in danger, and that unless he completed a specific task, a task that reeked of his past criminal endeavors, she would be killed. The task involved infiltrating the server of a powerful international corporation, one known for its ruthless security measures and close ties to the very cartel he had once betrayed. The email also revealed a disturbing detail. The sender had access to information only Luis himself knew, information related to his escape from Monterrey, information he had believed was long lost. This wasn't just some random threat, it was someone who knew him intimately, someone from his past, someone who understood his capabilities and his vulnerabilities. The fear was visceral, a cold dread that gripped his heart and choked the breath from his lungs. He thought back to his mother, her serene face, her unwavering faith, her quiet strength. The image fueled a surge of determination. He would not let them hurt her. He would not let his past define his present, dictate his future. He would protect her, even if it meant stepping back into the shadows, even if it meant confronting the very demons he had worked so hard to exorcise. The task set forth in the email was a minefield of complex security systems, firewalls, and encryption protocols. It was a challenge worthy of his past self, a testament to the skills he had once used for nefarious purposes. But this time, it was different. He wasn't driven by greed or ambition, but by love, a fierce, protective love for his mother. His motivation was not the thrill of the heist, but the urgent need to safeguard the life of the woman who had always believed in him. even when he had failed himself. The work was intense, a blur of coding, hacking, and data analysis. He spent days and nights locked away in his apartment, the only sounds the rhythmic clicking of his keyboard and the occasional whispered prayer. He drew strength from Carmen's unwavering faith, her quiet strength, her constant presence in his thoughts. He imagined her face, her smile, and it fueled his resolve, pushing him to the edge of his capabilities. As he delved deeper into the corporation's systems, he uncovered a web of corruption and deceit, a network of illegal activities that went far beyond what he had initially anticipated. The information he unearthed was explosive, potentially implicating high-ranking officials within the corporation and possibly even within the government. The task had expanded beyond simply protecting his mother. It had become a matter of public interest, a fight against a vast, insidious system. He knew the risks. This could expose him, unravel the carefully constructed anonymity he had built for himself. It could put him back into the crosshairs of the cartel, potentially leading to his capture or worse. But the thought of his mother's potential suffering outweighed any personal risk. His life, his freedom, meant nothing compared to her safety. The final stage of the infiltration was the most perilous. He had to bypass the final firewall, a sophisticated system designed to prevent any unauthorized access. It was a test of his skill, a battle of wits against a team of highly skilled cybersecurity professionals. The tension was palpable, the stakes impossibly high. He felt the weight of his past actions, the burden of his guilt, the fear of failure. But he pressed on, driven by a force stronger than fear, stronger than doubt, stronger than the shadows of his past. With a final burst of intense focus, a combination of clever maneuvers and sheer luck, he breached the firewall. He had access to the data he needed, the evidence that could save his mother. The weight lifted from his shoulders, a wave of relief washing over him. But the sense of victory was short-lived. As he began to download the data, he discovered another message, another threat, this one even more ominous, a chilling warning of the consequences if he attempted to expose the information. This wasn't just a simple extortion. This was a war, a battle for survival. He had won one battle, but the war was far from over. He had protected his mother for now, but the long shadow of his past continued to loom, a constant reminder that his fight for redemption was far from over. He knew, deep down, that this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter fraught with even greater danger and uncertainty. The digital world, once his sanctuary, now felt like a battlefield, a place where the lines between good and evil were blurred, and where his skills, once used for destruction, would now be employed in a desperate fight for survival. The long shadow of his past continued to lengthen, but this time, he was ready to face it. He was ready to fight. The downloaded data revealed a sprawling network of corruption, implicating not only the corporation but also several prominent figures within the Austin city government. Lewis felt a sickening twist in his gut. This wasn't just about saving his mother anymore, this was about exposing a systemic rot that had burrowed deep into the heart of the city he'd come to call home. The weight of this realization was immense, a crushing burden that added to the already overwhelming pressure of the situation. He knew that releasing this information would be a dangerous act. The anonymous threat had been chillingly specific, detailing the consequences of his actions, consequences that extended far beyond his own personal safety. Yet, the possibility of letting this information remain buried, allowing the corrupt individuals to continue their nefarious activities, was equally unpalatable. He thought of his mother, her faith a constant beacon in the darkness, her belief in him, unwavering even when he was at his lowest, fueled his resolve to do the right thing, regardless of the personal cost. His decision was made. He would expose the truth. He contacted Isabella Izzy Rodriguez, a journalist he had met at a tech conference several months prior. Izzy, known for her relentless pursuit of truth and her uncompromising integrity, was the only person he trusted with this sensitive information. He knew he was taking a risk, trusting her with the evidence that could incriminate powerful and dangerous people. He was essentially playing a dangerous game of chess, making a move that could easily backfire, leaving him and his mother vulnerable. The meeting was tense, filled with unspoken anxieties. He explained everything to Izzy, detailing the extortion attempts, the risks involved, and the implications of the leaked data. Izzy listened intently, her eyes narrowed in concentration, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. She understood the gravity of the situation, the potential consequences for all involved. "This is bigger than just a corporate scandal, Louis," Izzy said, her voice low and serious. "This could bring down a whole network of corruption. But it's also incredibly dangerous." Louis nodded, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the incriminating evidence. He knew the risks. He had anticipated them. He had accepted them. The risk of not exposing the truth far outweighed the personal danger. This was no longer about just himself, his past, or his mother. It was about a larger moral imperative. Their plan was carefully formulated, a delicate dance between journalistic ethics and digital espionage. Izzy would meticulously verify the information, building a watertight case before releasing the story to the public. Louis, meanwhile, would remain anonymous, operating from the shadows, ready to provide support if needed. Their collaboration was a delicate balance, a strategic partnership forged in the crucible of danger and driven by a shared commitment to justice. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Izzy's team worked tirelessly, verifying every detail, cross-referencing information from multiple sources, and ensuring the story was airtight. Louis, in the meantime, continued to work on the hospital project, masking his involvement in the exposure as much as possible. He had to maintain the illusion of normalcy, to blend seamlessly into the life he was building for himself in Austin. The deception was a burden, a moral dilemma, but a necessary one. During this period, another message arrived, this time from an unexpected source. His mother, Carmen. She was aware of what he was doing, not from the anonymous threats, but from her own intuition and her unwavering faith in him. Her message was simple. "I trust you, Mie-ho. God is with you." Her words were more than just a blessing. They were a source of profound strength and courage. They gave him the resolve to continue, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The article broke on a Tuesday morning, causing a seismic shockwave throughout Austin and beyond. The headlines were explosive. City Hall scandal rocks Austin. Tech genius exposes massive corruption. The untouchable brought down. The article detailed the extent of the corruption, painting a damning picture of the officials involved and their illicit dealings. The response was immediate and widespread, triggering investigations, arrests, and a wave of public outrage. But the victory was short-lived. The reaction from those implicated was swift and brutal. Louis found himself once again the target of a sophisticated cyber attack, an assault designed to cripple his systems and expose his identity. He anticipated this, though, and had prepared countermeasures. He had learned from his past mistakes, becoming more adept at anticipating the attacks of his enemies. He spent the next few days in a virtual war, his skills honed to a razor's edge, fighting to maintain his anonymity and protect Izzy and her team. The anonymous threat that started it all resurfaced, with a renewed sense of urgency and a more direct approach. This time, it wasn't a warning, it was a declaration of war. The sender revealed a new level of understanding about Louis's inner circle, suggesting the infiltration went far deeper than previously imagined. The next attack targeted his mother. The email contained a video. Carmen, visibly distressed and bound, was being held hostage in a remote location. The message was clear: retract the story, or Carmen would be killed. Louis was facing the ultimate test of his loyalty: to betray the truth he had just exposed, or to risk the life of his mother. His heart pounded in his chest. His hands shook as he watched the video, the cold dread familiar from his time in Monterrey washing over him again. This was not a digital battle. This was a life-or-death choice. It was a choice that tested everything he had learned, everything he had sacrificed, everything he believed in. The lines between right and wrong, good and evil, blurred into a terrifying gray. His past actions, once a burden he carried, now felt like the necessary tools to navigate this existential crisis. His hacking skills, once used to sow chaos, now his only path to restoring order and preserving the life of someone dear to him. He was faced with a stark choice: sacrifice the truth and the potential for meaningful change, or risk the life of his beloved mother. The weight of the decision was nearly unbearable. He looked back on his life, his past, and his present, searching for the strength, the wisdom to make the right choice. This wasn't simply a technical challenge, it was a moral battle in the heart of a digital battlefield. He knew the path ahead would be treacherous, a test not only of his skills but also of his soul. This was the ultimate testing ground for his loyalty, to himself, to his mother, and to the truth. The long shadow of his past, a constant companion, loomed larger than ever before. The chilling video of his mother, Carmen, a woman whose faith was as unwavering as the mountains of her homeland, played on an endless loop in Luis's mind. The cartel's message was blunt, devoid of any pretense of negotiation. Retract the story, or she dies. The weight of this ultimatum pressed down on him, heavier than any digital firewall he'd ever built. He wasn't just a hacker anymore. He was a son facing the ultimate test of his loyalty. He paced his apartment, the sleek minimalist design mocking the turmoil raging inside him. The city lights outside, usually a source of inspiration and anonymity, now felt like a cold, indifferent observer to his internal battle. His fingers, usually dancing across keyboards with effortless precision, now trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't a code to crack, a system to manipulate. This was a life to save. He knew the cartel, he'd lived amongst them, learned their ways, understood their ruthless efficiency. Their reach extended far beyond the digital realm. They were masters of intimidation, of violence, of control. He had escaped their clutches once, but this time, the stakes were infinitely higher. This wasn't about data anymore. It was about survival. His first instinct was to reach out to Izzy, but he hesitated. Involving her further would put her in even greater danger. He had to find a way to deal with this alone, a lonely battle fought in the shadows, a dance with death orchestrated by a man who had once been one of them. His mind raced, piecing together every shred of information he possessed about the cartel's structure, its leadership, its vulnerabilities. He remembered the data he had stolen, the details he'd initially dismissed as irrelevant, the hidden connections, the subtle clues that had been buried beneath layers of encrypted files. Now, those overlooked details were his lifeline. He began to work, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his mind a whirlwind of code and strategy. He used the stolen data as a roadmap, tracing the intricate web of the cartel's operations, identifying key individuals, pinpointing weaknesses in their security. He needed to find a way to leverage their own systems against them, to turn their intricate network into a tool for his own rescue. Days blurred into nights. He worked relentlessly, fueled by adrenaline, fear, and the unwavering image of his mother's face. He accessed hidden servers, bypassed firewalls, and navigated intricate digital labyrinths. The challenge was immense, the pressure unbearable. Yet, with each line of code he wrote, each system he infiltrated, he felt a growing sense of determination. He would not fail. He could not fail. He uncovered a hidden communication channel, a secret backdoor used by the cartel's leadership to exchange sensitive information. It was heavily encrypted, a formidable challenge even for his skills, but he was undeterred. He spent hours, days, painstakingly analyzing the encryption protocols, searching for vulnerabilities, exploiting weaknesses, until finally, he cracked the code. The information he obtained was explosive, revealing the cartel's intricate network of informants, their financial dealings, their hidden assets. It was a treasure trove of information, enough to bring down their entire operation. But it was more than that. It was the key to his mother's freedom. He identified the location where Carmen was being held, a remote, secluded compound in the mountains outside Monterrey, a place known for its impenetrability. He studied satellite imagery, analyzed security protocols, and developed a plan of action. He would need to infiltrate the compound undetected, rescue his mother, and escape without alerting the authorities. The plan was risky, bordering on suicidal. He knew the chances of success were slim, but he had no other choice. He gathered his equipment, prepared his tools, and set off for Monterrey, leaving behind the anonymity of Austin and stepping back into the shadows of his past. The journey was fraught with peril. He evaded surveillance, navigated treacherous terrain, and evaded patrols. The memories of his life in Monterrey, the constant fear, the ever-present threat of violence, flooded back, adding to the already immense pressure he was under. But his determination remained unbroken. He was driven by a force stronger than fear, stronger than doubt, stronger than death itself, his love for his mother. He reached the compound under the cover of darkness. The security was tight, the defenses formidable. But Luis had anticipated this. He had planned for it. He used his hacking skills to disable security cameras, bypass motion detectors, and disable alarms. He moved with precision, stealth, and deadly efficiency, a ghost in the night, a phantom in the digital landscape. He found his mother in a small, dimly lit room. She was weak, but unharmed. Her eyes, however, showed the resilience of her faith. Seeing him, her face lit up with a mixture of relief and unwavering love. Their reunion was brief, a silent exchange of love and gratitude in the face of imminent danger. Their escape was a nail-biting race against time. They navigated the compound, avoiding patrols, using the same techniques Luis employed during his escape from Monterrey. They emerged from the compound, stepping back into the night, their freedom hanging precariously in the balance. The cartel's response was immediate and swift. They launched a pursuit, but Luis, using his skills and knowledge of the terrain, managed to evade them. He led them on a chase that stretched for hours, a deadly game of cat and mouse played under the cloak of darkness. Finally, he managed to shake off his pursuers, his heart pounding, his body trembling with exhaustion. He and his mother reached safety, leaving the horrors of the cartel behind. The experience had left its mark on both of them, but their bond had emerged stronger, forged in the fires of adversity. Luis knew the war wasn't over. The cartel would undoubtedly seek revenge, but for now, they had survived, their faith tested and their resolve strengthened. The long shadow of his past still lingered, but now, it was overshadowed by the bright light of his newfound freedom, a freedom hard-earned, a freedom purchased with sacrifice, a freedom illuminated by the unwavering faith of a mother's love. The reckoning with the cartel had ended, but the battle for justice, the struggle against corruption, was far from over. The digital world, with its infinite possibilities and its lurking dangers, remained his battlefield, a space where technology, faith, and the very essence of humanity continued to collide. The desert air, thin and crisp, felt strangely soothing against Luis's skin. He and his mother sat on a small, dusty veranda overlooking the sprawling landscape, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The escape had been harrowing, a blur of adrenaline and near misses, but the quiet of the moment, the simple act of breathing, felt like a profound luxury. He hadn't felt this sense of calm since he was a child, sitting on his grandmother's porch in Monterrey, listening to her tell stories of saints and miracles. Carmen, ever the devout Catholic, had a rosary clutched in her hand, her fingers moving rhythmically as she prayed. Her face, etched with the lines of hardship and worry, now held a quiet serenity. The ordeal had tested her faith, pushed it to its limits, yet it had emerged stronger, more resilient than ever before. Her faith was a constant, unwavering beacon in the storm of their lives. Luis watched her, a wave of emotion washing over him. He had risked everything to save her, had plunged deeper into the shadows than he ever imagined possible. But in the midst of that darkness, he had found something unexpected, a newfound respect for the strength of his mother's faith and, perhaps surprisingly, a flicker of peace within himself. This wasn't the simplistic peace of ignorance, it was the hard-won tranquility that comes after surviving a storm, a quiet confidence that blooms from the ashes of fear. The escape hadn't erased the past, the long shadow of his actions still stretched behind him. The cartel, wounded but not broken, would undoubtedly seek revenge. His digital empire, once a source of pride and power, lay in ruins. He was a fugitive, a wanted man, his future uncertain. Yet, he didn't feel the crushing weight of despair he had anticipated. Something had shifted within him. He had faced his darkest fears, confronted the consequences of his actions, and ultimately chosen to protect the most precious thing in his life, his mother's love. That act, that simple, primal instinct to protect, had stripped away layers of cynicism and self-doubt that had been accumulating over the years. It had revealed a core of resilience and protective love he hadn't fully realized existed within himself. The journey hadn't been about merely surviving, it was a journey of self-discovery. He'd faced his inner demons, the ambition that had driven him to the brink, the arrogance that had blinded him to the potential consequences, and the fear that had threatened to consume him. In confronting those demons, he'd begun the arduous process of self-forgiveness. He recalled the faces of the victims of his extortion scheme, the people whose lives he'd touched, not with kindness or compassion, but with calculated manipulation and fear. He'd justified his actions as necessary evils, the price of his survival in a cutthroat world, but the truth was far more complex. He had hurt innocent people, and that weighed heavily on his conscience. The peace he felt wasn't a denial of the wrongs he'd committed, it was a recognition of his responsibility to make amends. He knew he couldn't undo the past, but he could strive for a better future. He could use his skills for good, to fight the injustices he had unwittingly perpetuated. He could become an agent of positive change in a world teeming with technological marvels and moral ambiguities. The next few weeks were a blur of cautious planning and strategic movements. He and Carmen remained hidden, moving from safe house to safe house, always one step ahead of the cartel's relentless pursuit. The simplicity of their existence, the stark contrast to his opulent Austin apartment, felt strangely liberating. He appreciated the quiet moments, the shared meals, the simple act of companionship, things he had taken for granted before his ordeal. He was still a hacker, his skills as sharp as ever, but the focus of his work had changed. He was no longer driven by ambition or greed, but by a deeper sense of purpose, a desire to use his talents to right the wrongs he had committed. He started anonymously leaking information that exposed the corruption and violence perpetuated by the cartel, using his knowledge of their infrastructure and digital vulnerabilities to dismantle their operations piece by piece. It was a slow and painstaking process, but it felt right, a way of making amends, a path towards redemption. His relationship with Izzy also began to heal. He understood that his actions had placed her in danger, that he had used her expertise without fully considering the risks. He apologized, not only for the dangers he'd put her in, but for the ways he'd failed to appreciate her unwavering loyalty and the depth of her skills. Izzy, in turn, though wary and cautious, recognized the change in him, a new sense of purpose that replaced the relentless ambition of his old self. Their collaboration, though still fraught with the inherent risks of their profession, was now guided by a shared understanding of responsibility and a common goal. He had also started to explore the possibilities of using his technology skills to support organizations that fought for justice and social equity, to help bridge the digital divide and empower vulnerable communities. His past actions had highlighted the power of technology to inflict harm, but he realized it could also be a powerful tool for good. He started small, volunteering his expertise to local organizations, providing pro bono services, and slowly building a network of allies who shared his newfound sense of purpose. Carmen's faith remained his anchor, her unwavering belief in redemption a constant source of strength. They attended Mass together, finding solace in the rituals and prayers, a testament to the enduring power of faith in the face of adversity. Her faith wasn't just a personal belief, it was a powerful force that shaped their lives, their relationship, and ultimately, Louis's path towards redemption. He recognized its ability to mend, to restore, to heal, not merely spiritually, but also emotionally and psychologically. One evening, sitting on the veranda under a starlit sky, Carmen placed a hand on his arm. "My son," she said softly, "the Lord works in mysterious ways. He tests our faith, pushes us to our limits, but he also offers forgiveness and redemption." Her words weren't merely a religious platitude, they were a profound recognition of the journey they had both endured, the trials they had overcome, and the unwavering strength of their bond. He looked at his mother, her eyes reflecting the starlight, a serene smile playing on her lips. He understood then that his journey toward inner peace wasn't just a personal quest, it was a shared path, illuminated by the unwavering light of a mother's love and the enduring strength of faith. The long shadow of his past remained, a constant reminder of the choices he had made, but he knew that the darkness would not overcome the light. He had found a measure of peace, not in oblivion or denial, but in the acceptance of responsibility, in the pursuit of redemption, and in the unwavering love of his mother. The battle wasn't over, the fight for justice continued, but now, it was fought with a renewed sense of purpose, a clearer understanding of his own moral compass, and a deeper appreciation for the enduring power of faith and the transformative nature of love. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, Louis felt a sense of hope, a sense of possibility, a sense of being truly at peace. The cartel's retaliation, when it came, was less a dramatic showdown and more a slow, insidious tightening of the noose. It wasn't a hail of bullets or a fiery explosion, but a series of subtle, calculated moves designed to inflict maximum pain and disruption. Their agents, operating from the shadows, infiltrated the organizations Luis had been supporting, spreading disinformation and undermining his efforts. His anonymous leaks, once a beacon of hope, were now met with skepticism and doubt, their impact diluted by the cartel's carefully crafted counter-narrative. The pressure mounted, the safe houses became less secure, the constant surveillance a gnawing reminder of his precarious situation. Sleep became a luxury, his mind racing with strategies and counter-strategies, his every move weighed against the relentless pursuit of his enemies. Even Carmen, whose faith had been his unwavering anchor, showed signs of strain. The constant fear etched itself onto her face, a silent testament to the relentless pressure they were under. One night, a coded message arrived, a stark warning from a source within the cartel. They knew about his collaboration with Izzy, they knew about his efforts to expose their corruption, they knew about his mother. The message was chillingly precise, a promise of retribution that left Luis with a cold dread that settled deep in his bones. He knew, with a sickening certainty, that they were playing a dangerous game, and Carmen was their pawn. Luis's initial reaction was to fight back, to unleash the full force of his digital arsenal. He could retaliate, inflict pain, create chaos, but that would only escalate the conflict, putting Carmen in even greater danger. He was trapped in a brutal game of chess, where every move was calculated, every decision carried life-altering consequences. His newfound peace, the hard-won tranquility he had cultivated, began to unravel under the pressure. He found himself retreating into the world of code, seeking refuge in the logical precision of algorithms and the cold comfort of digital anonymity. He spent hours poring over complex code, building new layers of security, devising intricate countermeasures, a digital fortress designed to protect his mother and himself. But the deeper he delved into the digital world, the more he realized that technology alone could not solve this problem. It had been technology, after all, that had created this predicament. He needed a different kind of strategy, a human approach. He turned to his network of allies, the people he had helped, the organizations he had supported. He presented them with a carefully constructed narrative, painting a picture of a corrupt cartel operating with impunity, a network of violence and exploitation that reached far beyond the borders of Mexico. He used his expertise to expose their weaknesses, not through the anonymous leaks that could easily be discredited, but through targeted interventions, strategically placed evidence, and carefully crafted alliances. His campaign was a delicate dance of diplomacy and subterfuge, a blend of technology and human connection. He had to convince people not just to believe him, but to trust him. He had to overcome the deep-seated cynicism and distrust that came with his past actions. He had to demonstrate that the change in him was genuine and profound, that he was truly committed to redemption. The turning point came not in a dramatic confrontation, but in a quiet act of solidarity. A local journalist, someone Luis had anonymously provided evidence to earlier in his campaign, published an article that exposed a key element of the cartel's operation. It wasn't the culmination of Luis's hacking prowess, but a carefully orchestrated campaign that leveraged human trust, connections, and traditional journalistic integrity. The information spread like wildfire. The tide was turning. The cartel's response was furious and desperate. They intensified their efforts to silence Luis and his allies. They retaliated with more aggressive tactics, but their earlier sophisticated maneuvers lost much of their effectiveness. The public outcry, fueled by the journalist's article and the growing evidence of the cartel's atrocities, created a powerful counterforce. Law enforcement agencies, initially reluctant to act, were now forced to intervene. The combined pressure of public opinion and legal action began to dismantle the cartel's infrastructure. The resolution wasn't a sudden, spectacular victory, but a slow, grinding process of unraveling, a steady dismantling of the intricate web of power and influence the cartel had woven. It was a testament to the enduring power of truth, justice, and the strength of community, a potent counterforce to the technological prowess of his adversaries. In the end, Luis chose not to seek revenge. He focused on healing, helping the victims of the cartel's violence, and building a future free from the shadows that had haunted him for so long. He used his skills to assist law enforcement in their investigations and to provide support to the communities affected by the cartel's crimes. The process of rebuilding his life was long and arduous, a slow, deliberate climb towards peace and self-acceptance. The scars of his past remained, but they no longer defined him. He had found a new purpose, a new identity, forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by the enduring strength of his mother's faith and the unwavering support of his allies. He and Carmen found solace in the simple things, cherishing their moments of peace. His relationship with Izzy remained complex, a delicate balance of trust and caution, built on a shared understanding of the consequences of their actions. The long shadow of his past had not completely vanished, but it had lost its power to consume him. He had found his way back from the darkness, choosing the path of light, guided by his conscience, his love for his mother, and his newfound faith in the enduring power of redemption. The journey had transformed him. The resolution was not just a cessation of conflict, but a rebirth, a metamorphosis into a more compassionate, responsible, and ultimately, a more fulfilled person. His life had been a testament to the power of choices, the enduring strength of faith, and the transformative possibility of redemption. Chapter 10. A New Beginning. The Austin sun, once a harsh glare reflecting off the glass towers of the tech industry, now felt gentler, warmer. It bathed the small, rented house in a comforting glow, a stark contrast to the shadowy corners Lewis had once inhabited. The house, nestled in a quiet residential neighborhood far from the bustling city center, was simple, unassuming, but it felt like a sanctuary. Here, surrounded by the scent of Carmen's cooking, a comforting blend of familiar spices and herbs, the echoes of the past felt muted, less menacing. Carmen, her face still etched with worry lines, had found a tentative peace. The constant fear that had gripped her for months began to loosen its hold. The rosary beads, once clutched tightly in her hands as a lifeline, were now tucked into her pocket, a silent testament to her enduring faith. She spent her days tending a small vegetable garden, the vibrant colors of the growing plants, a subtle reflection of her own burgeoning hope. The rhythmic act of planting, watering, and weeding was therapeutic, a grounding force that anchored her to the present. Lewis, too, found a different rhythm to his life. He had deleted the accounts, destroyed the servers, and erased the digital fingerprints of his past life. The exhilarating rush of control, the intoxicating power he once wielded, were replaced by a quiet sense of responsibility. He was no longer La Sombra, the ghost in the machine. He was simply Lewis. He found work as a security consultant for a small, ethical tech company. The work was challenging, demanding, but it was honest work. It allowed him to use his skills for good, a stark contrast to the malicious intent that had once fueled his actions. The sense of purpose, of contributing positively, was a balm to his soul. His days were filled with meetings, code reviews, and the satisfying click of keyboards. The nights were quieter, filled with the simple pleasures of reading, listening to music, and long talks with his mother. They talked about everything and nothing: the weather, the neighbors, the progress of the garden, the unspoken understanding that hung between them, the shared experience of trauma and healing, bound them even closer. The memory of Izzy still lingered, a complex emotion that oscillated between gratitude and guilt. He knew that Izzy's actions, though born out of a desperate need for self-preservation, had ultimately saved him and his mother. They maintained a cautious contact, occasional emails and phone calls that dealt mostly with technical aspects of security and less about personal matters. The shared past was a bridge they could not cross without the risk of emotional collapse. The weight of his past actions, however, was not easily erased. He had made enemies, powerful and ruthless enemies. The cartel, though weakened, still held a capacity for immense violence. Lewis knew that even in this quiet life, he couldn't fully let down his guard. He remained watchful, aware of the lingering threat, but he refused to allow it to define him, to steal his hard-won peace. He started attending Mass regularly with his mother, finding comfort in the rituals and the community. The church wasn't a place for seeking absolution but for finding solace and a sense of belonging. The shared faith, the communal prayers, and the quiet moments of reflection were a counterpoint to the chaotic, high-stakes world he'd once inhabited. The church was not a symbol of escape, but a reminder of his need for humility and spiritual growth. One Sunday, after Mass, he struck up a conversation with Father Miguel, a kind, older priest with a gentle smile. Their talks were initially about his mother's well-being and her unwavering faith. Gradually, Luis found himself opening up about his past, confessing his sins, not seeking forgiveness in a formal sense, but in a desperate search for understanding and guidance. Father Miguel listened patiently, offering words of wisdom and empathy, never judgment. He spoke of redemption, of the possibility of transforming pain into purpose. He spoke of the power of forgiveness, not just from God, but from oneself. Their conversations became a regular part of Luis's week, a crucial support system in his journey of self-discovery and personal growth. Father Miguel's quiet wisdom, his acceptance, and his unwavering faith helped Luis navigate the moral complexities of his past and find direction in his present. Luis's life wasn't simply a resolution. It was a continual process of adaptation, healing, and reconciliation. He understood that the scars of his past wouldn't disappear overnight, and the occasional nightmares still visited him. The sounds of sirens, the sudden flashing of lights, could still trigger a surge of adrenaline, a flash of panic, an echo of his previous life. But these moments were less frequent, less debilitating, softened by the newfound peace and stability he had achieved. Carmen's garden flourished, a vibrant testament to the life they had painstakingly rebuilt. The scent of blooming jasmine flowers often filled the air, their sweet perfume a constant reminder of the beauty that existed alongside the darkness. They found solace in the quiet moments, in shared meals, in the simple act of watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple. The moments of peace they cherished were not merely reprieves from the past, but a testament to their resilience, their enduring love, and their determination to start afresh. The threat of the cartel still lurked, a potential shadow poised to engulf their newfound peace. Yet, Luis no longer lived in fear. He had built a life rooted in honesty, responsibility, and faith. His skills, once used to manipulate and exploit, were now employed to protect and serve. He had transformed his darkest impulses into a source of redemption, using his technological expertise to assist law enforcement agencies in their efforts to disrupt other criminal enterprises. He had become an unlikely ally, a bridge between the digital world and the realm of justice. The path to redemption was not linear. There were still setbacks and moments of doubt, but Luis and Carmen had learned to face these challenges together, supported by their faith, their newfound community, and their unwavering love for one another. They had traded the intoxicating power of his past for the simple, enduring happiness of a life rebuilt on trust, honesty, and the quiet grace of redemption. The future held uncertainties, but it also held the promise of a life free from the shadows, a life where the light of hope shone brightly, illuminating their path forward. Their story wasn't a fairy tale ending, but a testament to the transformative power of choice and the enduring strength of the human spirit. It was a story about a new beginning, about the relentless pursuit of peace, and the profound capacity for redemption. The rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hallway was the only sound that punctuated the silence of the early morning. Luis sat on the porch swing, a mug of lukewarm coffee warming his hands. The Austin dawn was painting the sky in soft pastels, a stark contrast to the harsh neon glow of his former life. He watched the mist rising from the dew-kissed lawn, each wisp a tiny ghost of the past he was trying to leave behind. The weight of his past actions, however, remained a constant companion, a silent shadow lurking just beyond the periphery of his newfound peace. He wasn't naive. He knew the cartel hadn't simply vanished. Their tentacles, long and insidious, reached into every corner of the underworld. He knew they were still searching, still hunting. The fear, though muted, was still there, a low hum beneath the surface of his everyday life. But it was different now. It no longer paralyzed him. It fueled him. It was a constant reminder of the price of his past transgressions, a reminder that vigilance was still paramount. It was a reminder of the lives he had touched, the lives he had inadvertently endangered. He thought of Izzy, the rival hacker who had exposed him. The irony wasn't lost on him. The very person who had brought him to his knees had unwittingly saved him. Izzy, with her own moral compass spinning wildly, had played a pivotal role in his redemption. Their relationship, however, was one built on a foundation of shared secrets and mutual understanding, carefully maintained but utterly devoid of sentimentality. The silence was broken by the gentle creak of the back door. Carmen emerged, her face serene, carrying a steaming tray of breakfast tacos. The aroma of freshly ground corn tortillas and sizzling chorizo filled the air, instantly transporting him back to the familiar comforts of his childhood. He watched as she carefully placed the plate on the small table beside him, her hands moving with a practiced grace. He reached for her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. The unspoken communication between them was more powerful than any words. They had shared so much pain, so much loss, and yet, their bond had emerged stronger, forged in the crucible of adversity. "You're quiet this morning," Carmen said, her voice soft, almost a whisper. He smiled, a faint, bittersweet expression. "Just thinking about La Sombra?" she asked, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and understanding. He nodded. "Sometimes, I can still feel him, lurking just beneath the surface. The memories, the decisions. They're like ghosts that won't leave me." "But you've changed, Luis," she said, squeezing his hand. "You're not that man anymore." Her words were a balm to his soul, a comforting reassurance. He knew she was right. He had changed. He had made mistakes, terrible mistakes, but he had learned from them. He had faced the consequences of his actions, accepting the repercussions with a newfound maturity. Their conversations often revolved around the past. They were not about self-pity, however, but about understanding. They dissected his actions, analyzed his motivations, and examined the choices that led him down a perilous path. There were days when the weight of his past transgressions felt unbearable, days when the guilt threatened to consume him. But Carmen's unwavering faith, her unwavering love, was a constant source of strength. Her faith was not blind acceptance but an active participation in God's grace, a steadfast belief in the potential for redemption. He had seen firsthand the destructive power of unchecked ambition, the devastating consequences of moral compromise. The digital empire he had built had crumbled, leaving behind only a trail of digital dust and lingering regrets. Yet, from the ashes, something new had emerged, a sense of purpose, a renewed commitment to using his skills for good. He continued his work with the ethical tech company, his skills now harnessed for positive ends. He found satisfaction in protecting vulnerable populations from online predators, in helping small businesses secure their data from cyberattacks. The work was challenging, often demanding long hours and unwavering focus, but the sense of fulfillment outweighed any personal sacrifice. He was finally using his gifts to make a meaningful contribution to society, a far cry from his days of manipulating and exploiting others. He had also become a valued resource for law enforcement, providing technical expertise in the fight against cybercrime. He shared his knowledge, not out of a sense of obligation, but out of a deep-seated desire to atone for his past mistakes. It was a paradoxical form of redemption, using his past expertise to dismantle the very systems he once championed. The satisfaction he derived from it, however, was profound. His relationship with Father Miguel continued to be a source of strength and guidance. Their weekly conversations were not formal confessions but insightful explorations of faith, morality, and redemption. Father Miguel helped Luis navigate the complex moral landscape of his past, offering not judgment but understanding, compassion, and unwavering support. He had come to see that faith wasn't simply about adhering to dogma, but about striving for personal growth, about living a life committed to justice and compassion. The quiet hum of the grandfather clock signaled the passage of time, a constant reminder of the life he was building, a life devoid of the shadows of his past. He had come to understand that true freedom wasn't simply the absence of fear but the presence of peace. He had traded the intoxicating power of his former life for a simple, humble existence, but it was a freedom he cherished above all else. The legacy of La Sombra wasn't one of glory or riches, but one of cautionary tales and transformative growth. He would forever bear the scars of his past, but he had transformed them into a testament to the enduring power of redemption. He had found his new beginning, not in an escape from his past, but in embracing the lessons learned and forging a path toward a future built on honesty, integrity, and the unwavering strength of faith. The sun, now fully risen, cast a warm glow on his face. He took a deep breath, savoring the peace and serenity of this new dawn. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the earthy aroma of Carmen's morning incense, a familiar blend that grounded Luis in the present. He watched her, a silhouette framed against the rising sun, her rosary beads clicking softly in her hands as she murmured a prayer. Her faith wasn't a shield against the harsh realities of their lives. It was a sturdy anchor, holding them steady amidst the turbulent waters of their past. It was a faith that didn't shy away from the darkness, but embraced it, finding within it the potential for light. He had witnessed this firsthand, not just in her unwavering support, but in her quiet acts of compassion. She volunteered at the local soup kitchen, offering solace and nourishment to the city's marginalized. She visited the sick in the hospital, offering words of comfort and spiritual guidance. Her faith was not a passive acceptance of fate, but an active engagement with life, a constant striving to make a positive difference in the world. He remembered a conversation they had shared weeks ago, a conversation that had profoundly impacted his understanding of her faith. He had questioned her unwavering belief in God's plan, particularly in light of the injustices he had witnessed, the cruelty of the cartel, the suffering of his victims, the pain inflicted on his mother. Her response had been simple yet profound. "Luis, God's plan isn't a roadmap, it's a compass. It doesn't dictate the path, but guides us towards the light, even through the darkest of nights." Her words had resonated deeply within him, shifting his perspective. He had sought solace in control, in meticulous planning, in the illusion of mastery. He had sought to control the narrative of his life, but life, much like technology, had a tendency to surprise, to glitch, and to defy even the most sophisticated programming. His relationship with Father Miguel, the priest at the small parish near their modest home, had deepened. Father Miguel wasn't a judge. He was a guide, a compassionate listener who offered solace without judgment. Their conversations were less about confession and more about exploring the complexities of faith in the modern world. They discussed the ethical dilemmas facing the tech industry, the allure of power, and the corrosive effects of unchecked ambition. Father Miguel didn't offer easy answers. Instead, he challenged Luis to grapple with the moral ambiguities of his past, to confront the consequences of his choices and to strive for authentic redemption. He encouraged Luis to see his past not as a burden, but as an opportunity for growth, a chance to make amends and to use his talents for the benefit of others. The work at the ethical tech firm continued to challenge and fulfill him. He found satisfaction in helping marginalized communities access technology and information. He designed secure communication platforms for human rights activists threatened by authoritarian regimes, providing a lifeline for those struggling against oppression. He established digital literacy programs for underprivileged youth, empowering them with the skills they needed to thrive in the digital age. He used his expertise to fight against online exploitation, working with law enforcement agencies to dismantle child trafficking networks and to bring perpetrators to justice. The work was demanding, often emotionally draining, but it offered a profound sense of purpose, a stark contrast to the emptiness he had experienced in the shadows of his former life. He had also become a mentor for young aspiring programmers, sharing his expertise and cautionary tales. He cautioned them about the seductive allure of power, the dangers of unchecked ambition, and the importance of ethical considerations in the development and deployment of technology. He emphasized the importance of social responsibility, of using their skills to build a more just and equitable society. He shared his story, not to gain sympathy, but to inspire them to use their gifts for good, to choose a path of integrity over personal gain. He had become a living example of redemption, a testament to the transformative power of faith and the possibility of second chances. His days were filled with purpose, his nights quiet and reflective. He still felt the weight of his past, the echoes of his former life lingering at the edge of his consciousness, but the guilt, once overwhelming, had been replaced by a profound sense of responsibility. He had learned to carry the weight of his past, not as a burden, but as a reminder of the path he would not tread again. He had learned to harness the darkness within, transforming it into a source of strength and compassion. The memory of La Sombra still surfaced, a ghost that haunted the periphery of his life, but it was no longer a master, but a specter he could confront with calmness and understanding. Carmen's unwavering faith continued to be his guiding light. She had never abandoned him, never doubted his capacity for change. Her love had been a lifeline, a constant source of strength during his darkest hours. He realized that her faith wasn't just a personal conviction, it was a tangible force, a manifestation of hope and resilience that radiated outwards, touching the lives of everyone she encountered. He had witnessed it in her quiet acts of kindness, in her unwavering support, and in the unwavering strength she had shown during his darkest hours. Their evenings were spent in quiet contemplation, sharing stories, reminiscing about their past, and dreaming of their future. They shared simple meals, offering prayers of gratitude for the blessings in their lives, even the small ones. The rhythm of their life was simple, unassuming, but filled with a profound sense of peace. It was a peace born of humility, acceptance, and an unwavering faith in the power of redemption. The scars of his past remained, indelible marks on his soul, but they were not wounds that festered. They were badges of honor, a testament to his journey, his struggles, and ultimately, his triumph. He had traded the fleeting power of La Sombra for the enduring strength of faith, and in doing so, he had found a new beginning, a life built not on illusion, but on truth, integrity, and unwavering love. The rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock, a constant companion during his darkest hours, now marked the steady beat of a life finally found, a life anchored in faith, redeemed by grace, and illuminated by the unwavering love of his mother. The dawn broke, another day beginning, a day filled with purpose, a day where the past served not as a prison, but as a springboard for a future built on hope and faith. The sun rose, casting a warm glow on his face, and Louis smiled, knowing that this new beginning was not just a promise, but a testament to the enduring power of redemption, the unwavering strength of faith, and the transformative power of love. The weight of his past actions, once a crushing burden, now felt different. It wasn't lighter, not exactly. It was transformed. The sharp edges of guilt had dulled, smoothed by the relentless sanding of self-reflection and the balm of forgiveness. Forgiveness, he realized, wasn't a simple act, it was a process, a continuous journey of letting go, of releasing the grip of resentment and self-recrimination. He began with himself, acknowledging the mistakes he'd made, not to wallow in self-pity, but to understand the roots of his destructive choices. The ambition that had driven him, the hunger for power, the thrill of the digital game, these were not inherently evil, he realized. They were tools, capable of both immense good and devastating harm, depending on the wielder's intentions. He spent hours poring over the files he'd salvaged from his La Sombra days, not out of nostalgia or a desire to revisit his past glories, but to identify the victims he'd harmed. He compiled a list, painstakingly detailed, each entry a reminder of the damage he'd inflicted. It wasn't easy. The faces of his victims, blurred but still recognizable in his memory, haunted him. He felt the weight of their suffering, the betrayal they had experienced, the financial and emotional ruin he'd caused. He realized the arrogance he'd held, his belief that his intellect somehow excused his actions. He'd viewed himself as a player in a game, but the victims were not pawns, they were real people, with families, dreams, and lives shattered by his actions. He began reaching out. It was terrifying. The fear of rejection, of condemnation, of being met with rage, was palpable, but he persevered. He wrote letters, long, heartfelt missives explaining his actions, not justifying them, but seeking understanding, asking for forgiveness. He offered restitution where possible, transferring funds anonymously to help rebuild shattered lives. Some responded with anger, their words sharp and cutting. Others were silent, their silence a wall he couldn't breach. But some, surprisingly, offered forgiveness, their words a lifeline in the turbulent sea of his remorse. Their understanding, their compassion, were unexpected gifts, precious and potent. He learned that forgiveness, even when offered, didn't erase the past, it allowed him to begin to heal. The most challenging conversation was with Isabella Morales, a young entrepreneur whose company he'd effectively destroyed with a targeted cyber attack. She had lost everything: her business, her savings, her reputation. Meeting her was like facing his own reflection, a mirror reflecting the devastating consequences of his actions. He expected fury, but what he encountered was a quiet sadness, a weariness that mirrored his own internal struggle. She didn't scream, she didn't rant, she simply spoke, calmly, clearly, recounting the loss and the hardship she'd endured. She acknowledged the damage he'd done, but there was no hatred in her voice, only a weary acceptance. In the end, she offered him forgiveness, a gesture that shook him to his core. It wasn't a light, casual forgiveness. It was a heavy, solemn act, a testament to her strength and resilience. The act of making amends extended beyond financial restitution. He dedicated himself to helping organizations working to combat cybercrime, offering his expertise to protect others from the kind of attacks he had once perpetrated. He volunteered his skills to create secure systems for vulnerable communities, ensuring they had access to information and resources without fear of exploitation. His previous darkness became a lantern, illuminating the paths of those who desperately needed his help. His work at the ethical tech firm blossomed. He found himself at the forefront of innovative projects that leveraged technology to solve social problems. He designed systems to help track and prevent human trafficking, algorithms that could identify and flag potentially exploitative content online. He collaborated with law enforcement agencies, offering his insights and skills to bring down criminal networks operating in the digital underworld. He was no longer a predator. He was a protector. His transformation wasn't effortless. There were moments of doubt, times when the specter of La Sombra reappeared, whispering temptations in his ear. The urge to reclaim the power he'd lost, the allure of the anonymity and control he'd once craved, still surfaced, but each time, he found strength in his mother's unwavering faith, in the quiet support of Father Miguel, and in the unexpected acts of forgiveness he had received. His new life was not a denial of his past, but an acknowledgement of it, a testament to his capacity for change, a symbol of his redemption. He realized that true power wasn't about control or dominance, it was about service and responsibility. He had once sought to manipulate the digital world for personal gain, to bend technology to his will. Now he used his skills to empower others, to build bridges instead of walls. The thrill of the digital game had been replaced by the profound satisfaction of making a positive difference in the world. The quiet evenings spent with his mother continued, but with a new depth, a richer understanding. Their conversations weren't just about day-to-day events, they delved into philosophical questions about faith, redemption, and the nature of good and evil. Carmen, in her quiet wisdom, had never stopped believing in him, even during his darkest hours. Her faith had not been shaken by his actions. Instead, it had become a beacon, guiding him back from the brink. She had taught him the true meaning of forgiveness, not just for others, but for himself. Their simple life, filled with quiet moments of prayer and shared meals, was not a punishment, but a sanctuary. It was a space where Luis could heal, where he could rebuild his life, where he could find peace in the acceptance of his past and the hope for his future. The grandfather clock still ticked in the background, but the sound was no longer a reminder of lost time, but a comforting rhythm marking the steady progress of a life reborn. The city of Austin, once a landscape of anonymity and opportunity for his digital exploits, now felt different. It wasn't just a backdrop, it was a community, a place where he had found a new purpose, a new identity, a new beginning. The vibrant tech scene that had once seemed a hunting ground now offered a field of potential for good, a space where he could use his skills to contribute to the city's growth and prosperity. His story was not one of perfect redemption. There were still scars, still reminders of his past. But his journey was a testament to the power of forgiveness, the resilience of the human spirit, and the transformative potential of faith. The path to redemption wasn't linear. It was messy, unpredictable, even chaotic at times. But ultimately, it led him to a place of peace, a place of acceptance, a place of genuine hope. He knew his past would always be a part of him, but it no longer defined him. He was Luis Duran, not La Sombra. He had found forgiveness, and in doing so, he had found himself. 5 years later, the Texas sun cast long shadows across the meticulously manicured lawn of Carmen Duran's modest home in a quiet Austin suburb. The scent of roasting chilies mingled with the sweet aroma of jasmine, a familiar comfort in the evening air. Inside, the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock, a constant companion through years of turmoil and transformation, provided a gentle backdrop to their peaceful existence. Luis, no longer the shadowy figure known as La Sombra, sat at the kitchen table with his mother, sharing a quiet meal. The air hummed with a comfortable silence, punctuated only by the clinking of silverware and the soft murmur of their conversation. The transformation in Luis was palpable. The haunted look in his eyes, the perpetual tension in his shoulders, had vanished, replaced by a quiet serenity that spoke of inner peace. His once sharp, angular features were softened, carrying the weight of experience but not the burden of guilt. His hair, once perpetually disheveled, was neatly combed, his attire simple yet refined, a far cry from the dark hoodies and clandestine meetings of his past life. He bore the faintest of lines etched around his eyes, a testament to sleepless nights and intense emotional labor, but they were the lines of a man who had wrestled with his demons and emerged victorious. Carmen, her face etched with the wisdom of a life lived with unwavering faith, watched him with a mother's pride and boundless love. Her faith, the unwavering anchor that had guided her through the storm of Luis's transgressions, now radiated an even brighter light. The fear that had once consumed her, the agonizing uncertainty about her son's fate, had been replaced by a profound sense of relief and gratitude. She saw in him not the ghost of La Sombra, but the man she had always known resided within, a man struggling to emerge from the shadows of his own making. Their conversations, once fraught with anxiety and unspoken worries, now flowed freely, a testament to the bond that had endured even the most tumultuous of times. They discussed not just the mundane details of daily life, the upcoming fiesta, the neighbor's new dog, the price of avocados, but the deeper philosophical questions that had become their shared intellectual landscape. They explored the intricacies of faith, the complexities of forgiveness, and the enduring power of redemption. Luis, armed with newfound intellectual humility, often found himself seeking his mother's counsel, her wisdom exceeding anything he had learned in the hallowed halls of his academic pursuits, or the cutthroat world of Silicon Valley. The grandfather clock chimed, marking the end of another day, another chapter in their renewed life. Luis rose from the table, offering to help his mother with the dishes, a gesture laden with unspoken affection and gratitude. He no longer saw these simple domestic tasks as a chore, but as an expression of his love and devotion, a way to atone for the years he had spent neglecting her. The quiet rhythm of their life was a constant counterpoint to the frantic pace of the digital world he'd once inhabited. It was a sanctuary, a refuge, a testament to the enduring strength of familial bonds. The Austin tech scene, once a battlefield where he had waged his digital wars, now held a different significance. He was no longer a player in a game of deception and manipulation, but a builder, a creator, a force for positive change. He used his considerable skills, no longer in the service of self-aggrandizement, but for the greater good. He worked tirelessly on initiatives that leveraged technology to fight against human trafficking, to expose corruption, to ensure the safety and security of marginalized communities. His expertise in cybersecurity helped to protect vulnerable populations from online exploitation, turning his past experience into a powerful weapon against those who would use technology for nefarious purposes. His work earned him accolades, not for his prowess as a hacker, but for his compassion and dedication to ethical technology. He became a sought-after consultant, a respected voice in the tech community, an advocate for responsible innovation. His story, once a cautionary tale whispered in hushed tones, was now shared openly, an example of redemption, resilience, and the transformative power of faith. He found solace in the quiet evenings spent at church, seeking guidance from Father Miguel, the priest who had offered him unwavering support during his darkest hours. Father Miguel's words, imbued with kindness and understanding, were a constant source of comfort and strength. Their conversations were less about confession and more about understanding, discussing the intricate dance between technology, morality, and the unwavering power of human faith. He discovered that redemption was not a destination, but a lifelong journey, a continuous process of self-reflection, growth, and service. Luis found love again, not in the shadowy corners of the digital underworld, but in the bright sunlight of a genuine connection. Sophia, a social worker who shared his passion for social justice, became his partner, his confidant, and his greatest ally. She understood the complexities of his past, not condoning his actions, but acknowledging the depth of his transformation. Their relationship was a testament to the healing power of love, a beacon of hope that illuminated their shared journey. He continued to make amends, reaching out to those he had wronged, offering not only financial restitution but also heartfelt apologies and a commitment to making things right. The process wasn't always easy, encountering resistance, misunderstanding, and even outright anger, but each act of contrition strengthened his resolve, furthering his journey towards redemption. The weight of his past actions never completely lifted, but it no longer crushed him. It served as a constant reminder of the gravity of his mistakes, a motivation for his continued efforts towards positive change. The grandfather clock chimed again, marking the passage of time, not with a sense of loss, but with the steady rhythm of a life carefully rebuilt, brick by painstaking brick. Luis looked out the window, watching the Texas sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple. He saw not a landscape of opportunity for exploitation, but a community he was dedicated to protecting and empowering. He was home. He was at peace. He was Luis Duran. The shadow of La Sombra remained a part of his past, a cautionary tale whispered only in moments of quiet self-reflection, a reminder of the path not taken, the life he almost lost. But the man who sat at the kitchen table, sharing a quiet meal with his mother under the gentle glow of the setting sun, was a testament to the power of redemption, a symbol of hope, and a living embodiment of a new beginning. And in that quiet peace, he found a freedom more profound and more fulfilling than any he had ever known in the digital labyrinth of his past. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to my family and friends for their unwavering support and patience throughout the long and often challenging process of writing this novel. Their encouragement and belief in my work sustained me through moments of doubt and frustration. Special thanks go to my wife, for her insightful feedback and endless understanding.